good morning, Beauregard, to our two umpires, Peter Hartley and Tom Rowley. And it's good morning, Beauregard, as well, to the Lancashire team led into the field by Captain Josh Bohan. And good morning, Beauregard, as well, to the two knocked-out batters for Glamorgan, Zainul Hassan and Captain Sam Rothesay.
Very good morning, Borodah, from BBC Wales, as well as BBC Radio Lancashire. Scott Reed and myself, Nick Webb, with you for the start of play. And Kenneth Davis will be with us as well.
At the Cathedral Road End, George Balderson.
And Glamorgan start in a bit of a pickle at 41 for 2 in their second innings, still 68 runs behind. The sun is shining, and we are lucky to be making our living this way, Scott.
We absolutely are. What a philosophical note to start with. Absolutely. Feel very fortunate to be able to do it, yeah. And it was another lovely walk through the park from the hotel this morning. And it's just to nip into that little cafe at the other side of the bridge over the river for a little cup of coffee. Yeah, lovely. Perfect start to the day and a lovely way to end the season.
Yes, it's the last sunny day of the season.
That's disappointing.
Yeah. Whether it's the last day of the season for these two counties, we will find out in the next 6 or 7 hours, as George Balderson will begin proceedings. Glamorgan on 41 for 2 and Ul Hassan on strike on 13 and defending the first ball back to the bowler with the full face of the bat. Zainul Hassan, a man under some pressure after a few low scores, and he didn't play any shots last night, or very few anyway. 13 of 51 deliveries.
Yes, a bit of a rearguard action last night, wasn't it?
As Balderson round the wicket to the left-handed Ul Hassan, who gets the first runs of the day, turning it away down off his legs. There's a sprawling stop on the fine leg boundary, and they will take a couple. 43 for 2.
Yes, an enthusiastic stop by Tom Aspinwall down on the boundary rope. Looked like that might just beat Aspinwall, but a good dive to flick it back and to save a run. Or two.
Ul Hassan to 15, in need of a score, personally and for the team. Drives into the offside, up to mid-off. There is no run. The captain, Josh Bohannon, doing the fielding. 43 for 2. Sam Northeast playing his last innings for Glamorgan. Yet to score. He's at the other end, having come in late last night when James Harris fell without scoring. Balderson bowls. Ul Hassan defends on the leg side. And there's no run. Balderson cleaned up Asa Tribe. A decent delivery. Kept a touch low. And then night watchman James Harris was leg before to Jack Blatherwick without scoring. 34 for 1, 37 for 2. It's now 43 for 2, but Glamorgan still 66 runs in arrears. As Balderson bowls and Ul Hassan is forward, and Lancashire are suitably noisy for an early morning.
Yes, while the sun's shining, they're in a good mood. They've enjoyed a good couple of days. I'm sure they've enjoyed the trip to Cardiff and trying to end the season with a bit of positivity. Lancashire, the season and the story from this week certainly belongs to Glamorgan and their excellent season, being rewarded with Division 1 cricket next season, but Lancashire hoping to try and end it well.
Balderson bowls, Ul Hassan drives, but again finds Bohannon at mid-off. 2 runs off the first over of the morning here on BBC Sport Online, and Glamorgan trail by 66. Reminder, if you want to drop us an email, listeners of either county are welcome to do so on Glamorgan Cricket.
For Lancashire at the River End, Tom Bay.
Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Many of you know where I am on social media. Web 2017, or you can use the official one, BBC Sport, at BBC Sport Wales on X.
It will be Tom Bailey to get things going from the River End. He bowled 4 overs late last night. Lancashire only using the 3 bowlers in that 17 over session. And that's punched away for runs for North East. He's off the mark in his final innings for Glamorgan. In fact, he might come back for 3 by the time that Balderson gets to it. Down amongst the leaves below the scoreboard, and 3 for North East. 46 for 2 then. Glamorgan trail by 63.
Yes, that's the sort of elegant shot that Glamorgan supporters have enjoyed from Sam Northeast over the last 4 years, driving with due care and attention.
Well, let's see if he can sign off with a good knock here. He's had a pretty good season again, hasn't he? 860 odd runs, 350s and 3 centuries, averaging 43. Captain the team to promotion. It's a pretty decent way to sign off from your spell at a club. Zain Ul Hassan, meanwhile, is having his own little battle here, trying to get himself some runs to end the campaign. Short and wide from Bailey from around the wicket and chopped away by Ul Hassan.
Yes, interesting. When I spoke to Sam last week, he asked him for highlights. He just said, well, it's this period at Glamorgan has allowed me to rediscover my love of cricket, which obviously was in a little bit of some unhappiness before.
Bailey to Ul Hassan off the back foot, he found.
In that 21 season where he left Hampshire and then had a couple of games at Notts and a couple of games at Yorkshire without any real success, and then Glamorgan offered him I think it was a 3-year deal at the time, and it's worked out very well for both parties, so we wish him all the best in his future endeavours at Kent.
Well, it speaks a lot, doesn't it, for the club? I mean, I know they've had a good season this year, but just talking about rediscovering his love for the game, it speaks a lot about kind of not just what's happened on the field. As Bailey's into Ul Hassan, nudged away to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, whether he got on better with the management when he's here, when he signed, or whether it was his teammates, I'm not too sure, but they try and induce a good atmosphere here, whatever the results. And it's a shame that he and his family didn't move down, otherwise he might be playing the rest of his career here, but that's personal matters, isn't it?
Yes. Cardiff back to Canterbury. Slips being removed, or at least one of them, which is Michael Jones. been relocated to short mid-wicket. Bailey in to Hassan off the front foot and defends back to Bailey. And there's no run. So they've got Jennings, the one slip catcher, who's towering up above the wicketkeeper Matthew Hurst there. And then they've got Jack Blatherwick down on the third man boundary. Fine leg as well. And then the short mid wicket, square leg, mid on, mid off, cover, backward point. Allows that one to go through. End of the over. 46 for 2, trailing by 63 runs as we get into this third day. Of course, we know that the county championship title was decided yesterday, with Nottinghamshire being crowned champions. We know the Division 2 teams who have won promotion. Obviously, that was confirmed for Glamorgan last week, and I think Leicestershire the week before. And now the attention turns to the bottom of Division 1. Looks like increasingly a bit of a shootout between either Durham or Hampshire to face the drop. So we'll keep across the scores from those games and elsewhere through the course of the day.
Yeah, Yorkshire seem to be making a solid effort with the bat to deny Durham, as that is defended by North East, the first ball of the Balderson over. So it depends on whether Hampshire can overcome Surrey in a game which looks likely to finish feature a positive result one way or the other.
It does, yeah, which could happen today. A Hampshire win seals the deal. A Hampshire win relegates Durham. But if Hampshire don't win, Durham still have a chance.
As that is defended by North East away to Gully, and there's no run.
In fact, I think a draw's enough for Hampshire. I think for Durham to avoid a relegation, then Hampshire, to begin with, Hampshire have to lose that match. I think a win or a draw would be enough for Hampshire, because Durham failed to get an extra batting bonus point, meaning that even if Durham were to win, that they wouldn't have enough points to overtake Hampshire, even if Hampshire only drew. So I think a win and a draw is enough for Hampshire.
As North East turns that one away on the leg side, down to backward square, goes through for the single. He's on to 4. They're fast on the draw on the scoreboard this morning. That was up there before they'd completed the run. Remarkable stuff. We shall keep an eye on any possible announcement of an England Lions squad, which may be in the offing.
Right. A couple of Danny boys in with a chance.
Balderson in, bowls, and Al Hassan turns on the leg side. I would be disappointed if Ben Callaway didn't feature, and Asa Tribe might be in with a chance. Not sure, that's not inside knowledge, that's just my own thoughts. But Callaway, you would have thought in particular, is the sort of player that England like. He's got a bit about him. He's a technically correct batter, plays in all 3 forms of the game, bowls decent off spin and slow left arm for novelty. Balderson is in to bowl, and Al Hassan defends. I say for novelty, but he does use it seriously, having developed it during COVID, when maybe there wasn't an awful lot for your average cricketer to do physically. Oh yeah, I'll see if I can bowl left arm. It's not as on the money as his off-spin, but it does disconcert people, particularly in one-day cricket when they don't have time to think. Al Hassan defends to silly mid-on, no run. 47 for 2 at the end of the over, just the single off it.
Yeah, good start from Balderson, continuing a pretty tidy season for him with the ball. 10 overs in this innings, 1 for 22. Didn't see Tom Aspinwall take to the field last night, but he's out there today. We had Harry Singh out as a 12th man for at least the start of the Glamorgan second innings, which left Lancashire just a little bit light, but they're only 17 overs last night. But Aspinwall is out there today, so a full quarter of bowling options for captain Josh Bohannon. Starting with the two Bs, Balderson and Bailey. As North East allows that one to go through. As Bailey sets off again from the River Taff end. 47 for 2 in the 21st over of Glamorgan's second innings. Yeah, plenty of chatter amongst the Lancashire players looking for some early breakthroughs this morning. 62 behind. Angled in towards the pads of North East, who leans into it and defends.
There was a period when some North East's form or his best innings were nearly all away from home. I think it was last season. We didn't get a 50 at home until the last game of the season. So he's quite relieved when he got 100 in the first block against Middlesex here.
Odd how that works sometimes, isn't it?
Very peculiar.
47 for 2. There's Bailey over the wicket to North East. Well, I kind of thinks about playing a shot, maybe rocking onto the front foot and just having a little flirt with it, and then whips the bat away at the last moment and allows it to go through to Hurst. Gets the 2-slip catch. He's interested.
Oh, I think they're interested in everything this morning.
They are. They appear to be, don't they? Well, Keaton Jennings is he's always quite chatty out there. And, he's got Michael Jones alongside him. They're nattering away to each other. Bailey turns and sets off again into North East. Just turned out towards backward square leg for a single. That's Chap Blatherwick coming up from the boundary to field. North East moves to 5. 48 for 2. So North East having started on 0. Was eager to get a run last night. There was a couple of occasions last night where he worked the ball away, and between himself and Zain Hassan, they couldn't quite work out whether they were going to run or not. I think he was quite eager to get off 0, understandably so, on his final innings, but he had to resume on 0 this morning. But he's underway. He's on 5 now at the non-striker's end. Left-handers back on strike. Hassan, so around the wicket comes Bailey. Left. And taken by Hurst.
By the way, the injury suffered by Ned Leonard that we assumed was a leg problem, it was actually a back issue.
Oh dear.
Felt a little bit of a back spasm, but is reported to be feeling better this morning.
Good.
So we presume that he'll bat. Not sure whether he'll bowl if the occasion arises.
Final ball of the over, Bailey to Hassan. Just creeping forward, not offering a shot, lifting the bat up above the shoulder, allowing that to travel past his off stump. And of Bailey's over, just a single coming off it. 48 for 2 to 21.
So Yorkshire are certainly making Durham sweat. They are 321 for 5, just 25 runs behind Durham in the first innings. Nice to see a younger contingent in today. So Durham could be in difficulties.
Yes, definitely. If Hampshire win, then that's curtains.
Surrey are effectively 134 for 6 against Hampshire, as North East defends.
So they're going to face a bit of a run chase, aren't they? Hampshire at some point could be a nervy run chase.
Oh yes, future in the First Division.
Yep.
Fairly likely to decide on it.
Yeah.
It looks as though there'll be a positive result one way or the other at Southampton. And Balderson bowls. Oh, North East seems slightly taken by surprise by that one. Might have spat a little bit. Got on top of it just about.
Looped up, didn't it, down towards Gully? Maybe off the kind of shoulder of the bat, something like that. It's been the odd one, hasn't it, that's misbehaved.
Yeah.
A little bit from this end. I think Tom Bailey reckoned it was doing a bit more from this end on day one, the Cathedral Road end.
Balderson runs away from us. Bowls and beats Northeast outside the off stump. Keeper standing up, just about manages to take it. Second attempt. Northeast practices his defensive prod, but that one went a bit off the pitch actually. That one was fast leg break.
That's what he's good at when situations like this. Keeper up, couple of slips, short leg. Batter's got nowhere to go really.
Balderson to Northeast, who pushes at that one. Might have played inside the line.
And he'll just keep doing that. I'll get the odd one wrong, obviously, but he'll just, in the main, just keep doing that and just get the ball to maybe just nibble away and get the ball to come back in a fraction as well. He just keeps probing away, just on top of off or just outside off stump.
He's had a good match, hasn't he, George Balderson?
Yeah, he has. I think he's had a good season. I do. I think in kind of a season that's not been great for Lancashire.
Balderson bowls, Northeast defends watchfully, back to the bowler, doesn't stop it cleanly, rolls up to Bohannon. 48 for 2. Glamorgan going nowhere fast at the moment. Obviously survival is the immediate aim, but knocking off this deficit is the next task, and they've only added 7 runs in 19 minutes this morning. Balderson in to Northeast, who defends on the leg side. No run, made an over. We know that Northeast is capable of batting long periods of time, but as I say, Glamorgan need to get ahead. Tim van der Hoogten optimistically said that if they could get a lead of 200, then it might be tricky for Lancashire in the fourth innings, but that requires them getting past 300, and struggling to accumulate at the moment.
I think that would be very tricky, wouldn't it, for Lancashire in the fourth innings of the match, especially with Crane, who bowled nicely at times yesterday. Especially that's left alone from Sam. The forecast for tomorrow has actually improved a lot, hasn't it?
It's not as wet as it was.
No, it's not at all. No. I'm just looking at it now. It looked a bit of a write-off tomorrow, but it's actually, I think we'll probably play most of the day by the looks of that. Won't look quite like he does now for the viewers that are watching.
No.
Pretty picture perfect day that. Again left by Hassan. I do like that view from this end when they show the ground looking towards the river with the trees in the background, especially the colours of the trees at the minute, very autumnal to it.
Yes, you can almost see them turning day by day, can't you? Slipping from green towards brown, or some of them. The ones that do. Don't ask me about trees, I've no idea.
No, I can't say it's a specialist subject of mine either. Bailey around the wicket. It's maybe just a little bit too wide from Bailey so far this morning to saying Hassan. The one which is allowing us to travel through.
Yes, he needs to be careful with that. He has been bowled a couple of times playing no shot. Ball angled into the left-handers off stump. A lot of right arm bowlers come round the wicket.
Yeah, well, that's what he's targeting there. Bailey was comfortably left. He just been able to play with the batter's mind and maybe get him to leave one that in the end does come back in. He's asking for the LBW there. It felt like he hit it, you know.
He was miles down the wicket as well.
Yeah, there's a lot going wrong with that. Maybe hit it and he's a long way down. Let's have a look back on the replay here. He's shuffling forward and across. And,
it might have been inside edge.
Apart from that,
there's quite an angle.
It's a decent shout.
Can't blame him.
No, fair enough.
Keep the pressure on the umpire.
48 for 2. Bailey. And again, balls left once more. He said that's a tighter line that. He's left it, so it's good judgment from Hassan, but previous balls he's left have been wider outside off stump. That one to just tail back in.
It's a question that I'd like to get an honest answer from an umpire. Sides are appealing a lot. Does that build up the pressure on you to give the next one, or does it make you think this lot are taking the mick and they're just appealing for rubbish and I'm not going to give anything?
Might be a good question for a retired umpire.
Yes, quite.
Recently retired umpire. Bailey to Ul Hassan on that left, and just shapes away into the gloves of Hurst. End of the over and maiden for Tom Bailey. 48 for 2, 23 overs gone, trail by 61. Yeah, recently retired umpire. I guess they could write a book on that, couldn't they? All the trade secrets.
Yes. You're the umpire's most polite team and least favoured team.
If you read those Matt Parkinson quotes from the other week when he was talking about when he was in the Lancashire dressing room.
So Glamorgan surviving, but little else so far. Northeast faces up to Balderson and pokes the first ball of the over back to him. We have only seen the 3 bowlers so far used in 24 overs. 17 sent down last night. The sun is illuminating most of the ground. Still that favoured patch at the River Taff end is just about in the shade, but will brighten up soon. As next ball from Balderson is defended. Up to Bailey at mid-on. It's a long way to bend down, so he just flicked it up to himself. Short-sleeved shirts for some of the Lancashire players. A little bit of sun cream required today.
I saw that.
On the spectators, yeah. Which is nice at this time of year. As Northeast turns one off his legs, and we'll move on to 6 with a single down to deep backward square. 49 for 2. The deficit is 60 runs.
Yeah, sun cream required, as well as your big winter jacket.
Yeah. Sweaters, baseball caps, stroke beanie hats, bob hats. Defend both against the sun and possibly the cold. As Ul Hassan takes a step forward and defends to point. No run. And well, tomorrow, if you're turning up, if there's play tomorrow, bring a brolly.
Yes, yeah. Might be needed. Might get the odd shower tomorrow.
But as Scott was saying, the forecast for tomorrow has improved over the last couple of days. Balderson into Ul Hassan, a play and a miss. A rare attacking shot from Ul Hassan, and he missed it, looking to punch through the covers. Just eluded the outside edge.
Well, it's been a determined and gritty knock this so far, hasn't it, by Ul Hassan? You'd be hoping that all the hard work from last night and trying to get through this morning, at some point it might become a little easier. Last ball of the Balderson over is in, and he'll take a single here down to fine leg. Bit of am-dram from Balderson to suggest that it'd been whipped off the stumps, but it was a fair enough shot. Ul Hassan retains the strike, and that's the 50 up for Glamorgan. They're 50 for 2, trailing by 59 runs. The Lancashire over 8, bless them, is +5. Excellent work. And there's the shot that proves there's not a cloud in the sky at the moment, and that Glamorgan are going very slowly, just over 2 runs and over. Well, it was a pretty slow and steady start yesterday morning by Lancashire, wasn't it? It was Wells in particular, kind of unfamiliar really by Wells. He's a bit more free flowing than what he showed yesterday, so I think we're maybe suggesting that it's not quite as easy as it might appear. Similar start for Glamorgan today as it was for Lancashire yesterday. That's pushed away, it's in the air, It's beyond the reach of Aspinwall. There's that running down towards, well, Blatherwick cuts it off before it gets to the boundary. Come back for 2.
I think there was a general feeling at Sapphire Gardens that there were too many wickets here that started off troublesome for the batters over the first couple of days, and then with a bit of sun and or a heavy roller just got completely dead in the second 2 days of the match.
Bailey to Al Hassan. That's a wide ball that moves away from the batter through to the keeper.
So I think there has been an effort to produce more pitches that could produce a result. And Glamorgan have won 3 games here and lost 1, and another match against Derbyshire could have been won by either side because the visitors were 9 down and 30 short of victory, so that was obviously a potential result pitch as Bailey and Bohannon, knowing that they have +5 on the board, take their time in a mini committee meeting.
That game against Derbyshire was an absolute thrill, that wasn't it? I remember
very insane
following that game.
Yeah, it looked as though Derbyshire probably wouldn't go for it, and then they did, and lost a few wickets, and in the end they had the injured Lewis Rees, the opening bat, who came in at 10, who had to help block things out for the last few overs, as an extra slip is being brought in as a result of all that. Oh no, a gully.
Luke Wells at gully. So Jones and Jennings are 2 slip catches. Wells at gully, backward point, cover mid-off. Change of line over the wicket this time. And, sent across Al Hassan, but wide and left. Goes wandering away to square leg. 18 from 78. It's been hard going for Al Hassan. Only become a little easier as the day goes on for him. Can he get himself a score? Final game of the season. Tapped away into the offside. Up on his toes, defends it out towards Wells gully, and there's no run.
Scott will go and talk to radio listeners next door. Kenneth Davis will drop in alongside me. Last couple of balls of the Bailey over to come. For 14 in his 8th over. Bailey in the morning sunshine is into bowl outside off stump. Al Hassan plays no shot as his captain watches on from the non-striker's end on this glorious morning here at Sapphire Gardens. Imprint the image on your eyeballs if you are watching on the stream or watching here at the ground, and hope that this sort of weather will be reproduced next April. Bailey bowls outside off. Al Hassan plays no shot, wide going wider. 52 for 2. The deficit, going down very, very slowly, is still 57 runs.
Yeah, it's just all about negotiating the first session, getting to lunch, especially for Zainul Hassan, who's probably short on confidence, very short possibly. It's tough work for him out there, and you can see he's searching for balls that he probably should be leaving outside off stump, which has been a bit of a theme throughout the season, but he is a man that needs some runs, so he just needs to stay and occupy the crease for the time being, as Balderson, who took the wicket yesterday of Ace at Tribe, comes in right arm over from the Cathedral Road end. That ball, Nick, stayed slightly low to Tribe. I think it caught him by surprise, which is unfortunate for him. He was starting to get in the groove last night.
Yeah, ended up with 731 runs for the season, which obviously might have been close to 1,000 had he played the full campaign.
Yeah, he missed the first 3 games. 25 he made before being bowled last night, and then James Harris thereafter, the night watchman, was LBW without scoring off the bowling of Blatherwick. It's always it's tough when a night watchman goes in, of course, as Balderson comes in, and oh, that's just missed the outside edge of Northeast bat, who's there at 6. Northeast then had to survive a few overs. Glorious conditions once more, and as Nick was mentioning, I think the forecast has improved slightly. It's not as bad as it once was, as Balderson comes in, bowls fullish, and that's played, and that's evaded backward point, and it might run all the way. There's a chase on, there's no third man. They'll come back for 3. It has been cut off. That is 3 runs to Sam Northeast, who moves to 9.
Yeah, busy chase for Tom Aspinwall, who was off the field briefly at the start of the Glamorgan innings, but did reappear briefly last night and is there this morning.
Just to reiterate, Ned Lennell pulled up yesterday, and we are told that he will bat if needed, but
yeah, it was a back problem rather than a leg problem, as we thought.
It won't bowl. Balderson coming over to Zainul Hassan, and he gets right behind that as he takes a stride forward, firmly driven back to the bowler himself. 55 for 2, not as many so far, but it's been a decent crowd for championship proportions. I think the first day was the most that they had in for championship cricket this season at Safari Gardens.
Yeah, they're not huge numbers, but it's nice to see them increasing, whatever.
Balderson is in to attacking with 2 slips, and that's played on the onside.
Nice to see Surrey in particular developing their crowds this season with healthy 4-figure numbers in each day. I know they have natural advantages with the sheer volume of people working in the South London area and able to maybe pop in and out for a session.
Balderson in full, and again Ul Hassan prods it into the offside, and that is the end of the over. Congratulations to Notts as well on taking the First Division title. That was confirmed yesterday. Yes. And as Nick mentioned, Dave Bracegirdle, I'm sure, celebrated last night, our colleague.
Yes, so Glamorgan will be reunited with Notts next season in the First Division. Of course, something that Glamorgan supporters have to remember, and that sort of slips my mind if I don't concentrate, is that you don't play every side home and away in the First Division, because there are 10 sides and 14 fixtures. As Bailey starts a new over, but down leg side.
When will they find out who are the teams they play once?
That'll be, I presume, end of November is usually the fixture list, and a little beacon of light for cricket lovers in the darkness of winter, and start planning next summer's supporting activities.
Of course, there's a similar pattern in T20, whether they played Kent and Hampshire once over the past few seasons.
There's North East Defence, which will now change, because they will play Gloucestershire, Somerset, Worcestershire, Warwickshire and Northants twice, and 2 other randomers once each. Don't ask me how they're going to work that out.
That is very obscure, shall we say.
Lancashire supporters, it's well, it's still a North group, but it's a little bit more northwards concentrated, if you like. as North East is forward to defend, and there is no run, so the northern group loses some of those Midland counties that I've just mentioned, Worcestershire, Warwickshire and Northants, whom Lancashire supporters will be used to facing in T20. So maybe a little less time on the road for Lancashire supporters.
But there's no change in the window when the competition happens next?
The group stage is going to be... Bailey is into bowl, North East defends. They're going to bring the knockout stages close to the group stages.
Oh, well, which needed to happen, because quite frankly, you know, the group stages were concluded in the third week of July.
Yeah.
They were picked up
wait 6 weeks or whatever.
until September.
Yeah.
So that needed to happen.
So the T20 finals day will be somewhere in the middle of summer anyway. I presume there'll be a short interlude of some point to sell tickets for quarterfinals, etc. But we shall see. North East leaves again outside off stump from Bailey, allowing it to go through to Hurst. So it does make sense for the integrity of the competition. That means that the teams that go through are more likely to be able to retain their overseas players for the knockout stages as well. So that makes sense. Remains to be seen how many championship matches are played in the middle of the season, as Bailey bowls to North East, who defends up to mid-off. Another maiden over ticks by, and Glamorgan is still on 55 for 2, trailing by 54 runs as the scoring rate drops towards 2 runs and over. It is not maximum entertainment, even though the Glamorgan players waiting to come in. Kieran Carlson and Colin Ingram in conversation there. Roger Skirm, the long-serving dressing room attendant on the left of the screen, if you're watching. Kieran Carlson looks happy about life. Well, why not? And Mason Crane isn't expecting to bat very soon because he's still in his training kit. 55 for 2, first bowling change of the day. Tom Aspinwall, the first Lancashire bowler of the innings not to begin with the letter B.
The other thing with that huge gap of 6 weeks, I mean, a lot can happen. Teams can get out of form. I know they don't play the same competition thereafter, as Aspinwall starts his first spell this morning, and that's played to backward point, and there's no run. The purpose of, you're in form obviously, having won your group or come in the first 4.
Yeah, I suppose you need a little bit of time, at least a week maybe, to sell tickets for a quarter-final, ideally. The thing is with finals day, it's nearly sold out in advance, isn't it?
Aspinwall coming around to Zainul Hassan, who drives firmly for no run as it's fielded at mid-on. However, given putting my rugby hat on, it's something myself and yourself know all too well, going from one competition to something else and back to the other one, and
yeah, internationals, domestic leagues in Europe.
Yeah. Zainul Hassan, who's on 18, it's been a tough 18, driven again sweetly for no run, and he's picked the man at cover. 87 balls for his 18.
Very good morning to the Reverend Gareth Hill, who's in block 38 here
Good
today.
morning.
Says he's got a note for his absence in the first 2 days because of a cold. Hope you're feeling better, Gareth. The end of our second season as members after being away working for 30 years. So naturally, Joy and I are claiming credit for the upturn in fortunes.
Well, yes, why not? As Aspinwall comes in, that's dug out. Good Yorker by Aspinwall. Well, why not? One-day cup victory last year, promotion the next.
Yes, thank you for your kind words, Gareth, and I hope you continue to enjoy Glamorgan's fortunes in years to come. Sure, there are a few people making a visit this week to enjoy the last bit of cricket before the winter.
Aspinwall is past the umpire, bowls, and that's again wafted outside, off stump by Zainul Hassan, and that was a poor stroke. Very, very wide from Aspinwall.
Well, that's the trouble, isn't it? He's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't, Zainul Hassan, because he could leave these wide deliveries. On the other hand, he could think, well, that's my scoring opportunity to get going.
Yes, he's between a rock and a hard place. Aspinwall in, bowls. Oh, that's a good ball, and that actually moved off the seam, and Hurst had to lunge to his right to take that at full stretch. So that is the end of the over. Few probing questions for Zainul Hassan, who's not completely happy, one would say, out there. 18 he has scored. Northeast, the captain, is unbeaten on 9, and Glamorgan still trail by 54.
Yes, if you are just joining us and you think, well, it's not many on the overnight total, well, it isn't, because it's been a very slow progress. 14 runs gathered, and how many overs have we had? It was 17 last night, wasn't it? So 11 this morning. Bailey bowls, northeast, deflects it down into the gully, and there's no run. 14 runs in 11 overs. It's been attritional cricket, but Glamorgan know the task, just to about as long as possible, as Tim van der Hoogten simply put it last night. Don't want to put limits on anything, but there's obviously the need to get into the lead and set some sort of fourth innings target for the visitors. Bailey bowls, northeast, turns one off his legs to Aspinwall at squarish mid-wicket, and there's no run, so 2 slips. On the offside there's a third man, a point cover mid-off. There's a mid-on. Aspinwall trying to cover square leg and mid-wicket, and there is a fine leg. So a fairly conventional field for the Glamorgan captain, who's on 9. Bailey in to bowl, defends to cover, no run. I'm sure Sam Northeast and Glamorgan supporters would be delighted if he could sign off with one of his epic innings. He's not going too fast either. 9 off 37 deliveries at the moment.
Yeah, it would be quite apt if he could get a score.
Known for the big ones, Sam Northeast. His quadruple century at Leicestershire in 22. His Lord's ground record triple century last year. Bailey bowls, northeast, defends, back to the bowler, no run. So Glamorgan's run rate has now gone under 2 runs and over. In Division 1, Yorkshire playing it fairly attritionally. They're 335 for 6 in the 97th over, 11 runs behind Durham, who've just claimed their second bowling point. 2 sides locked in battle towards the bottom of the table. As Northeast was nearly yorked by that one. It sounded as though there's a bottom edge in, but there was a huge appeal from Jones in particular at slip, with no response from the umpire, other than maybe a quiet shake of the head. At Southampton, Surrey 253 for 8 now, leading Hampshire by 152. Albert, the debutant, has been going well, but he's out for 63. So looks likely Hampshire will be chasing something maybe under 200 to ensure their first division survival. Surrey won't want to sign off with a damp squib as Gully joins the two slips. Bailey bowls outside off, northeast, plays no shot, 55 for two as yet another maiden over goes by.
Yes, indeed, as the two batters come to the middle, but Glamorgan have all the time in the world, really. It's not an issue. They just need to occupy the crease today. At one point, Lancashire would have been mindful of the weather on the fourth day, but let's have a quick look at the Met Office forecast. Other forecasts are available.
Yeah, I tend to flick between the Met Office and the BBC one.
Aspinwall wheels round in the shadow of the media centre at the Cathedral Road end. Coming around, and again it's a waff, and there's an appeal, and you do wonder, it's a question of when and not if, because Zainul Hassan tried to throw the kitchen sink and that one once more. Lucky for him, there was no connection, and he was close, very close.
Yeah, it's a strange one, that, because there was an appeal from
there was a bit of movement,
keeper
I
and
think,
slips, but the bowler wasn't interested.
Aspinwall in, and that is left at that time by Zainul Hassan. Well, at the present time, it doesn't seem, might get a full day's play. Might.
Yeah,
there's a lot of cloud cover in the air.
We're not going to have the sunshine anyway,
no.
And we might have a few showers at some point in the day, but Glamorgan can't rely on it.
Aspinwall in and bowls, and that's a good length ball, and really under the cosh here is Zainul Hassan, and that flew off the surface, taken a bit of lift there as it was taken by Hurst, the keeper. That zipped off the wicket, and it was had a little flirt with that, did Zainul Hassan outside off stump.
Very good ball.
Aspinwall bowling well, full, and that has been connected. Slightly streaky, but if you're going to go hard, then that is the result. It went past deep backward point for 4.
Yeah, if you're going to flash hard, that was meant to go a bit squarer, but decent contact.
Yeah,
flew down to the ever-gathering leaves on the third-man boundary.
Yes, they are increasing, the leaves down in that patch.
Noticeably more today than yesterday, even.
And
must have a stroll round.
Well, there are leaves everywhere in this area of Cardiff, for those of you who are familiar. As Aspinwall comes in, bowls with this area of Cardiff, Pontcanna.
Yeah, and near the entrance to the Bowls Club car park, there's a good collection of conkers, if any youngsters play conkers anymore. If it hasn't been outlawed by health and safety.
If I said that to my daughters,
they wouldn't know what you're talking about.
Absolute no idea. Aspinwall in and bowls slightly short of the length, but again there's a bit of lift, and Hassan fends out of the way. That was a very good over by Aspinwall, without the desired effect for him. Hassan is 22, Northeast is 9. Glamorgan are 59 for 2, and they trailed by 50.
Yeah, the crowd really can't make up their mind today. Some in short sleeves, t-shirts, a few sun hats around, but a few wrapping up warmly as well.
I don't think it's shorts weather, Nick, I have to say.
No, so yes, brave to get the old pins out today. 59 for 2. As Blathwick comes into the attack for Lancashire. Good spell from Bailey. Posed questions. Blathwick 1 for 13 off his 5 last night. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? It's quite simple. You look for these little brown things on the ground, stick a hot skewer through them, bake them in the oven, put them on a string, and then try and bash the heck out of your opponents.
Yeah.
It's probably a video. I wonder if there's a video conkers game.
Oh, probably. Probably on YouTube somewhere.
59 for 2. As Blatherwick attempts to come to the party for Lancashire. And North East drives his first ball. Oh, they think about a single, and they were almost caught ball watching in mid-wicket. Eventually there's a single because it was only half stopped at mid-on, but it was one of those where both batters came down, realised it might have been fielded, stopped, and then reconsidered and went on.
Yeah, that's the last thing that they want, is a run out.
North East is into double figures of 41 deliveries, 60 for 2. If listeners of either side want to get in contact with their thoughts on the winter and where teams might be looking to strengthen the squads. As Ul Hassan is forward to Blathwick, plays out into covers, no run. Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk. Lancashire listeners welcome to contribute as well.
Yes, quite often we get the big sweep in this area because of the vast amount of leaves that fall from the numerous trees.
As Ul Hassan turns one safely on the leg side and goes through for the single, 61 for 2. Oh, you're lucky to get the council sweep.
Yes, I was going to say, hopefully they're listening and, keep the service going.
You must be paying your council tax early or something. It's the time of year when rain catches people by surprise and we get a bit of flooding around Cardiff.
Yeah, especially this area, not too far from us, on Pontcanna Fields.
As Blathwick bowls, that's a nice shot from Sam North East. Bottle that one up, Glamorgan listeners and viewers. It's rocketed away through the covers for 4.
That was just the sound on the bat as well. You know that is a true cricket shot.
Very firmly struck, correctly struck. Textbook off drive takes North East up to 14. Total to 65 for 2. And the deficit down to 44.
Yeah, the first target will be getting the deficit down to 0.
Yes, it's
and then go from there.
It must be psychological for both sides, isn't it? Where you think, well, we've got ahead with X number of wickets still standing. If Lancashire could claim a couple more now before the deficit is cleared, then they will be huge favourites for this game. As Blathwick bowls, North East turns it off his legs down to Aspinwall at fine leg. Single taken. In the sunshine here at Sapphire Gardens, Glamorgan ticking along, starting to get into maybe second gear after being very firmly in first gear for the first 45 minutes or so of the morning. But well, the saying is whatever gets through the night, it's whatever gets through the morning for Glamorgan's batters at the moment. 7 off this Blathwick over. Ul Hassan faces up to the last ball and turns it on the leg side for 1. They'll think they will indeed come back for a second run as Hartley does the fielding. So 68 for 2. Ul Hassan has 25 off 99. North East has 15 off 43. And after two very tight opening spells from Bailey and Balderson, it's up to Lancashire's change bowlers for this innings. Blatherwick actually opened the bowling in the first innings, but the change in the bowlers in the second innings to try and back up the pressure.
Well, Glamorgan just have to dig in. We saw in their first innings, unfortunately, they'd lost a few wickets by then. That batting became easier, and definitely in the course of Lancashire's first innings, that was apparent.
Yeah, we're 31 overs in now, so the hardness of the ball should be starting to lessen to make life slightly more difficult for Lancashire's bowlers. But Glamorgan in this match haven't really recovered from being 103 for 6 before lunch on the first day, which obviously is a bit of a hole to be in.
Bit of indication for putting Glamorgan in. Aspinwall slightly short of the length that time. That's played into the offside. It's a short cover. Well, it's hauled back to keeper Hurst. Red Dragon fluttering in the breeze to the left of us. The pavilion. Aspinwall in full, and that's played firmly by North East to mid-on.
Which reminds me, I must check to see whether anyone's seen our BBC Radio Wales Red Dragon, which seems to have vanished from the box next door. Whether it's been moved by someone or appropriated by
the culprit?
A member of the BBC network staff who've been in here
for the 100.
For the 100 and for the One Day International.
Yeah,
I think it was still here after the 100.
Aspinwall in, good length delivery that's played square on the onside, and deep backward square ensures that it's only a single.
Nicholas Brill says, as an amateur umpire, we're discussing, volumes of appealing. I believe every appeal should be treated fairly and with a polite response. This helps build good rapport with the players. Winter well. Same to you, Mr. Brill.
In is Aspinwall.
Neil Thornycroft reckons that there's a reported shortage of conkers for the World Conker Championships. Well, if they come and poke around the National Sports Centre in Cardiff, they'll get dozens of them. Thank you to Nicholas Brill for your thoughts as well. Yes, well, being a neutral umpire is one thing.
In is Aspinwall, that's down, straying down leg side, taken by Hurst.
Being one of the tail end batters who has to umpire, or someone who's out and has to umpire later in the innings against, when your mates are batting, it's not a pleasant job. You either get slacked off by your teammates if you give them out, or shouted at by the opponents if you don't.
Aspinwall coming around to Zainul Hassan, bowls. It's full and it's driven well. Past the bowler, lovely shot, slightly over pitching, but Zainul Hassan executed that perfectly for 4. So
I've managed to see Glamorgan through the first hour without any loss of wickets. I claim absolutely no credit whatsoever. Scott Reed will come back in and try and earn a breakthrough or two for the Red Rose with his words of wisdom here on BBC Sport Online.
Thank you, Nick. Nick will be back prior to the lunch interval, which of course is at 12:30 in the month of September. And it will be Blatherwick to continue from the river end. 2 slips mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket cover backward point. There is someone at third man. Blatherwick in and bowls, and that's guided on the way. It's gone fine. It'll be a couple as it's thrown back to keeper Hurst by Aspinwall. So Glamorgan 75 for 2, trailing by 34, just trying to chalk the numbers off. That is the first target for the home side to get on, to get evens. Rotherwick in, right arm over, bowled, and Northeast fends to the offside. A very good morning, Scott.
Good morning. It's lovely outside.
Again.
Yeah, I've been for a wander. I went to the coffee van just at the entrance to the ground, to the right where we are. Because it's a terrific coffee van, that, very nice. And then had a little bit of a wander around the edge of the ground. Yeah, it's beautiful.
You've been spoilt in your 3 days down here in South Wales.
I have.
Don't get used to it.
I've been ruined. It's been beautiful. Couldn't have asked for a better end to the season, really.
Blatherwick starts his runner past the umpire. That's clipped away, but it'll only be a single as deep backward square comes around. And it brings Ul Hassan on strike, who's had a few nervy moments out there, shall we say. He's wafted at a few outside off stump, a man who obviously wants to score. But he's got away with a few, and it would do him no harm just to accumulate some runs, occupy the crease, stick around. Hasn't been the easiest season for him, despite playing all of the championship games. Coming around is Blatherwick to the left-hander, and he's right behind that in defence mode, and there's no run.
Well, I guess the crucial thing is he's still there. It has been hard work, hasn't it? He's survived 17 overs last night. It's been a tough first hour here. Lancashire have been challenging him and asking him questions, but he's kind of got through it, hasn't he? So far, an hour away from the lunch break, but yeah, he's stuck at it. It's been a really gritty, hard-fought knotless, hasn't it? And from his point of view, let's hope it gets a little easier and he can get some runs through the course of the day.
Blatherwick in, bowls, and that's pulled by Zainul Hassan, but there's a man sweeping deep on the leg side boundary, and it's a single. He's into the 30s off 104 balls, but that is irrelevant really to the greater picture. They don't need to score fast at all, they just need to stick around. And as we mentioned a little earlier in commentary, it will obviously become a little easier to bat. We've seen that in the first 2 days. Unfortunately, from a Glamorgan point of view, the damage was done on that first morning, where they were 6 down, 103 runs for 6, 143 for 7. Blatherwick in, bowls, and that's well, Northeast tried to play that round to the leg side. It has been called a no ball.
Well, as you say, if they hang around and they bat for the bulk of today, then they're going to be a decent way in front of Lancashire. Then we could be set for a good finish tomorrow. The forecast is much better tomorrow, so it could be a possibility of Lancashire having a little dart at a run chase maybe at some point tomorrow.
Well, the first things first is get those 30 runs down, which they trail by, and then just get to lunch. Blatherwick comes in from the River Taff end, and that's pulled and through mid-wicket for 4. It was too short, and when it's Sam Northeast at the other end, you're not going to get away with that. 4 for Glamorgan's captain, and he's into the 20s. Glamorgan are 83 for 2.
It's a costly no ball, that, wasn't it, the previous delivery, because he's had to bowl again, and unfortunately for Jack Blatherwick, he's just dropped short, didn't he? He was onto that in an absolute flash. That was a nice one to get, wasn't it, to try and pull for 4. Takes it into 26 now, the deficit between these two sides. So it's been a bit of a gritty first half, hasn't it? The runs have not been free-flowing, but I said before when I was on with Nick, it was a similar approach by Lancashire yesterday. It was the morning session, certainly the first hour and a half or so, something like that. It was pretty hard going.
It was.
Runs were not easy to come by, and then it got easier through the course of the afternoon, and they managed to put themselves into a decent position. As Aspinwall's in, forward goes Hassan and defence. There's no run, so we could be bubbling up to a good game of cricket here. I think it's been a pretty good tussle already between these two sides. There's not much on it, obviously, in terms of league positions. Lancashire could potentially finish as high as third, but that's probably unlikely to happen with what's happening at Kent and Derbyshire. But in terms of it finishing well and players trying to put together some performances. Driven to mid-off for no run. It's been good 2 days of cricket leading into this third day. Could bubble up to be a nice finish tomorrow, potentially. We shall see. 83 for 2. I guess this is the next challenge for Lancashire, and potentially what North East and Ul Hassan will be hoping for is that the change bowlers, Bailey and Balderson, you know what you're going to get from that. There's not really going to be much there to work with as a batter, and they're going to bowl tightly and they'll pose you a threat. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's 4 driven away through extra cover. A shot of increasing confidence from Zain Ul Hassan. But I guess when Lancashire go to their 2 change bowlers, there's possibility that runs might be a little easier to come by. And he's put that one away beautifully.
Yes, just over pitching and had enough width for Zain Ul Hassan to take advantage.
Yeah, takes him to 34. That felt good. Crunched away through the covers. 87 for 2. Spinwall balls again. Turned away to the onside. George Bell there to field at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Rubbing furiously to try and get some swing on the ball.
Again, balls full, driven. Josh Bahannon's at mid-off to field. There's no addition to the score. No breakthroughs for Lancashire in this first hour and 10 minutes. Instead, Zain Ul Hassan has pushed his score to 34. Sam North East, who started on 0, is 21. Not out. Tom Aspinwall bustles it again. And worked off his hip down towards the fine leg boundary for a single. Keeps the strike as well. It's the end of the over. So 21 is the deficit between these two sides. 88 for 2, 34 overs gone. Live here from Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. Final game of the County Championship season across the live stream provided by Glamorgan Cricket and on the BBC Sport website and app.
Slowly but surely they're getting that deficit down. They resumed this morning on 41 for 2, trailing by 68. So it's a timely partnership of over 50 runs. Blatherwick continues from the river end, and that's played defensively into the offside, and it's a dot ball.
Yeah, they've done well, haven't they, that 50 partnership? I mean, I wouldn't say it's been too free-flowing, but
no.
It's been a properly determined partnership to try and get something going here for Glamorgan. It was an aspect of their first innings, really, the lack of kind of any meaningful partnerships in the top order. A couple of 20s, late 20 partnerships, but nothing big in that kind of top 4 or 5.
Blatherwick is in round the wicket to Zain Ul Hassan, who's forward, and that's another glorious shot through the covers for 4. And he's starting to look promising here, Zain Ul Hassan, and if anything's over pitched and wide, he's on it in a flash.
Yeah, it's a no ball as well. Just overstepping there, Jack Blatherwick. So
had a problem. He had one in the last over as well, which was then Sam North East proceeded to pull through mid wicket for 4.
Yes, it was due to be the final ball of that over, wasn't it? So he had to bowl another one, Blatherwick, and
Just dragged it down short.
did.
So trying to make amends is Blatherwick, who bowls and fires a quicker one that time, but equally adept is Zainul Hassan, and defends into the offside. There's no run.
She'll be able to help me with this one, I reckon. So this morning at breakfast, I went down in the hotel and greeted by, clearly it was a sports team. I don't know. I'm assuming rugby because they were massive.
Right.
So is there a rugby game in Cardiff?
There
tonight?
is. Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow, right.
Cardiff, as Blatherwick comes in around the wicket, and again, same result. It's played into the offside towards point for no run. Cardiff entertained the Lions from South Africa, so it could have been the Lions.
Could have been that would be Lions. If they're sponsored by a certain airline, then it's definitely them.
Yeah, I think they are.
If it's the same airline that sponsors Old Trafford, then
Oh yes, it is.
the Lions.
Yeah,
Right.
it was the Lions of South Africa, Johannesburg-based Lions.
Oof, they're big boys.
They are in town. Blatherwick in and bowls. You can listen on S4C tomorrow night.
Very good.
Just
Well,
a-
I might do.
just a plug for our production tomorrow night.
Well, the chef in the kitchen at breakfast was overrun with
I'm sure he
eggs.
was.
Oh my goodness!
I'm sure he was.
The amount of eggs being fried,
Well, you know,
poached and scrambled.
seeing 20 odd Afrikaners coming,
There was a guy.
there were many vegetarians
No,
there.
there's not. He must have had 6 eggs on his plate. There's a mountain of eggs.
In comes Blatherwick, and that is left outside off stump. Yeah, that would have been a carnival's paradise, probably, wouldn't it?
Take some feeding those boys. Goodness me.
Yeah.
So I didn't bother with eggs because I thought, well, I don't want to take them away from these lads. These lads need it more than me.
Yeah, the game is tomorrow.
Right.
It's late on 7:45 tomorrow night at Cardiff Arms Park. Not too far from us here at Sophia Gardens. Hopefully there'll be a good crowd. First game of the season. Blatherwick in, bowls, and Zainul Hassan gets everything behind that. So he made up after the no ball and giving away 4 to Zainul Hassan, did Jack Blatherwick. As Glamorgan are 94 for 2, trailing now by just 15 runs.
Yeah, he came back well there, didn't he?
He did, fair play. He was a bit of pressure after that no ball.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Jack Blatherwick. I like watching him play cricket for Lancashire. He's completely kind of committed, wholehearted cricketer. Doesn't shirk anything. Always there, and he's outstanding.
There's a change of
Batting.
throwing at the Cathedral end. Coming on to bowl for Lancashire is Tom Hartley.
And he always runs in hard, just Jack Blatherwick, and gives everything he's got. Good comeback that after a disappointing first ball. We're going to see some spin for the first time today. Some left arm spin of Tom Hartley. Change up.
Yeah, well, we did see Mason Crane's impact yesterday before Michael Jones sort of took it to him. But he did get some purchase after lunch. Took a couple of wickets.
Yeah, the ball was spinning, wasn't it, for Mason Crane yesterday? Bowled well, and then Michael Jones decided to take the attack to him. It's quite a good little passage of play yesterday afternoon. Probably in the end won by Jones. But here we go, some left arm spin, 7 northeast. And strike us off the back foot. And driven away.
That was the loose night. Probably for Sam North, probably angry that he didn't dispatch that away.
Yes, he hit it straight to Blatherwick, didn't he? He was at short cover. Forward this time and pushing it back to Hartley. He's got his sunglasses on, Tom Hartley. Scoops forward and picks the ball up. There's a slip and there's a short leg in place. So I reckon that's Luke Wells at slip, and it's definitely George Bell at forward short leg. A bit flatter this time, clipped away to the onside where Tom Aspinwall fields. There's no run. Hartley's got boundary riders deep backward square, deep point towards the rope. 94 for 2. Hartley bowls, hopping back his northeast, tapping the ball away into the offside. No addition to the score. 94 for 2. Right, the Lions are at breakfast this morning then, right, okay. Extra order for eggs tomorrow, I can assure you. Hartley balls again, forward.
You'll have to get in there first, I suspect. It'll be worse tomorrow because it's game day.
Oh, of course. Today, which is a light snack, I presume.
Yeah. Yeah, they're probably sticking around. They usually play a few before they return to South Africa.
Right. Short leg is a silly point. North East goes back, trying to find a way through the offside. Excellent from Blatherwick. Scampering away to his left. Good work from the Lancashire bowler. End of Hartley's first over, 94 for 2. Well, Hassan has 39, North East has 21. So I just thought that maybe the game was tonight. I thought if the game was tonight, I might go and watch it. But
no, it's tomorrow.
Right.
7:45, and then they're away in Italy. Then they play the 2 Italian sides, and then they go back to South Africa.
Very good.
The Lions of Joburg play their rugby at the famous Ellis Park ground in the city. Went there a few years ago. Not for the faint-hearted, that area, I can tell you. In comes Blatherwick, driven firmly. You wouldn't want to get lost round there, let's put it like that.
Right, okay. So the boys won't be out in Cardiff tonight if it's game day tomorrow.
No, they'll be well behaved, I'm sure.
It'll be a Saturday night out instead, will it?
Yes. Oh yeah, they'll make the most of tomorrow night. Especially if they win, and they have won in the past at Cardiff Arms Park. Coming around the wicket is Blatherwick to Zainul Hassan. There could have been a run on offer, and yes there is. They thought about it and agreed, yes, we'll go for the single. Zainul Hassan moves into the 40s. So it's been methodical from Zainul Hassan. However, he has he's looked far more confident in the recent overs.
Well, he's had a couple of 50s this season, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, yeah. Just hasn't kicked on, and it's been slightly inconsistent. I'm sure he would agree with that. Coming over the wicket to right-handed Sam Northeast is Blatherwick, and that's well, he tried to play that one into the leg side, squared him up and ricocheted into the offside. There's no run. Northeast is 21. Morgan trailed by 14, so just trying to wipe out the lead that Lancashire have on the first innings. Blatherwick, who has 1 wicket to his name. There's an appeal, and he's been given, and that is a big blow. Lancashire strike through Blatherwick. LBW and Sam Northeast final innings for Glamorgan has come to an end. He trudges off. It's been a superb contribution over the past few seasons, and everybody rise to their feet, round Sapphire Gardens, and realise how much of an influence and impact Sam Northeast has had on this county. He will depart and he will return to his country of origin, Kent. He raises his bat aloft, and he really has been a superb acquisition, led by example, but his time here has come to an end. Out LBW, bowled Blatherwick for 21.
Well, it's a fantastic way to sign off for the season, isn't it? To lead the team as captain to clinch a promotion. I'm sure he'd have liked a few more runs in this final innings, but he got a fantastic reception there, didn't he? Heading back towards the pavilion, and clearly very richly deserved as well. Fabulous season for Sam North East and a fabulous season for Glamorgan, so a lovely way for him to sign off as captain here at the club.
Yeah, many sad to see him go. It'll be a big hole to fill, that is for sure. So the current captain trudges off, possibly the next captain in red ball cricket comes on to the field. That is Kieran Carlson. It's all conjecture at this point, of course, but he's the likely candidate to fill those shoes. And he needs to stick around because Glamorgan are still 14 in arrears. North East just steadied the ship, but it was a good ball, perhaps stayed a fraction low on him, and the dreaded finger went up. 95 for 3. Blatherwick then 2 for 37. Scored century, of course, in this corresponding fixture at Old Trafford earlier in the summer, as well as North East, as Glamorgan piled on the runs.
Yeah, it's a cracking win that for Glamorgan. Not many teams, or not many teams at all, whether it's Lancashire or the opponents, win at Old Trafford. It's a pretty tough place to win a 4-day game, so it was a belting win that, but pretty much ended Lancashire's hopes.
So with their tails up, Lancashire targeting another wicket through Blatherwick, who comes in over the wicket. Oh, that's right up in the block hole, and Carlson has to dig that one out. Good first ball to Carlson.
Wasn't it? Yeah, for the Yorker first up. Do Blatherwick a world of good, that. Just been the odd ball that's not quite gone right for him. The odd no ball in this opening spell as well, but power of good, I'm sure, to get rid of the Glamorgan skipper.
Last ball of the over, Blatherwick into Carlson, and that is cut. Might be 2 runs. They'll think about it, that they think otherwise, as it's hauled back in. End of a wicket taking over. And it was probably a wicket that Lancashire needed, despite Glamorgan not really scoring at a rate this morning, but they were starting to get going.
Yeah.
Just putting the brakes on there, and it'll be Hartley with his spin to continue from the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, resumed on 41, didn't they, this morning?
Yeah.
96 for 3, so yeah, not scored massively quickly, but probably just as much about getting through this morning session with not too much damage done. Hopefully the afternoon might yield a few more runs for them, but they're still behind at the minute. Hartley's left arm spin, forward goes Kieran Carlson, push back to Hartley. So 96 for 3. Into his second over of the day. Hopping back there, Carlson just finds a way through the offside, steering it through cover for a single. Jones coming up from the boundary to field. Carlson moves on to 2. Zain Hassan will face Tom Hartley for the first time this morning, taking guard from umpire Peter Hartley. He's got George Bell just behind him, but forward short leg. Wells at slip. There's a short fine leg. It's a deep backward square leg. Backward point, mid wicket, cover, mid off for the mid on. Lunging forward, the ball wraps him on the pad and deflects back down the pitch. There's no run. They've prized 1 wicket out so far this morning of Lancashire. Just over half an hour left to go before lunch. Hartley balls. Hopping back is Hassan, working the ball square. jogs through for a single, moves on to 41. The score moves to 98 for 3. Deficit down to 11. Carlson waits for Hartley. This time his left arm around the wicket. Oh, he's inside edge of that. Gone back. Carlson, maybe a little extra bounce there from Hartley. Certainly caught the inner half of the bat. Bouncing past the batter, picked up by short leg. Final ball of the over. A couple coming off it so far. Hartley into Carlson. Leans into it and defends. Deflects it back down the pitch. End of the over. Tidy stuff from Tom Hartley. Glamorgan 98 for 3, trailing by 11 runs. Two batters trying to start again. It was a good partnership between Ul Hassan and Northeast. 58 partnerships in the Glamorgan first innings. Certainly at the top were quite few and far between. The best partnership of the first innings was Tim van der Hoogten and Mason Crane's 82, and without that in the afternoon on day one, then Glamorgan would have been in real bother.
Yes, indeed. They trailed by 11. Carlson, who's just come in, was out for 34 in the first innings. He's now past 1,000 for this season. Blatherwick to persevere and to target another wicket. Zainul Hassan strikes that firmly, only to cover, and that's launched Washurst. Wasn't expecting such a firm throw, I don't think.
Yes, I think it was Bell, wasn't it?
That wrapped the gloves. So Blatherwick with figures of 2 for 38 to his name in the 10th, his 10th over. Coming around to Zainul Hassan, and Ul Hassan happy to leave that outside off stump. Yeah, Kieran Carlson's probably been far more consistent in this form this season than in T20 cricket. He had a lot of starts. That's the nature of T20, of course. You've got to chance your arm in that form. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in terms of captaincy issues next year. Blatherwick in, and that's struck firmly, and that's a misfield, and it'll go for 4. Sure if it was through the legs of who was fielding?
Jones,
Michael Jones, yeah.
It's hit firmly, wasn't it?
It was hit firmly.
I think it bounced just in front of him too. So
sometimes they just ricochet off the wickets that aren't used, and that might have been the case there. Ul Hassan moves to 45, and it's century up for Glamorgan, which means they trail by 7. Half an hour to go before lunch here at Sophia Gardens. Coming around is Blatherwick, bowling, and that's just fended into the offside. Michael Jones comes into field. It's a dot ball. Zainul Hassan just prodding and doing some gardening before taking his guard once more. Mid-off, mid-on. One slip in for Zainul Hassan. Point, cover, mid-wicket. Deep backward square. That's forward, and this time it is fielded by Michael Jones. And there's man at deep backward square. Wheeling round is Blatherwick. Coming around past the umpire, bowls to Zainul Hassan, who plays that into the onside, and there's no run. Just the 4 runs that misfield coming off the bowling of Jack Blatherwick, who's taken the 1 wicket this morning. Glamorgan, just to recap if you're just joining us on BBC Sport Online, resumed this morning on 41 for 2. They trailed by 68. The 1 wicket to fall was that of Sam Northeast in his final ever innings for Glamorgan before he joins his county of origin Kent next season. Out LBW for 21, but a rapturous applause by the Glamorgan faithful here, and I'm sure it was a moment he will savour.
As Hartley is in to bowl to Carlson, who's beaten by that one.
Despite the fact that he would have liked a few more, I'm sure.
Indeed, yes. Virtually everyone in the pavilion rose to Sam Northeast as he made his way off the field. Hartley in, bowls. Carlson is forward defending. Must have been mixed emotions for him, wanting to acknowledge that ovation and also really disappointed not to have lasted through the session.
Yeah, it was a good ball, just kept slightly fraction low on him.
As Hartley is in and bowls and Carlson is forward defending. His parents, as ever, in attendance. Kieran Carlson over in the sunshine on the far side. Silly Point in attendance now as Bell crouches in front of Carlson, right in his eye line, and Hartley bowls and Carlson stretches forward, gets it off the thick outer part of the bat, squirts to point, and there is no run. Glamorgan still 7 runs behind. So although Ul Hassan has got going somewhat, there's still a lot of pressure on Glamorgan. Reverse sweep from Carlson comes out and he misses.
Probably not the shot to play at this present time.
Well, traditionalists tutting, but part of the modern cricketer's armoury or arsenal in all forms. As Carlson stretches forward, that one seemed to spit a little bit, and he just...
I'm all for the shot in the armoury, just at this present time with the state of the match for Glamorgan.
Well, a couple of reverse sweeps and could be into the lead, but not on that occasion. They're still 7 behind at the end of the over, 102 for 3.
Still trailing by 7 with 25 minutes to go before lunch.
Tom Aspinwall.
Tom Aspinwall switches ends then. He started at the Cathedral Road end. He'll now be bowling from the River Taff end. It's been tight. Good line. 0 for 14. As Zain Ul Hassan takes guard. Coming around to the left-hander is Aspinwall, and Zain Ul Hassan gets right behind it. And there's no run. The one slip in for Aspinwall. Coming in around the wickets. Oh, and that stayed low, and for a moment there I thought I'd heard some kind of noise, but I think it might have been that on thigh pad.
Yes, the Lancashire infield have heard some sort of noise pretty frequently this morning.
But that stayed low on Zain Ul Hassan from Aspinwall, who starts his run-up, bowls, and that's left that time, outside off stump by Zain Ul Hassan. It's been tough at times for Zain Ul Hassan, not the free-flowing knock, but it won't bother him in the slightest if he can stick around. Aspinall, oh, that's right up in the block hole. There's a big shout and not given.
Well, he's almost falling over himself there. It was a fine delivery from Aspinwall. Right up in the block hole. Was there a hint of a bottom edge in there? The replay shows that.
Gosh.
Well, that might.
It might have been doing too much.
Yeah, it could have been that, or it could have hit slightly outside off stump, which sounds contradictory, but it was really curving in that one. And
I don't think there was any back there.
Yeah.
Very good shout from Aspinwall, and not timed that by Zainul Hassan, and it's fielded at cover. Takes a few paces, does Zainul Hassan. You realise the importance of this innings for him personally and the wider picture, and that's down leg side, and that is the end of the over. That is my stint done for the time being prior to lunch, as Scott will join Nick on commentary duties.
Thank you very much indeed, Kenneth. Nice to have a little stroll around the ground during my half hour off to inspect the leaves from close quarters, and to almost inevitably get drawn into a discussion on the state of Welsh rugby with a supporter on the far bank. These things happen. 202 for 3, and most people agree that the situation is not entirely desirable, but what to do about it? Answers on a postcard. Carlson on strike, Hartley bowls, short flat, Carlson pulls it round, but will just get the single down to backward square. Yes, quite an emotional tribute from Dr. Hignell of the public address to Sam North East as he came off.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? It was lovely.
Kind words. 103 for 3, the deficit is 6. Hartley into bowl, and Ul Hassan pushes it away down to short fine leg. 45 not out for the Glamorgan opener. Hartley bowls, Ul Hassan forward watchfully. No run. So can Glamorgan get to lunch without further damage? Can Lancashire make further inroads? Ul Hassan on the back foot punches it back but towards the bowler, and there is no run. So still a short leg in there as Hartley bowls. And Ul Hassan has been caught reverse sweeping at point. Extraordinary after that long vigil. It's 103 for 4, and Tom Hartley has the breakthrough.
It's Keaton Jennings with the catch. Good low catch, wasn't it, by Jennings? He's well, with the reverse sweep from Ul Hassan. Jennings going away to his left-hand side. He's battled hard, hasn't he? Zain Ul Hassan through last night and through an hour and 20 minutes or so this morning. Out for 45. Hard fought. It's hard fought 45, which I like it to see.
137 deliveries faced. And, well, like North East, he'll get some applause for his efforts, but he trudges off looking as though the world is upon his shoulders, just when he'd looked to have done all the hard work. We
The batter for Glamorgan is Colin Ingram.
Kieran Carlson trying the reverse sweep early on. That's more in his nature, you would have thought. Zainul Hassan rather less so. I think the first time that he'd played that shot. And he's gone, and Lancashire once more assume their position of dominance in this match.
Yes, a couple of wickets now this morning for Lancashire. But bringing out a fine player to try and dismiss here. Leading run scorer for Glamorgan this season. Colin Ingram with a 20-minute spell or so before the break is due.
Yeah, I think Lancashire would probably just about have settled for 2 wickets in the first session.
So, yeah.
And so they've achieved that after lengthy resistance from North East and Ul Hassan, but they have, as their fielders claimed, been able to go bang bang, a phrase which was heard on my circuit of the ground.
Was it? Right.
There's always a desire to go bang bang
There
on
is,
fielding
yes.
sides.
Definitely. What are we waiting for here?
Another helmet, maybe? There's no sign of it.
Well, it's quite a long way to fetch a helmet from them, isn't it?
They usually have a 12th as lurking somewhere between the boundary and the pavilion steps, but not on this occasion, it seems. Get on with it. 103 for 4. Colin Ingram won't be too worried. Fairly placid character who has seen it all. Not very often he gets cross, at least on the field anyway. I've no idea about his personal life, but he always comes over as fairly laid back in interviews, although with intensity when it's needed. And this is taking the mick, to be honest. They need to either
Just crack on.
produce the helmet or bowl the next ball.
Final ball of the over as well, isn't it?
I know they're +5 on the over rate, but this is straying towards unacceptable. I did have a query while we wait about some of the Lancashire players, said a Glamorgan supporter, appear to have brown caps on rather than blue. Is there any truth to this?
I think just some of a bit older, aren't they, and faded.
Well, I suggested that might be the case.
I should really find the proper answer to this question, because everyone keeps asking me this question.
Here comes the helmet.
Ah, happy days. Oh.
But they bowl the ball anyway as Colin Ingram takes a single out to deep mid-wicket. I was watching, as was the camera, the Lancashire player, Agit Singh, coming out with the helmet, and then they decided the weight was unacceptable, and then Ingram is off the mark with a single. 104 for 4. 5 behind.
So we waited a while then and just decided to crack on with it in the end. About 15 minutes remaining. Colin Ingram taking guard. It will be Tom Aspinwall to continue. Here he comes. Left alone by Ingram, taken by Hurst. Again, and balls left again by Ingram. By Matthew Hurst. You've got one slip fielder to his left hand side, and then got themselves a third man and a fine leg. And 3 on the offside, 3 on the onside. So point cover mid-off. Square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Driven nicely away by Ingram. Times that well enough for 4. It races away through the offside, just a fraction in front of square. Michael Jones going hurtling after it. But 4 for Ingram. And his first boundary punched away through the offside.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Ingram goes about this task, as Glamorgan move within 1 of making Lancashire bat again. Whether he does look to play his shots.
1 behind now. Playing a missing at that.
That's the answer. He is looking to play shots. And Ingram is capable of batting very slowly for very long periods of time. If necessary, he might take the view that on this particular pitch, the best way to go about it is to try and take every scoring opportunity.
Drives again, bouncing out towards Bell. And, cover, and there's no run. For 4, so 1 ball left of the over. He had a spell from the Cathedral Road end. He's now into the attack. Tom Aspinall from the River end. Oh, that's a good looking shot. Goodness me. 4. Second boundary of the over. And that was the pick of the bunch from Colin Ingram. Standing shot through extra cover. Let's watch this back on the replay. 8 from the over. And look at this. Bang. Right through the offside. Through Bell at cover. And clatters over the rope for 4. He moves on to 9. And that pushes Glamorgan into the lead. Leading by 3 runs at 112 for 4.
Into lead at 12.19. There we are. It's a stylish way to get into the lead.
Yep.
And Tom Hartley will continue to try and put pressure on the Glamorgan batters here. As that one's worked away on the offside by Carlson. No run. Glamorgan effectively 3 for 4 then. Albeit one of those 4 is the scheduled number 10 batter, James Harris, his night watchman, rather than top order guy. Oh, that's capped low, and Carlson did really well to dig it out on the back foot, chopping down on it slightly late. So Root, Cook and Van der Hoogten to come, plus Crane, who's had a few recently, as Carlson stretches forward and defends, and Leonard at the tail. We've had James Harris, of course. He came and went last night. Hartley bowls, Carlson stretches forward and defends, and there is no run. So Glamorgan have to bat out the day, you would have thought, to give themselves any sort of chance in this game. As Carlson on the back foot defends to gully, no run. And if they did so, they might be a couple of hundred ahead. And with the possibility of weather interruptions, it's more possibility than a probability now. Hartley bowls, Carlson forces it into the offside, and they'll eventually go through for a single after some doubt as to whether it had been fielded cleanly or
A reminder that lunch is being taken today at 12:30, and during the lunch interval you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch. Once again, if you are venturing into the middle, we kindly ask you not to take any food or drink with you. Many thanks. Diolch yn.
Well, if you say if they bat through the majority of these 70 overs that are remaining in the day, then it'll be a decent position tomorrow. It'll be 200 or so in front, and we could be in for a decent final day with an awkward run chase potentially in a pitch that's been offering enough for the bowlers. We saw Mason Crane get some spin yesterday, so expect that to be even more of a factor on the fourth day. Tom Aspinwall starts a fresh over. Carlson playing and missing. Through to Hurst. It's a long way down the line. That's a lot of batting to do today for Glamorgan.
Yeah, it's easier said than done, isn't it? Survival on this pitch, 6 wickets over 70 overs.
Just a bit. 13 for 4. Aspinwall balls left by Carlson.
They're off for bad light, taking an early lunch in the match between Yorkshire and Durham at Headingley, where Yorkshire are 365 for 7, 19 ahead of Durham.
What's happening at Southampton? Comes back in towards Carlson. Pushes it away to the offside for no run.
Surrey are all out 281 in their second innings. Hampshire need 181 to win and keep themselves in the top flight.
Yep, that will do it. Victory for Hampshire would seal the deal. Aspinwall in bowls and go back into Carlson, who punches it down the ground.
It's the only county headquarters, Southampton, that I haven't commentated on a match at. So it'd be nice to complete the set if Hampshire stay up, if selected for next season.
What if you're selected for next season?
If I'm selected for next season.
Oh, that's a shoe-in. There's Aspinwall in, balls to Carlson. Played out towards the leg side. Fielded by Jones. Carlson moves to 5, 114 for 4.
Have we given the result at Worcester?
No.
Sussex beat Worcestershire by 3 wickets, 63 for 7.
There's been some spicy pitches at New Road this season.
63 for 7 in 15.2 overs.
Sounds like fun.
4 wickets for Tom Taylor. And looks like Ollie Robinson hit a 4 first ball to win it.
Ingram's back on strike. Here's Aspinwall in balls. He cuts that away down to third man. By the Wickfield, single for Colin Ingram. Takes him into double figures. He moves to 10. 115 for 4.
So Worcestershire were 227 behind on first innings, made a game of it in the end.
Effort. End of the over here with 5 minutes remaining until the lunch break. Time for certainly one more from Tom Hartley.
Tom Taylor with 4 wickets. Sussex reached 21 without loss, and then were 59 for 7. But only needed one scoring shot to get them over the line there. So some interesting stuff happening in the First Division. Hampshire Surrey, I'm sure, will be the focus of a lot of attention as Hartley starts that over, and Ingram knocks it away on the leg side. No run. Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire. Well, Nottinghamshire might make it irrelevant what Surrey do, as Ingram sweeps meatilly down towards square leg for a single. Because at Trent Bridge, Warwickshire 76 for 4 in their second innings, and that's still 40 behind table topping Nottinghamshire, who of course have already clinched that title. So Surrey only playing for pride really, and that's punched into the offside by Carlson. Out to deep cover. Nottinghamshire county champions. It's only the relegation issue that matters. I'm sure Nottinghamshire would look to finish with a win anyway. Always feels good. Glamorgan having secured promotion. Well, they're struggling to salvage something from this match as things stand. It is a long fight ahead of them today. Lancashire with those couple of wickets in relatively quick succession. As Hartley bowls and Ingram is forward defending, with North East leg before to Blatherwick for 21 of 59 deliveries, a couple of fours, and then Ul Hassan, having gritted it out, caught reverse sweeping. As forward comes Ingram and defends, and now the reverse sweep is a legitimate form of accumulating in all forms of cricket, but it did seem like the first sign of frivolity from him. Sure wasn't intended that way. As Ingram knocks one to short leg, there's no run. 117 for 412, 27, one further over from Tom Aspinwall, we presume, before lunch.
Yes, looks that way, unless Lancashire have got something else up their sleeve. They could go here, yeah, just looking at Tom Bailey. Could be some off spin.
To bowl at the river end, Tom Bailey.
Right.
Yeah, I think it might be a bit of off spin from Bailey.
Is that the way he walked over there, or the fact the keeper was standing up?
I just didn't fancy Bailey to bowl one over of just kind of seam up before lunch.
How often do we see Bailey off spin?
Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah,
okay.
It's become more frequent this season. In fact, at times this season he's bowled off spin mid over and seam up as well. Carlson's on strike. And if the back foot looked away towards the onside, there's no run.
And of course, it's not one he has to tell the umpire about, because it's the same action, same side of the wicket.
Over of Bailey's off spin to take us to the lunch break. Slipping a short leg in place. And the ball's cut away towards deep backward point for a single. Got a wicket with his off spin last week against Middlesex. Not for the first time. He's had a few. Not sure how many of his 400 first class wickets have come off spin, but I might be pushing towards double figures now. Colin Ingram's on strike. In comes Bailey, bowls forward, goes Ingram, defends.
Yeah, it's something I always mean to keep a track of with Ben Callaway. How many wickets are achieved with the left arm, but I always forget.
Bailey in. Defended towards the offside for no run. 2 to go.
Just hoping that it's acknowledged in Playfair next year, because it isn't this season. It should be OB/SLA.
Just dropped into the onside by Ingram. It's the final ball of the morning. Bailey from around the wicket. Bowling bounces a little extra. Ingram gets on top of it and works it away into the offside. And there's no run. That completes the morning session. A couple of wickets for Lancashire this morning. Deficit has been wiped out by Glamorgan. They're now in front by 9. But with 6 wickets remaining in their second innings, but 2 in-form batsmen together. They'll be rejoining after lunch. Ingram on 11, Carlson on 7, 118 for 4. Lunch on the third day. Glamorgan lead by 9. We'll take a break. Catch you in about 40 minutes.
I've got some latest scores and a result from the games taking place elsewhere. First of all, a result from Worcester, where Sussex have beaten Worcestershire by 3 wickets. Sussex reaching their target of 63 for the loss of 7 wickets. At the Utilita Bowl, Hampshire will require 181 runs to beat Surrey. Surrey dismissed earlier today for 281. At Northampton, Leicestershire, their second innings at 207 for 5. Still leading Northamptonshire by 447 runs. There's been a delay because of the weather at Headingley, with Yorkshire on 365 for 7, leading Durham by 19 runs. At Chelmsford, Essex are 383 for 6 in their first innings, still trailing Somerset by 50 runs. At Lords, Gloucestershire in their first innings at 217 for 6, facing a deficit of 417 against Middlesex. At Trent Bridge, Warwickshire are 77 for 4, trailing champions Nottinghamshire by 38 runs, and at the Spitfire St Lawrence, Kent 215 for 5, still 483 runs adrift of Derbyshire. A reminder that the Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2 and will be open until the close of play this evening. As always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. If you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan yearbook. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget, there's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can be obtained from the mobile unit beneath the Castell Harold stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can be obtained from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. Once again, we're delighted to welcome students and staff from Woodland School who are going to be giving us a demonstration of their quick cricketing skills with Bracken Tudor and the other community coaches in the area in front of the Cathedral Road stand. We hope that all of you from Woodlands are enjoying your day here at the home of Welsh cricket. Now, the Museum of Welsh Cricket is open again today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery. These facilities have recently had a refurbishment, thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. There are many new panels and bilingual displays for you to enjoy looking at, as well as a series of films. And the memory match being shown today, as well as at tea and during any unforeseen delays in play, is the match between Glamorgan and the 1993 Australians at Neath. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which together with a range of other items and souvenirs are on sale to raise funds for the running of this facility. And amongst those items on sale are the latest research monographs undertaken by the museum volunteers, with one by David Battersby looking at Glamorgan's tour of the West Indies and Bermuda in 1970. And the museum will be open until the end of the tea interval, which will be at approximately 3:30 this afternoon. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting the strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Joachim Barrier.
Hello. Thank you. Glamorgan 118 for 4 at lunch, a lead of just 9 runs as they battle to get back in this match. Gritty stuff. They started slowly. Captain Sam Northeast in his final innings before returning to Kent was out for 21 and had a standing ovation. Then Zainul Hassan, who just started to open up after a strokeless start, fell for 45. Glamorgan already promoted, but Lancashire favourites for this match as things stand. Play resumes in around 5 minutes' time with Glamorgan on 118 for 4, leading by just 9 runs.
Once again, thanks to the staff and students from Woodland School for forming this afternoon's Guard of Honour. We hope you've had a good time here at the home of Glamorgan Cricket, and we look forward to seeing you again next year in 2026. Glamorgan innings after lunch, Colin Ingram and Kieran Carlson.
To resume the BBC commentary after lunch, having feasted on ham, peas and boiled potatoes, Scott Reed and Nick Webb.
I didn't bother with the boiled potatoes.
No?
And to resume the
No,
bowling
no,
line,
nice.
No, I like a boiled potato, but I just thought I'll just settle for
Tom Hartley.
Yeah, your body is a temple, is
well,
it?
the peas and the carrots, yeah, with a nice thick piece of ham. Yeah. I managed to avoid the full breakfast every morning so far as well.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's discipline.
Yeah. Well, I was saying to Ken before that this morning I got down to breakfast and these rugby lads are in there. The Lions team are in there, and
They
were
nicked all the.
they were hoovering up.
Nicked all the meat, did they?
There was one fella. Sorry, I don't know. Didn't know who he was, but he had his plate, and there must have been 6 eggs on there, just a mountain of eggs.
Yeah.
So I gave the full breakfast a swerve again. Those lads needed it more than me.
Yeah, they're playing Cardiff tomorrow night. Coverage on S4C with Kenneth Davis at the microphone in Cymraeg. Here's Hartley to bowl the first ball of the afternoon session to Kieran Carlson, who defends it short to Silly Point, no run. It's difficult avoiding temptation on hotel breakfasts.
Managed so far.
Oh, well done. Carlson turns one away on the leg side for a single, 119 for 4.
But I was down in Southampton over the weekend for the Women's One Day Cup final, and I had back-to-back full English breakfast. I know. So I thought I can't do it again this week. I need to be better behaved.
Yes. I try and keep the meat under some sort of limit at breakfast. Have either sausage or bacon. As Colin Ingram is on strike on 11 not out, 119 for 4 Glamorgan. Hit on the pads. He looks to turn on the leg side. Trouble is that some hotels are quite happy to eat veggie sausages to cut down the meat intake, but a lot of hotels ask them to be cooked, especially they're by request only.
Right.
I find anyway. Hartley bowls and Ingram is forward, and really when you sort of got your work head on in the morning, you can't be bothered to wait 20 minutes for them to find a veggie sausage and barbecue it. 119 for 4. As Ingram back on his stumps, turns it back past short leg, and there is a quick single to be had, and Carlson spots it immediately, and they go through. 120 for 4. The not very glamorous life of the visiting county cricket commentator. As Hartley bowls and Carlson is forward, defending to Silly Point, which quite often in my case, if we get you get a nice breakfast and you get a hot meal at lunch, and you don't want to go big in the evening again, do you? So it is the supermarket meal deal that features heavily in my. There we are. I don't spend the BBC millions, the licence payers among you will be delighted to hear it's only a £5 a night.
You're a cheap date, are you?
I'm a cheap date, yeah.
Well, I had a little mooching towards the centre last night. Well, I wasn't quite in the heart of the centre last night. I was on the periphery, but
not tripping the light fantastic.
No. Found a nice pub though, and a couple of pints of Welsh pale ale. That's quite nice. There's Balderson from the river end around the wicket and defended by Ingram. And there's no run. Under 4% as well, the pale ale, which is quite good. I like that. But that went down pretty nicely, did that?
Oh, good. Glad to hear you're enjoying yourself and investing in the local hospitality industry.
Absolutely, yeah. It seemed like I was a bit concerned about what kind of place to go to. Not because I thought anything dodgy would happen. Balderson's in. But Ingram nudges the ball away to square leg for a single. Just because it was you or Ken that was saying it's fresh as week, so I think they're getting involved in all that.
Yeah.
So I wanted to
lively students on the loose.
Yeah, exactly.
On the loose for the first time away from mum and dad.
Indeed. Nice to
Well,
find
we've got a sum in our bank balance. Let's spend it all in the first week.
Yes. Sounds familiar, bringing back memories. 121 for 4. Carlson's on strike. Balderson to Carlson. That's defended to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So the place I went to, the Pen and Wig was the place I ended up at. Well, started in, which was quite a nice pub. It had a nice beer garden, and it was there was some students in there. But it was quite a nice mix, and a fantastic selection of ale. When you could spend all night in there working your way down the bar. Balderson to Carlson, it's defended. And there's no run.
Well, the question is, will you have to be fit to report for duty at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, or will you be free to hit the night spots at Cardiff all night? Will we come back for another day's play tomorrow? Glamorgan will be very much hoping that you do have to.
Yeah, 64 overs left today. As Carlson defends again. 12 in front, Glamorgan, but 6 wickets remaining. This feels like, I know we saw runs in the first innings by Van der Hookten. He batted nicely, Crane batted nicely, but it feels that if there's going to be a sizable total for Lancashire to chase, that these two are going to have to do the bulk of that carrying.
Ooh, I think there's a little error crept onto the screen. It's Balderson bowling.
It is, yeah. And he's in. Ooh, he fancies a bit of that, and they fancy maybe caught behind. They fancy a bit of both. Either way, he's gone. I'm not sure in the end what the outcome is, whether he's giving it LB or whether he's giving it for the catch behind. Maybe for the catch. We'll find out soon enough. But Kieran Carlson departs for 8, and George Balderson has his 2nd wicket of the innings.
I think it was LBW. The ball bobbled to slip, as you say.
Up went the finger. Went up for the LB first, and then went for the catch, which I always quite enjoy when kind of double appeal. If it's not LB umpire, what about the catch?
Yeah, LBW Balderson. And it's 121 for 5. And it's not.
Kieran Carlson was caught off the bowling of
George Balderson.
For 8.
Well, it was LBW that went up initially. I don't know if they've had a word from the umpire. The ball was cleanly taken at slip. It did suggest LBW initially, but the key fact is that Kieran Carlson is out for 8 off 34 balls. And Glamorgan are staring down the barrel at effectively 12 for 5. And it's not start the cars, but it's locate the car keys.
Yeah, 2 wickets now for George Balderson. He dismissed Asa Tribe yesterday. 12 in front. 121 for 5.
Yeah, Lancashire have kept it pretty tight. They haven't given much away today. Zainul Hassan got out just after he'd started to get going, really. 45 off 137 balls as Hartley begins a new over, and Ingram plays it away on the leg side. Billy Root has joined him at the wicket, so 2 left-handers. As that is short and pulled away by Ingram, dispatched to the square leg ropes. Rare poor ball from Tom Hartley, and it duly got the treatment.
Yeah, just dragged it down, didn't he?
First 7 overs costing just 9 runs, but that was put away. 125 for 5, Glamorgan. As Ingram gets one that pops a little bit. and steers it on the leg side, if safely in the end. Well dealt with. Lancashire, though, must be surely scenting victory, as Ingram is forward defending. Billy Root at the non-strikers end. We're told by the Chief Executive, Dan Cherry, that he has been offered a new deal. As Hartley is into ball to Ingram, who's forward defending. So
Right.
that remains in that sort of situation. As Ingram looks to drive and scuffs it off the bottom edge down to short fine leg. There's no run. 125 for 5.
Dismissal was Keaton Jennings, and Glamorgan's new batter is Billy Root.
So
what
it's
call?
officially down as caught.
Right.
It didn't look a entirely convincing LBW
No,
shout,
it didn't.
but there must have been an inside edge onto the pad, looped up to Jennings. But as you say, Lancashire were appealing for LBW before the ball had been caught.
Yeah, and then went up for the catch when it looped to Jennings. Second wicket for Balderson. Picked up 3 in the first innings as well, so 5 in the match so far. Continuing what has been a really solid season for him. It's cut down to third man, and that'll run away for 4. Gets Billy Root off the mark. Rare bit of width offered up by Balderson. Late cut down to third, pushing Root to 4 and the lead to 20.
An email from Stephen Swain, who says that listening to your deliberations about which pub to go to, the campaign for Real Ale Good Beer Guide came out yesterday.
Excellent. Good.
Or you can look on whatpub.com.
Well, that pub I was in last night must be on that list of real ale cards. Maybe kept a bit low en route. Defended to mid-on. It's Camera, isn't it? The campaign for real ale. That pub must be on it. There must have been 12 options on the front of the bar. Spoiled for choice. Albeit most of them were like 6 and 7%, so I stayed well clear of that.
Yeah, I'm sure they won't mind me saying so. The hospitality industry is well rewarded when the Derbyshire contingent are in town.
I can well imagine those two lads. Blimey, they take some filling, don't they? Balderson to Root. He's up again. He gets it again. LB this time. Root departs for 4. Balderson in a little bit of a purple patch again. Has his third wicket of the day. 6 down now, Glamorgan, and just 20 in front.
Well, it looks as though Lancashire are doing their best to earn themselves a day off at the end of the season. Glamorgan in deep trouble, having fought their way to 103 before the 4th wicket fell, or 95 before the 3rd wicket fell. They've now lost 4 in the space of 34 runs. And Lancashire look as though they won't be chasing much to win. 20, only Glamorgan's lead.
I don't know where that puts Balderson in terms of wicket taking for Lancashire this season. Him and Bailey were kind of neck and neck
Right.
coming into it.
Well, Bailey was 32, plus 5 is 37. Nothing in this innings, so he's still on 37. Balderson was 33, plus 3 in the first innings, plus 3 in the second innings, so he's 39, so he's a couple ahead.
Yep, and thick end of 500 runs. I'm not far away from that. 480 something like that.
Coming back to
Pretty good season.
Glamorgan is Chris Cook.
Well, they got some lower order runs in the first innings. Cook kind of settled things down. He got 37, but he kind of started to stem the flow of wickets, and then Van der Hookton and Crane put on 80 odd. So there's still some runs to come here. They need to go again at the lower order for Glamorgan if they're going to put something challenging on the board for Lancashire to chase.
Yeah, it's been rare during the bulk of this season after the disasters April that Glamorgan's top order have not fired, but they haven't in this match. No half centuries among the top 6 batters. So it's a rare double failure really, and Lancashire well poised to take advantage, earned the right to take advantage. As Kenneth puts to right the ills of Welsh rugby next door.
Could be some time then, could
Radio Cymru. He might not see him today. Turn the lights out when we finish, Ken.
I don't particularly follow it, but I gather listening to you two that there's a bit going on. 2 slips in place. Here is Balderson to Cook. Cook pressing forward defensively, pushing away to cover. There's no run.
Yeah, these two should know each other's game pretty well. Both of South African background. Ingram, 40 international appearances in white ball cricket for South Africa. Both firmly settled over here now.
Keeper standing up. Balderson is into Cook, leaning into it. Thickish outer half of the bat. The ball squirts away to Wells at backward point, and there's no run. He's had some. Well, I mean, he's been a fantastic player for some time, hasn't he, Colin Ingram? But the last couple of seasons in particular, he's got stacks of runs, hasn't he?
It's been a bizarre career because he went to being a white ball specialist only for a while.
As Balderson comes in to complete the over. He's playing, I think, inside the line of that. As Cook end of the over. Good stuff from Balderson. 129 for 6.
Had a new knee.
Right.
His have bat will travel opportunities around the world sort of lessened somewhat, and then although he has still played the odd bit of franchise cricket, but in the last 2 or 3 seasons he's been absolutely fabulous against the red ball for Glamorgan. Colin Ingram, 1,000 runs last year and this, and he's on contract for next year as well.
Bodes well for Division 1 next season.
They'll need him. They'll need Ingram at his best. I think there's a point at which he becomes a domestic cricketer, but he didn't look likely to get to that point.
Right.
Might be 27 or 28, but the way he's been going. Glamorgan could do with another one from him today, as he's back defending there. First ball of Hartley's over. So interesting to see how long after the age of 40, when she passed this summer, you can keep it going. Will the eyes last? Ingram turns it round the corner, wants a single, but is quite rightly sent back by Chris Cook, and holds up a hand to acknowledge the correctness of Cook's call. 129 for 6. Glamorgan just 20 runs ahead as Hartley bowls, and this time Cook does fancy a single, and it's well timed because the fielder at short fine leg slipped slightly. Hurst took off the bails just in case, but Cook was safely home. Pretty nippy between the wickets is Chris Cook.
The encouraging thing for both Leicestershire and Glamorgan is that the 2 teams that won promotion last season, Yorkshire and Sussex comfortably staying up, and Yorkshire look likely to stay up as well.
As Hartley bowls and Cook just dabs it down to an odd sort of short third man position. Why is he there? Is that for the reverse sweep, I suppose?
Yeah, could be, yep.
Not sure. Cook is a very big reverse sweeper. Hartley bowls and Cook dabs it into a gap on the offside and will take the single, and that will be all. 130 for 6 Glamorgan, so the match very much, it's always been weighted in Lancashire's favour since the first morning, really. But Ul Hassan and North East lasted most of the morning, but now 4 wickets have gone in reasonably quick succession either side of lunch. Hartley in to bowl. Ingram pushes forward, gets well outside the line of off stump. No run, 2 singles off the over, 131 for 6. The lead is only 22.
Yeah, as it stands, Sussex, I know that the other games are yet to finish, but as it stands, Sussex are fourth, only 3 points behind Somerset, who are third. So they've had a very, very good season, which 4 wins through the course of the season. 10 of their 14 games they've not lost. So that's healthy. There's not a huge disparity between first and second division. I've got to say as well, I mean, Lancashire obviously not going up this season, which, having been relegated now, it's four times they've been in Division 2 since they won the title in 2011. As Balderson's in to Cook, forward in defence, and there's no run. The 3 previous seasons, Lancashire went straight back up, and 2 of those seasons they won the Division 2 title. So it's the first time actually that they've not gone straight back up after being relegated. But this would appear, from watching Division 2 cricket this season for the first time in a while, the standard is good, competitive, and will be tricky again, difficult again for Lancashire next year. Nudged away by Cook down towards fine leg for a single.
It's keeping low quite frequently now at the moment, isn't it?
Yep. Brings Ingram back on strike. Bit of a conflab here. The 3 Musketeers. Captain Bohannon, lead bowler Bailey. Balderson in the middle of that little discussion. Still got the keeper stood right up behind the stump. Still got a couple of slip catches in place as well. He's on the hunt for another here, Balderson. Let's run down to third man. Off an open face of the bat by Ingram, steered safely down towards Blatherwick on the boundary for 1. Takes him to 19. 133 for 6.
It's just been confirmed that there will be BBC Radio Wales coverage of Scarlets against Munster, the mid-evening game tomorrow. BBC Radio Wales and Sport Online.
Balderson to Cook has played back towards him. There's no run.
And of course, television coverage with a red button option for the English language. S4C, Cardiff against the Bulls, the Lions rather, who devoured all Scott's breakfast.
They'll be fueled on eggs tomorrow.
There'll be fewer there tomorrow.
They'll be, honest to these lads, they must have had 30 eggs between them. There's Balderson to Cook. It's turning towards the onside, and there's no run.
Didn't have a special biltong offering for them, did they?
No, they didn't see it, no.
Oh, it's hidden in the team room.
133 for 6. Final ball of the over. Balderson to Cook. Turned away into the onside. It's well guarded the onside, but in the end they get a single. It's Tom Aspinwall at mid-wicket, who dived to his left and did stop it, but because he deflected the ball away from him, they actually managed to get through for 1 anyway.
Talk about tipping one round the post. That was
Yes.
banged towards the corner flag.
It was.
In football parlance by the goalkeeper's hand. I wonder if the Lions have worked out, yeah, there's probably quicker for them to walk to the ground than to bother to get in a team coach.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right in the centre.
134 for 6. Ingram has 19. Cook has 3.
So I walked past the Principality Stadium, isn't it?
Yep.
Last night.
Of the sponsors, as That is defended by Cook. First ball of Hartley's over.
And when you look at it from this side, you can see, I presume that's the old Cardiff Arms Park, is it? That's what's left of it.
That's the club ground next to it.
Oh, right, okay.
As that is defended as well by Cook. Yeah, the National Stadium used to be called Cardiff Arms Park. Now, a mere 40, 50 years on, the club ground is called Cardiff Arms Park.
Right, okay.
Cook defends.
I just thought that was going to still they'd left some part of the original stadium in place.
No,
right.
it's a sort of back-to-back
Got you.
stands of the club ground and the stadium. As forward comes Cook and defends. So they sort of share a walkway between the north stand of the Principality Stadium and the south stand of Cardiff Arms Park, where the Cook driving back to the bowler, where the pro side known as Cardiff Rugby, which is somewhat self-evident since you're talking about rugby, but it's called Cardiff Rugby officially, and the semi-pro side is called Cardiff RFC.
Okay.
It's all a bit confusing. I won't be asking you questions.
Thank you.
Cook is forward defending to silly point. String of defensive shots from Cook in that over, which is why we were able to witter about rugby union. Apologies to listeners who may not be interested in that. But sporting politics, yeah. Well, Salford Rugby League have had their share of that, haven't they? The papers, because we did a couple of games up there during the Women's Rugby Union World Cup, but the papers were more full of Salford Rugby League's travails to get a side out and to compete.
Balderson to Ingram to continue. Driven away. Through deep backward point for a single. Takes him to 20. 135, 6. Lead of 26 now.
Yeah, that 200 that Tim van der Hoogten was envisaging, well, he'll have to do most of the work himself at this rate. He's next in. Lead just 26.
Got 53 in the first innings, Van der Hoogten, and Crane got 42. Cook defends to mid-on. There is no run. So Hampshire's run chase is underway. They're 20 without loss. They require a further 160, and that will secure Division 1 cricket next season for Hampshire. It will relegate Durham in the process, or Yorkshire. It's well taken by Hurst, but likely to be Durham. Yorkshire not too far away from being safe, I think.
How far's the journey to Chester Street for yourself then? Because we always think of it as one heck of a trek because it is from this neck of the woods, but
Not too bad from Manchester, a couple of maybe 2.5 hours.
okay.
Balderson to Cook. Dropped into the offside for no run. Yorkshire stay up. It's at least another season without a Rose's Championship fixture. It's been a while since Lancashire and Yorkshire met in 4-day cricket. Balderson to Cook. Ball in towards his pads. He flicks the ball down to fine leg and shuffles back for a couple. Takes him on to 5. 137 for 6. Yorkshire 409 for 7. A draw here for Yorkshire is
Surely
fine. Yeah.
What's going on at Southampton?
20 without loss, Hampshire. 160 required from this point to win. final ball of the over. Balderson to Cook, who defends again. Balderson just proving to be a real tricky customer to deal with. It's an excellent spell post lunch from Balderson. That's his 4th over, 2 for 11 since the lunch break. They bowled 8 overs between them of Tom Hartley and George Balderson. He's gone for 19 runs and have picked up a couple of wickets between them. Good stuff from the left arm spinner and the right arm medium pacer.
So Hartley continues to wheel away economically. 1 for 15 off 10. And that's punched nicely off the back foot by Ingram. He'll pick up just the single though, because it's retrieved by the skipper Bohannon. In the cover area, his throw is not the best, but it did the job. Kenneth Davis will be replacing me, I think, if that's all right, Scott, because I'd better do a bit of writing in case this game hurries to a conclusion. Hartley into bowl. Cook is forward. Defending. These two have got the temperament, he says, crossing fingers, to defend all day if they're able to. As Cook works that one away on the offside. Cook is player with a variety of gears. I mean, he came into the Glamorgan squad as a big hitting T20 player. Oh, we're going to have another ball check as the umpires converse. Came in as a sort of hard hitting T20 player and something of a boundary specialist as a fielder. And he ends up as a championship regular and a wicketkeeper. Took over the gloves from the long-serving Mark Wallace, and he's had a long spell behind the stumps in turn as the incumbents jostle for position, or not the incumbents, the pretenders to the position. Alex Horton, England under 19s player, has been on the staff for about 5 or 6 years, but hasn't had an awful lot of first team cricket in that time. Will Smale, who's taken the gloves in quite a few one-day games as well as batting top order, and Henry Hurl, young batter keeper who's played for England under 19s, albeit not with the gloves on, but he'll be looking to be in the discussion as well when Cook eventually hangs up those gloves, but Cook is on contract for next season. 138 for 6, the lead is 29, the ball is being changed. I thought Lancashire were particularly keen for that ball change, but they must have brought it to the attention of the umpires. Ball change at 138 for 6, 55.3 overs bowled. The lead is a mere 29, and umpires Hartley and Langley are taking their time about the decision. Now they've picked one from the box of balls proffered by the 12thers.
It's a sizable box, that, isn't it?
Perhaps they've increased the number of options from 8.
You could,
looks as though you could get a dozen in there, didn't it?
You could use that and go on holiday for 2 weeks. Comfortably.
As Hartley bowls the new ball and Cook defends it the same as the old ball. Yeah, probably still wouldn't fit in the budget airlines.
No, still get...
That'll be 50 quid, please, sir. Ha ha ha.
Still get done for it.
It's half a centimetre too wide. 138 for 6. As forward stretches Cook. Speaking as a man who had a pretty modest size case turned away on a trip to Berlin a couple of years ago.
Oh dear.
Bah humbug. 138 for 6. He tosses it up. Cook drives and calls for a quick single. Bohannon shies at the wickets and doesn't hit. 139 for 6, lead 30. Scott Reed and Kenneth Davis for you.
Thanks, Nick. Balderson's spell going to continue. Lancashire going to have a little change around. No, looks like will be Balderson to go again. A little bit of a purple patch, couple of wickets since the lunch break. Gets into these little runs as George Balderson. Taking 2 or 3 in a little spell. He's picked up 2 since the lunch break. Cook's on 6. He's on strike. And defends his first delivery. Pushed away towards the offside for no run. 139 for 6. Have you
have I missed anything?
I'm gonna say, have you managed to tackle the issues of
gosh, I don't think anybody can tackle the issues of Welsh rugby, unfortunately. There isn't a programme that long.
Balderson to Cook. It's off the back foot. He's found a way past Wells at cover, and it'll bring him a couple. They might even think a 3 if it doesn't find its way to the rope through the leaves. Eventually it does. Barely trying to catch it with it. But 4 for Cook. He moves on to 10. 143 for 6.
It's either going to be a miraculous digging in recovery, or we might have a Lancashire win on day 3. If if another wicket falls, certainly.
Yes, yeah. Cook and Van der Hoogten and Crane runs in the first innings. Cook trying to add to runs in the second for him here. That's defended to mid-wicket where Tom Aspinwall fields.
What were the wickets? I was next door in mid-conversation.
Well, the wicket of Root was reasonably straightforward, the LBW. The dismissal of Kieran Carlson was a slightly quirky one. It's driven away to the left of mid-off. Cook comes back for 2. Bailey puts his boot down to stop it. So at first we thought LBW.
But it was caught, was it?
It was. So I think they went up for the LBW to begin with. And then in this kind of the same appeal as the ball looped to Jennings at second slip, they then kind of went for the catch behind. And Balderson's in. Full, driven. That'll be 4. Wells did his best to try and stop it at cover. Crunched away by Cook to take him to 16. 149 for 6. And after a little bit of deliberation, there was quite a delay before it was officially announced over the public address system that it was indeed caught by Jennings at slip. So it must have been inside edge onto the pad, and then it looped up to Jennings at second slip.
Yeah, I saw that Carlson had a long, dubious look back.
Well, I think it may have been a slightly harsh, well, it would have been a slightly harsh LBW decision because he hit it. But even if he didn't hit it, and he'd given it out LB, that would have been probably a bit of a tough call. So the inside edge is what's done for him, the catch by Jennings. Left this time by Cook. That's good judgment because it's not too far away from his off stump, but it's far enough away that it doesn't cause him any issues. Matthew Hurst, the wicketkeeper, simply cannot believe that didn't graze the off stump. Judged nicely by Cook. So he's on 16. Ingram's on 21. It's 149 for 6. The lead is 40 runs now.
Yeah, and these two have on many occasions been out in the middle and have piled on the runs. So they like batting with each other, so there could still be something to be said in this game. as Ingram prods that out to the offside, and there's no run. 149 for 6. The lead is just 40. So a lot of work to be done if Glamorgan, well, A, can get back into this game as Hartley bowls, and rocking back is Ingram, and I don't think that was far away either.
Didn't seem it, did it, from this angle, but not right behind the bowler's arm, but yeah.
But B can post a half decent total to at least gives Lancashire something to think about, but they are a long way from that at the moment. So they just need to regroup after losing 2 quick wickets post-lunch in the shape of Carlson and Root. In comes Hartley, the spinner. To the pitch of the ball is Ingram.
Yeah, this is important, isn't it? But if they can find a partnership here, with still a bit of biff to come from Van der Hookton and from Crane to add to it a little bit later, it could still be a tricky run chase this for Lancashire, but got to find something from these two of Glamorgan.
Hartley is in, left arm over. Ingram will take a quick single to wideish mid-off. 150 up for Glamorgan. They started the day on 41 for 2, and they've lost 2 either side of lunch. Hartley coming around to the right-handed Chris Cook, who rocks back in defensive mode, and there is no run. End of the over. Cook is 12, Ingram on 22. The lead is 41.
Plenty to go today. 55 overs left today. Over rate still +5. I think it started out as +5 this morning. Balderson's going to keep on going. Ingram on 22. So it'll be the same again from Balderson from around the wicket. Ingram knows what's coming. Won't be much on offer. Ball angled into him, maybe just nipping away occasionally, just flirting it outside the off stump, keeping the slips in place, keeper in the game as well. Back in again, just flicked out towards the leg side. Yeah. Straight delivery, takes a single.
This is the partnership. If they can get one of Cook or Ingram, they'll be confident of wrapping things up. Even though Tim van der Hoogten contributed with half a century in the first innings, Crane with 40 odd. However, they will be able to see the finishing line in sight.
151 for 6, Balderson to Cook. Gets in behind it and defends. Bailey fields at mid-off. There's no addition to the score.
Colin Ingram, of course, already past 1,000 runs this season. Top scorer last year. He had over 1,300 last year.
Yeah, I was chatting to Nick about Ingram. Cook gets a single, squeezed out to backward point. Been a terrific couple of years, hasn't it? For,
well, he's when the statisticians and historians look back at Colin Ingram, he'll be up there in terms of how invaluable he's been as a foreign import to Glamorgan. No, he hasn't got the same talent as your, and I say this without any disrespect, as your Vivian Richards and so on.
As Balderson's into Ingram drives back to Balderson.
But in terms of longevity and value for money, I mean, his contribution is right up there. He's been here on and off now since 2015 and still going strong.
Yeah, and that becomes an increasingly rare thing, isn't it, for someone that can do that, for an overseas player that basically you've had for 10 years. Balderson's into Ingram. He's defended this in addition to the score. It's a bit of a rarity, isn't it, in the modern game. 1-5-2 for 6, lead of 43.
And I say that with no disrespect. Colin Ingram, of course, is talented. I don't want anybody to email in. My point being, there have been more world-class overseas players in your Vivian Richards's, Waka Yunis and so on, but what he's done for this club, Colin Ingram, has been monumental, really. And we talk about Sam Northeast leaving. When he decides to hang up the boots, well, that'll be very, very tough to fill the void.
The good thing for Glamorgan is that he's playing next year, isn't he? So in Division 1, that's going to be potentially really key, isn't it, to have someone like Ingram, his experience and his good form in red ball cricket.
Hartley continues, left arm coming around to Cook. Hits that firmly, cuts that into the offside, but finds short cover. And there's no run. The lead is 43. Good conditions. There is a bit of grey clouds in the distance. Hartley coming around full to Cook towards Caerphilly Mountains and beyond. But I think we'll be fine. We might be fine if there is in need of play tomorrow.
Looks okay, doesn't it? Yeah.
Might be a few showers. Hartley around, and that's a good length delivery. And Cook plays it only as far as Shetty at mid-off, who is off for Lancashire. I missed that. Shetty's on with 18 on his back. Coming around is Hartley. Good length delivery to the pitch of the ball is Cook.
Well, they've also
point is in.
Sorry, they've also got Harry Singh out there as well. So there's 2 off at the minute. One of them's Tom Aspinwall.
Yeah.
Bailey, maybe. Yeah, I don't think I can see Tom Bailey. So yeah, Aspinwall and Bailey currently off the field.
Short fine leg has gone in. There is a slip. Silly point as well. Tom Hartley just rearranging the field for this penultimate ball of the over. Cook awaits patiently. Deep backward point just moves slightly to his left. In comes Hartley coming over to Cook, and that's missed everything. And it'll be no stroke was played.
Yeah, just thrust the pad forward, didn't he, with his ball and his left arm spin over the wickets. He's just kicked that away as Cook.
Final ball of the over. In comes Hartley bowls, and that again is no shot played, so that is a maiden for Hartley. $152 for 6.
Well, Bailey and Aspinwall are heading back out. So Shetty's made way. Singh stayed out there because Balderson's heading off. In fact, therefore, we have a change of bowling, don't we? Because Balderson was in his spell from
returning to bowl at the river end, Tom Bailey.
So Balderson since lunch, 6 overs, 2 for 23. He's picked up 3 for 50 in the innings. But excellent spell of bowling from Balderson. Bailey, his replacement. He won't be bowling off spin on this occasion.
pick of the bowlers in the first innings with Pfeiffer.
Yeah, 17th 5-wicket haul of his career for Tom Bailey. He's returning here for Lancashire. 1-5-2 for 6. Bailey from the river end, slip in place. Playing and missing Ingram. Good start by Bailey.
Just for a moment I thought I heard a nick, but I think again it was bat on pad or thigh pad.
Yes, there was a little sound, wasn't there, in our effects mic? Comes shuffling back in Bailey. Tall man. Ball's full, driven square. Blatherwick get round from wide third. He can. Athletically done by Blatherwick. And 2 for Ingram. Takes him on to 25. Not out. 154 for 6. So Captain Bohannon keep Hartley going from this end. He's only gone for 11 from 7 overs since lunch, so I suppose there's no reason not to. Hit firmly by Ingram. Straight to Bell at cover.
Interesting to see how Ingram and Cook play this scenario. They won't want to be bogged down either. But they can stick around and are able to if needed, and they are needed at the present time with the lead just a slight 45. Ingram is on strike. Bailey comes around, charging in, and Ingram defends, and it's a dot ball. No wickets thus far for Bailey in the second innings, none for 17 in his 12th over. One slip in now for Bailey. Mid off, mid on. Point, mid wicket, cover as Bailey comes in, and that does find the fielder at point, and there's no run. There is a man, there's a third man, and deep square, deep backward square. In comes Bailey, bowls to Ingram, is caught, and there's a big shout for LBW, and it's not given. And Ingram was certainly cramped for space there in his crease. It'll be interesting to see the replay. Don't think there was a bit of bat involved, but it's not out. And had Ingram fallen, then it could have been curtains for Glamorgan. As it is, Ingram and Cook remain. Partnership is 25. And it will be the spin of Hartley to continue from the Cathedral Road end. And he comes bowling around to Cook, who plays it gently to point, and there's no run. Silly point is in, slip as well, backward point. Hartley, that's driven on the full to mid-off, and they will take a single. 155 for 6. Sun still shining here in the Welsh capital on the last but one day of the season. Whether the last day will be needed remains to be seen. A lot of cricket yet to be played on the third day. Hartley coming over to Colin Ingram, dances down and plays it gently back to the bowler, rubbing furiously on the Duke ball. Trying to get the shine going. Hartley in, and that's full as well, played by Ingram on the onside, but there's no run. 1 for 19 are Hartley's figures in the 14th over. As he prepares to come down. Shorter that time, flatter as well, and Ingram dinks this one round the corner, but fine leg is up. There's no run taken. Last ball of Hartley's over. In he comes, left arm over, and that has been chopped down to point by Colin Ingram. That's a dot ball. Only the one run, good over from Tom Hartley. Glamorgan 155 for 6. The lead is 46.
Yes, he's doing a pretty decent job here, isn't it? Tom Hartley certainly keeping one end nicely tied down. We've seen a Balderson spell. We're into a Bailey spell from the River End. Aspinwall, Blatherwick, the other bowling options if Lancashire want to continue with pace from that top end. The lead moves on to 46, but there's something just developing a little bit here, isn't there, for Glamorgan? Partnership's 26, so there's something to try and build on. Lancashire pushing a third man down towards the boundary, which is where a lot of runs came in the first innings for Glamorgan. I think the bulk of the runs came through third man. So one slip in the third man. Here's Bailey to Cook. Cut away. Fielded by Wells at backward point. And there's no run. Third man, fine leg. One slip, which is Jennings. He's quite wide at slip. If you're watching on the live stream, though, he's wandering out towards towards Luke Wells at backward point for a natter. Here's Jennings. Creeping back towards the keeper now. Square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off and cover. Bailey to Cook. Oh, little nibble at that does Cook. Through to Hurst.
I think that was close. The reaction of Hurst.
Yeah, it didn't seem too far away, that did it? Five wickets in the first innings for Tom Bailey. On the hunt for one in the second here. In to Cook. Defends. Looked slightly awkwardly, but I'm sure sound enough. Off the middle of the bat. Up towards mid-wicket where Bell fields. And there's no run.
Difficult scenario, isn't it? Because they don't want to be bogged down naturally.
Yes. Yeah.
However, they are mindful that this is the crucial wicket.
Bailey in and balls edged beyond the reach of Jennings.
There's a third man in place.
There is, yeah, Hartley down there.
Mr. Edward Bevan would be most pleased, who is due to join yourself, Scott, and Nick tomorrow.
Oh, excellent.
Coming up from the village of Trebanos in the Swansea Valley. He was going to come up yesterday. I was told there was an incident on the M4, so he went back.
Don't blame him. It'd be nice to see Ed if we're here tomorrow. The second slip coming into place here, I think. I know he's more gully, so they're bringing Aspinwall round from mid-wicket to cover point. So one slip, gully, third man. He's driven that firmly away as Colin Ingram. It's an awkward bounce for Aspinwall, who's at point. A couple of those used pitches. Ball bouncing pretty sharply up towards him.
Yeah, we saw one earlier, didn't we, with Michael Jones.
Yes, and it went through Jones, that didn't it?
Did, yeah.
Took a pretty nasty bounce in front of him. Hit that firmly as Colin Ingram. A yard or so either side of Aspinwall, it's 4. Bailey to Ingram. Clipped off his pads away to square leg for a single. Wells creeping up from the boundary to field. Ingram moves on to 26. 159.46. So the lead is exactly 50 now. 50 in front, 4 wickets left. Partnership worth 30 between these two.
I suppose that's the first milestone. They've now got to aim for a lead of 100 and so forth.
Bailey in to complete the over, bowling to Cook. Clipped off his pads down to backward square leg for a single. Cook moves on to 20. And that completes the over. That is the Glamorgan scorecard for our viewers.
Yeah, again, a few getting starts, but not going on. Tribe would have been disappointed, although he received one that kept slightly low last night. And Ul Hassan played the dreaded reverse sweep, which it's not that I'm not a fan, but at that time probably it was unwise just before lunch, and him being on 45 and in need of a score. Hartley continues, coming around left-handed to the right-handed batter Chris Cook.
Yes, it was a bit of a gritty, gutsy knock, wasn't it, by Ul Hassan, who's obviously struggled for runs this season. It was a battling 45.
It was. Hartley in, but he was starting to look promising. Struck a few cover drives because he played and missed on a few. In comes Tom Hartley coming around to Cook, who he's had a few leaves outside off stump that, well, it's either complete folly or fantastic leave, which it obviously is the latter. Well judged. Well left. Hartley coming in. Full, and that's driven. They'll have time to take a single out to mid-off. 160 for 6. 61 for 6. The lead is 52.
I have to be patient here, aren't they, Lancashire? To work hard through the course of the day. They've taken 4 wickets on this third day. A couple in the morning, a couple since lunch. Patience to keep.
It's dead batted back by Ingram to Tom Hartley in his 15th over.
It's been about 2.5 runs per over through the course of the innings, hasn't it, for Glamorgan? So, getting away from Lancashire at this point.
Hartley coming over to Ingram, just straying slightly down leg, but that's played back to the bowler. And there's no run. End of the over, just a single coming off it, with a minimum overs of 49 remain today. The lead is 52. Ingram 26, Cook on 21.
It's a start, isn't it? Oh, I hear the rustle of something sweet.
Nick's gone early again.
Oh, this is different to yesterday. Homemade Welsh shortbread. Lovely.
Quick off the mark is Nick. Just in case. I did notice there was more in the press pack today, so have to be quick off the mark.
Yes, get in there early. Very nice. Welsh shortbread. Tuck into that a bit later on. Right, Bailey from the river end. Here he comes. Cook on for 21. As Nicely played by Cook, steers the ball away behind square on the offside. Comes back for 2. Got his hands tucked right in towards his hip, playing it late, open face of the bat. Nicely judged for a couple.
If Mr. Bevan is coming, of course, sometimes his lovely wife Margaret bakes Welsh cakes for.
That sounds terrific.
If you're listening.
Yes, I'd be disappointed actually. As Bailey's in and balls to Cook, driven to mid-off for no run.
Our colleague Jonathan Doidge usually asks for
Lovely.
Mrs. Bevan's Welsh cakes.
Well, I don't think. Well, I've not been to Cardiff for a game against Glamorgan since 2021. It's Lancashire's last game was 2021 against Glamorgan in Wales. So, I mean, if anyone's overdue some of Mrs. Bevan's,
he's usually listening out as Ed. So we shall see.
I feel like my trip to South Wales wouldn't be complete.
Oh, well, quite.
I'd be left disappointed. Bailey in, balls to Cook. Short. Oh, he's actually deflected off the face of the bat. Cook looking just to maybe rock back and get out the way of it. In the end, with his bat pointing upwards, deflects off the face of the bat out towards the leg side. He comes down the pitch for a quizzical look at the surface.
Have you ever had a Welsh cake?
I don't think I have.
Well.
If I have or not.
That's sacrilege round these parts.
What is a Welsh cake? What's it consist of?
It's currants mainly, and
right.
It's
Bailey in, balls to Cook, forward in defence. Oh, takes a quick single towards mid-off. Sharp run by Cook, he moves to 24.
Yeah, it's done on this special. It's baked on this special griddle. That's the word.
Right.
I knew the Welsh word. I couldn't think of the English word then. Griddle. You're right.
What's the Welsh word for griddle?
Man.
Man. Right. So is it?
So in Welsh they are called pique ar, which is on the man, which is the griddle.
Okay. And is it quite a flat cake then?
It is.
Right.
It is. They do good ones in the market. So if you are here, you can go to Cardiff Market.
Right.
There's a shop there. They're very good.
Barely around the wicket to Ingram, the back foot.
And the traditional ones are just currants, but
Right.
there's all variations now. You can have white chocolate ones, and but they're usually bathed in sugar, and they are very good.
Right. Well, I'm looking forward to tomorrow already.
I've built it up now.
One ball left of the over. Lead of 55. Ingram on 26. Might just stay anyway tonight, even if the game's finished, just to get some cake from the market. Tickled away by Ingram out towards the leg side for 1. Moves on to 27. It's the end of the over. The lead is 56, or 165 for 6. I shall go and Google Welsh cakes.
Yes, indeed. I'll go. You've got half an hour. You could go to the market. Thanks, Scott.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Tom Aspinwall.
Tom Aspinwall, as mentioned by Dr. Hignell, will return to the attack. We've had a message from Graham Brill from Merthyr. Thank you, Graham. Just to say thanks to all the commentaries during the season, except for the non-events of the 16th in August. What is that? Looking forward to next season with North East leaving.
The 16.4. That's
right.
what detractors of the 100 call it.
Right.
Yeah, well, our colleagues covered that.
They did indeed. With North East leaving, Graham says, would moving Carlson up to 3 be an option, slotting Dixon in at 5/6, or give Smale a go? Thank you, Graham from Merthyr, and keep your emails coming in. We shall ponder that thought as Aspinwall comes around and is played firmly by Ingram. There's no run. Well,
Ingram used to bat at 3, but seems to be enjoying himself more at 5. Carlson could bat at 3, I'm sure. Whether it would decrease his efficiency, I'm not sure. Dixon, we don't quite know whether or where he'll fit into the championship side.
Aspinwall coming around to Ingram, firmly driven once more, and that has gone through the covers for 4. Classic Colin Ingram cover drive.
Yes, available for at least one more season.
Will Smale, of course, hasn't played. He's primarily been playing white ball cricket.
I think just the one championship match
Is
for
it
Will
one?
Smale.
Yeah, I was wondering how many.
Which was at the back end of last season. He opened with Acer Tribe. Does the recruiting dependent on the availability of Marnus? I think you have to treat Marnus Labuschagne as sort of optional, a luxury extra.
Well, yes, he played those 2 games in preparation for the World Test final earlier this season.
Yeah, didn't make an impact. The trouble is his times at the county have been quite short, and you can't really build a side around a guy who is only available for a month or whatever.
Byron to open with Tribe and drop Ul Hassan down the order. Well, we did mention that a little earlier as Aspinall comes in round the corner. That's tickled towards a fine leg by Ingram. That could very well be an option.
Yeah, I think Byram's been a bit unlucky this season. Has looked in reasonable nick whenever I've seen him. He's played the first 3 championship matches before being forced out of the side by Tribe, really, and looked in reasonably good nick in the One Day Cup.
Graham says, in the context of the current game, didn't Ingram and Cook once bat the whole day against Northampton? Well, you may be able to answer that, Nick. At Wantage Road. They have batted a lot together. As Aspinall comes over to the right-handed Chris Cook, and that's played at the offside. There's no run.
They batted a whole day here against Notts.
Right.
To save a draw.
There's been a few white ball partnerships between these two as well.
And yeah, they know each other's game pretty well.
Winter well, says Graham.
Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed.
Yeah, this is a phrase we hear a lot and dish out quite a lot as well.
Aspinwall over the wicket, full and driven firmly just to Bailey at mid-off, and there's no run.
Stephen Swain says it is 1,114 days since the last Lancashire-Yorkshire match in the Championship.
2022.
Yes. September 22 at Old Trafford. Thank you for that, Stephen. Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you fancy sending us any missives on the state of either of these sides as we conclude the season, with Glamorgan preparing for life in the First Division and Lancashire hoping to join them in the not too distant future. The batters are calling for a drink. The umpires are looking suspicious at the ball again, which was changed only 11 overs ago, and they're looking at it disapprovingly. There is, by the way, speaking of Glamorgan's preparation for life in the First Division, a piece on the Wales Today television news programme by our colleague David Pritchard, who has been talking to the Chief Executive Dan Cherry on that very point today. So you can see that on Wales Today this evening. The programme runs between 6:30 and 7 o'clock on BBC One Wales, and there will be Dav's article on the BBC Sport Wales website as well. I know it's we do get comments that counties activities, you're not missing any cricket by the way, they're still looking at balls. The county's activities are not prominently displayed sometimes on the BBC Cricket Index, but there is a counties section and indeed an all teams section at the top in the list of headers, or whatever the technical term is, where you can click on, you know, counties specifically, or if you go to all teams you can click on Glamorgan or Lancashire specifically. So you will get the latest news on your county, even if it isn't always on the front page for the amount of international cricket that goes on around the world. You're still not missing any cricket because the batters are taking drinks on boards. The umpires have got another replacement ball. The last one was only changed 32 runs ago, 55.3 overs. We've now at 66, so that's lasted 10 10.5 overs before it's been deemed unsuitable. Again, Glamorgan effectively 61 for 6 in their second innings. Skies are darkening a little bit over Sapphire Gardens as Bailey charges in, and Ingram plays no shot outside off stump.
Yeah, there's a few murky clouds in the distance.
And although there's no rain forecast today, it may be that light levels dip a little bit. It's nice and bright at the moment, but once this cloud layer blocks out the sun, it might be quite murky. Whether Glamorgan can depend on any real assistance from the weather, we're not sure anymore. Bailey bowls, Ingram defends to point, and there is no run. These two have added 41 together, and they've been in together for about 15 overs now. So gentle going for Glamorgan, but the tactic of gritty accumulation has not really worked for them today. The first hour and 20 minutes or so, no wickets foul. Bailey bowls, Ingram plays no shot.
No, we were mentioning they can't really get bogged down either, because they'll be between a rock and a hard place.
4 wickets falling for the loss of 34 runs either side of the lunch interval, with wickets for Blatherwick and Hartley before lunch, and 2 for Balderson since lunch. 170 for 6. As Bailey into bowl, Ingram pulls over a leaping mid-wicket Jones and has got that one away for 4 runs. Bailey for once pitching a little bit short, and Ingram was on it very quickly indeed. Smashed it over mid-wicket. Jones's aerial effort failed to make contact. 174 for 6, and well, Colin Ingram may have passed 40 this summer, but the eye's still good by the look of it there. Bailey bowls, Ingram forward back into defensive mode, steers it into the covers, and there is no run. Something that some professional cricketers find there's a rapid drop-off at the end of their career, but thankfully for Glamorgan, no signs of that yet for Colin Ingram, whose form in red ball cricket in particular has been excellent since he returned to the genre. Bailey bowls, Ingram on the back foot defends, and there is no run. Talked to Richard Dawson earlier in the season about what Colin Ingram brought to the squad as a whole. He just said calm, and you can see that from the way Ingram carries himself at the wicket and the way he presumably interacts with his colleagues as well. 174 for 6. Ingram 36 off 70. Cook 24 off 58. Modest strike rates, but if they can survive for a long time, it doesn't matter about the strike rate, but there are still 46 overs for Lancashire to try and force a 3-day victory.
It will be Aspinwall to continue, none for 29 in his 9th over, 2 maidens. Here he comes, right arm over from the Cathedral Road and full, and Cook is right behind it. Yes, not that we are talking about retiring Colin Ingram, but even after his playing days, someone of his stature, his experience in some capacity would be invaluable.
You'd have thought so. He, of course, had a coaching role during the One Day Cup, which campaign wasn't great for Glamorgan.
Aspinwall, short ball that time, and that's played by Cook towards mid-wicket, and it's a dot ball.
Nottinghamshire surely on the verge of putting the cherry on the icing. Crowned county champions yesterday. Warwickshire 5 runs behind, but have 5 runs ahead, but 9 wickets down. Not set for victory there.
Aspinwall slightly short of a length, but Cook plays towards Bailey at mid-off. Hampshire were chasing. Were they 160 needed?
There are 66 for 2. They require a further 115. They've lost Middleton for 18 and Gubbins for 1. Or is 42 not out?
That has an impact on the bottom of the table. In is Aspinwall. That's played on the offside by Cook. Again, there's no run. Durham and Yorkshire scrapping to avoid relegation. It looks as if it could be Durham.
Yeah, they're off for bad light at Headingley. Yorkshire 453 for 8. They're 107 ahead. Surely no way for Durham to win that one.
So they will join Worcestershire in all probability for a defensive shot from Cook in Division 2 next season.
Yes, well, at least for our Lancashire listeners, it's not quite such a trek to Durham as it is for us.
Yes, not a trek. You won't have that trek, Nick. In is Aspinwall. Well, the train journey of course went through Durham on the way to Edinburgh last year for the Rugby International.
You went up that side, did you?
We did, yes.
Thought it was more likely to be up the west coast of, or the western side of England. So, Bailey economical, just going 2 runs and over.
The River End, George Balderson.
But Balderson takes back over from him at that River End. The bounce is, well, it's not consistently low, but it's the lower deliveries are happening more frequently. The trouble with Durham is it's a good 5.5 hours driving in the real world, even before you factor in any stops. So it's basically most of a working day there and back, which is not fun. Balderson looks a bit cross with his field for some reason, but he's charging in and bowling to Ingram, who nudges it off his hips for a single down to fine leg. 175 for 6. The lead is 66. Once, when I was younger and more foolish than I am, I covered an England game at Chesterless Street on, I think, a Saturday, followed by a Glamorgan game at Southampton on the Sunday.
No.
Yep. Balderson in, bowls. Cook edges and gets 4 runs through slip to the left hand of the solitary slip. I'm not sure if it carried. It was a genuine false shot, and Keaton Jennings remains for a long time prostrate on the ground.
I think it might have carried, but it would have been a heck of a catch. One-handed, diving to his left.
179 for 6. Balderson will be encouraged. Here comes Balls and Cook.
So,
defense.
hang on, the game was in Chesterless Street, finished when on the Saturday?
Well, probably 5-6 o'clock, somewhere around there. I stayed in Newbury overnight.
Oh, right, okay, I was going to say, you didn't
get the full way to Southampton.
Right, yeah.
But, yeah, it's not necessarily the sort of venture that I'd take again. That's my increasing age. Balderson bowls, Cook jabs down on it. Had an email from John Wilson in Preston saying, my eyesight is somewhat poor, but can you tell me, is Bailey wearing odd shoes? Well, he's not bowling at the moment, so it's just come off, so we'll have to have a look at that next time he comes on to bowl. It's not beyond the realms of possibility, I suppose, if one of his boots is knackered. Balderson in, bowls. Cook beaten, I think, outside off stump. He might tell us that he played inside the line. Keeper standing up to the medium fast of Balderson, who has been really threatening and economical in this game. 3 for 38 in 18 overs in the first innings, 3 for 55, 1 ball short of 20 overs in this second innings as he finishes that 20th over, and Cook again jamming down on it, pushing it out on the off side, and Balderson also chipping in with the third Lancashire half century of their innings. So he's had a fine time in Cardiff as George Balderson. Glamorgan 179 for 6. The lead is 70. And I spot a subfielder on there. Number 18 is Arav Shetty.
Yes, he came on a little early as well.
Okay. We saw a bit of Singh earlier as well. Harry Singh. So the youngsters, as you would expect, getting more of the 12th duties.
And for the time being, the sun has disappeared in the Welsh capital behind the grey clouds. As ball Aspinwall, and he's gone.
Shot, LBW.
And that is the end of Ingram, and possibly the end of Glamorgan's hopes in this game. Aspinwall strikes, Ingram departs for 37.
Struck me on first viewing there's not much that Colin Ingram could have done about that.
Colin Ingram
Kept low.
was LBW.
It was pretty plumb.
For 37.
Yeah, I can't see that Colin Ingram can have much to say about that.
It was a half-century partnership. It was a well-directed delivery from Aspinwall anyway. It just kept a little bit lower than Ingram would naturally have expected. Glamorgan 179 for 7, lead by 70. The partnership was 50. It was good, but Glamorgan needed more.
So that is the end of Colin Ingram, his last innings of the season. Over 1,000 runs, of course.
1,039, 1,076 he finished with. Just the 50 runs in the match.
And trudging down the steps from the pavilion is the top scorer in the first innings, Tim van der Hoogten. So what did Tim tell you post-match at Stumps last night? We'll need about 200. So
yeah, he thought a 200 lead would be
there we go then.
would put Glamorgan in the game, but they need another 130 off just their last 3 wickets. So it's not hugely likely, and Lancashire's hopes of a 3-day finish rise again. The lead just 70. So Glamorgan would have to take it really deep into the evening session to force Lancashire to come back on day 4. They might possibly think about the last half and the extra half hour if the situation arose, but I'm not sure whether the light will be good enough to allow that.
No, it's looking a bit murky out there.
That's 4 LBWs out of the 7 wickets that have fallen, and indeed there were 4 in the first innings, and for consistency there were 4 in the Lancashire innings as well. 12 LBWs in 27 wickets. The umpires have not been slow to raise the digit of doom.
So,
did you sort out Welsh rugby in your lunch hour as well?
What? I'm not a miracle worker, Nick, and I would need more than 5 minutes to do so.
Kenneth was broadcasting live on BBC Radio Cymru. I said if he's going to sort out Welsh rugby, we might not see him back for the rest of the day.
Oh, I'd be appointed to the union if I had that kind of power. Yeah, it was the final day of the consultation period where supporters, administrators, coaches, players had their say. As Aspinall fires one down to Tim van der Hoogten, squeezes one out on the offside point. Of course, there will be a period now for the Union to deliberate and to come to a decision in terms of their recommendation on the way forward for the professional game in Wales. That will take probably another month, I would suspect. Aspinall full up in the block hole to Van der Hoogten, who plays it down to mid-on. And we were promised that recommendation by the end of October. But that could be...
Which year?
Well, exactly. That could be the start of it, because whatever the recommendation, there could be legal ramifications, of course. And we don't know what that recommendation is, as Aspinall comes in and bowls short of the length, played around the corner to fine leg, and they will take a single. The preferred option at the outset was to reduce Welsh Regional Rugby by 2, but Dave Reddin was mooted in saying that he was starting to have a rethink. So who knows? Who knows?
Well, I think if any of the 4 pro sides is destined for the chop, then legal action is almost certain to follow. So you're closing down a business.
Yeah, it's a personal point of view, but I think any decision will be fudged. And that's a beauty straight through from Aspinall, taken by Hurst.
In response to John Wilson's query, I've been staring at Tom Bailey's boots, and there does appear to be
A red or pinkish mark.
quite a bit of red orange on one boot and not on the other.
Aspinall in, right arm over. Ooh, that was edged to third man. And Chris Cook comes through for a single. Wicket taking over by Aspinall, and at the end of the 70th over, Glamorgan had 181 for 7, a lead of 72.
Yeah, Bailey just made his way across our screens a moment ago, and certainly the boots look different. Maybe whether he's got tape around one and not the other, or they could be a slightly different design if one of his boots has fallen apart in the course of his fast bowling endeavours. But yeah, well picked up, Mr. Wilson, who emailed us in glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. You are correct in your observance, sir. Cook on strike, Balderson to bowl. Cook plays it up to mid-off, no run. We have a further 10 overs after this one to go until the tea interval, which will therefore come probably about 20 past 3, unless of course 9 wickets are down. As Cook defends into the offside, in which case it could be later, or Glamorgan are all out before that, in which case it could be earlier.
All are possible.
Only in the sport of cricket would we spend so long deciding when the intervals are going to be. Balderson bowls to Cook, who plays that one down into the offside. It's fielded by an enthusiastic wicketkeeper who fields it about 25 metres from the bat at point. They've taken an early tee at Headingley at 14:43, where they were off for bad light. Yorkshire 107 ahead of Durham, who look destined for the drop. Balderson in to bowl. Cook pushes it away on the offside. There's no run. So it's looking increasingly likely that Lancashire will be encountering Durham next season, and Glamorgan will not, at least not in the 4-day format. Or of course in the T20 Blast, where Glamorgan moved from the South Group to the Central Wales and West Group, or whatever it's officially called. Used to be called something like that. Balderson bowls and Van der Hoogten pokes at it rather. Taken well by her standing up, and that one stung a little bit, obviously, as he wrings his hand as a result of it. 182 for 7. Cook has 30 as Lancashire work on winkling out these last few wickets and earning themselves a day off. 73 ahead, Glamorgan only. Crane and Leonard to come. Balderson in, bowls, Van der Hoogten drives through the leg side. We'll pick up a couple of runs as it's fielded by Blatherwick out on the mid-wicket boundary. 184 for 7. Van der Hoogten has 3. Cook has 30. And in your absence, we have concurred with the listener from Preston who observed that Bailey appeared to be wearing odd boots.
Right.
And whether they're different, slightly different design, or whether he's got tape round one as he trudges towards us, but there's definitely a bit of orange on his left boot that doesn't appear to be on his right boot. It might be different make, or different design of boots, or he might have tape around one of them.
There's Tom Aspinwall into Chris Cook. Defender back to Aspinwall. There's no run. It's a bit hazy now, isn't it? A bit of cloud cover. Not quite as bright and sunny as it was for most of the earlier part of the day, and certainly for the last 2 days. Cloud drifting across, but bright enough still. Short and pulled by Cook towards Balderson in the square leg boundary. Cook moves to 31, 185 for 7. So Hampshire going along nicely in pursuit of their victory target.
They were 2 down last time I checked. Now 3 down. Surrey making them fight for it. Hampshire need another 98.
Could be a few wobbles. Aspinwall bowls. Van der Hoogten defends.
Squeaky bottom time. Toby Albert has just gone to Rahul Chahar, his second wicket. In Alior they trust. He's 46 not out.
In again to Van der Hoogten. Back and across and defends. Good spell this from Tom Aspinwall to his 4th over from the Cathedral Road end. He's picked up 1 for 8. Went for the Yorker, didn't he? And got the LBW. He's got a good Yorker in him as Aspinwall. And pinning Colin Ingram in front. Over the wicket. Low full toss. Punch to mid-on. Bohannon stops it.
Yeah, we've had 4 LBWs in each innings so far, so Lancashire have had their allocations. No point in appealing for any more.
Final ball of the over. 185 for 7. That's a bit more in bowling. Van der Hoogten off the back foot. Just trying to nudge it away. There's a bit of hesitation as to whether to run or not, and Matthew Hurst, the keeper, sprints up from behind the stumps to field. But by the time he's got to the ball, they've managed to safely and successfully cross for a single. 2 coming off the over. So 186 for 7. 72 overs gone, so if they need a new ball, there is one available for them in 8 overs time. The lead is 77.
Which will be just before the tea interval if we get that. And if tea isn't brought forward by 3 wickets falling, or delayed by 2 wickets falling. Balderson to continue. A good stint in this match. Balls, and Van der Hoogten plays that one to point, and there's no run. Email from Kevin Lyons, former Glamorgan player and first-class umpire. Long email, but the gist of it is that unfortunately present-day players and coaches have absolutely no idea of the difference between banter and ball-by-ball noise and shouting. We're discussing the issue of frequent appealing earlier on.
Right.
Not too sure that mass appealing has an effect on concentration levels required by umpires. They don't address the situation when on the field of play as they should. Thank you, Kevin. As Van der Hoogten pushes forward, and there's no run. Elsewhere in Division 2, Leicestershire surely set to crown their title triumph with victory over Northants. Northants 29 for 2, needing a further 472 to win after Fox's declaration. Balderson in, bowls, Van der Hoogten drives and didn't look to quite time it, but will pick up at least 1, make that 2 as the ball runs out towards the cover point boundary. 188 for 7, the lead is 79. At Lords, Gloucestershire 12 for no wicket in their second innings, still 336 behind Middlesex, who declared at 634 for 9. In fact, Gloucestershire are following on there. Players to play made 263 not out. Former Derbyshire man. Balderson in. Bowls, Van der Hoogten beaten through to Hurst. Takes well standing up. Kent also following on against Derbyshire. They're 16 for 2, second time round.
Dear.
Oh yeah, Sam North East, the departing Glamorgan captain, is going to have a bit of a job to hold Kent together.
They're bottom of the pile, aren't they, Kent?
By a distance. 2 early wickets for Lewis Rees from Derbyshire in the Kent second innings. Balderson bowls on leg stump. Van der Hoogten works it away down towards backward square for a single. So that's the situation in Division 2. So early tea at Headingley. Yorkshire well ahead of Durham, and Durham going down surely. Sussex scrambled home for victory against Worcestershire despite needing only 60 to win. They lost 7 wickets. Cook is beaten outside off stump, and well, Glamorgan are not making terribly rapid progress, and it's all looking a bit dangerous at the moment. 4 wickets fell in quick succession either side of the lunch interval. We then had a 50 stand between Cook and Ingram, but Ingram got one that rattled through a little bit low, and that was the end of him for the season. 189 for 7. I'm surprised that anyone on the far bank is taking their sunbathing to that sort of extent when the sun is not in.
It's a good effort, that, wasn't it?
The topless gentleman pictured on our screens.
Blimey. Full and off stump from Ashby-Moore and driven by Van der Hoogten to Bailey, who's at mid-off. I mean, it was okay maybe a little bit earlier on today,
yeah,
but there is no sunshine now.
No, there is no sunshine. As Hampshire 93 for 3, need 88 more to beat Surrey and save themselves.
Cracked away to mid-on again by Van der Hoogten.
At Chelmsford, Somerset are 23 for 2 in their second innings after a fairly even first innings. Somerset made 4.33, Essex made 4.38. Centuries from Elgar and Paul Walter at 158.
Cut to Bell at point. And a second for Aspinwall. Van der Hoogten can't quite believe he's done that. Carved away to George Bell, who takes the catch, and Glamorgan lose their 8th wicket. Second for Aspinwall in the spell. Short, wide, cut. Straight to Bell.
Yes, Aspinwall may claim it was a cunning ploy, but that was a ball that was there to be hit. Van der Hoogten hit it firmly but smacked it straight to the field as if he were giving catching practice. And the afternoon decline continues. That's 4 wickets in the session. Glamorgan 8 down. We might have to wait for tea if another one falls.
Got me Welsh shortbread to eat. Looking forward to that.
Mason Crane, who made 42 in the first innings, was second top scorer, is next out with only Ned Leonard to follow. Leonard having been absent from the field much of yesterday with a slight back problem. Van der Hoogten marches off, looking as though he can't believe that he picked out the field there with mostly offside to lace that ball through.
Yes. He certainly crunched it away, but he crunched it straight to Bell. Mason Crane heading out to join Chris Cook.
Yeah, 5th match of the season for Mason Crane. 21 wickets. Not a bad rate that, taking 4 wickets a match. A little bit expensive in this one. Came under a bit of fire, didn't he, from Michael Jones in particular after picking up those wickets.
Yes, he did. It was a good battle actually yesterday afternoon. Crane was on top of Lancashire. He was bowling nicely. The ball was spinning, and Jones came out and was very much on the kind of counter-attack. So Crane waits. Here's Aspinwall. Clipped away for a single down to Wells at deep backward square leg. So 190 for 8. A lead of 81 runs. Got left today? Well, there's 39 overs remaining in the day after this. There's Aspinwall balls to Cook, full and driven, fielded by Hartley.
Yeah, it'll need a considerable amount of tail end resistance from the last couple of wickets to take play into tomorrow now.
It would. You can always extend as well, can't you, if there's a possibility of a result. Aspinwall to Cook.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the light would permit that this evening though, because it's not brilliant now once the clouds come over.
The old floodlights can't use them.
No.
Oh right, okay.
Unfortunately not.
Oh dear.
Don't get me started.
There's Glamorgan's batting guard. Starts there, aren't they, for 2 of the batters. Ingram's 37. North East making 21. It was hard going for Al Hassan's 45, but nothing really there that's potentially troubling Lancashire when it comes to a run chase a little bit later on.
No, just 81 the lead now, and Glamorgan need a lot more than that if they're to trouble Lancashire in the 4th innings. Balderson is in to bowl to Crane. there's several appeals. I think they were initially appealing for a caught behind, and then Hurst whipped off the bails, and they appealed for a stumping as Crane appeared as if he might topple forward, but didn't. A lot of encouragement for George Balderson as he races towards us. Balls to Crane, who pushes it to cover, and there is no run.
Ball well again today, haven't they? Lancashire, they've had to be really patient. I mean, the fact that Glamorgan didn't really get away from them this morning, and just stuck at it. Real good disciplined ball, and this lad's been great, Balderson.
Here he comes. Balls to Crane, who works one off his legs for a single, down towards fine leg. No. It's a leg by. Thought I heard a bat in there.
He's had some help, of course, with Hartley, who bowled a good spell kind of either side of lunch. Bailey doing his usual thing. Aspinwall, actually, is probably his best little spell of the season, really. He's not played too much first-class cricket, just his third game. All-round decent bowling effort from Lancashire.
Cook, just played that one in time. He looked as though he'd been cut in half there by Chris Cook as he came down on that one late and got a thickish inside edge away towards square leg. And they went through for the single. It's just a question of salvaging what you can, I think, for these last few Glamorgan batters. Chris Cook maybe looking to end with a half century. Mason Crane to get some more runs as he's timed that one nicely through the onside, and that'll run away for 4 to wide mid on. So Crane moves to 5 and total to 196 for 8. And having been promoted, it's not a question, I don't think, of Glamorgan's heads been on the beach or whatever. But Lancashire have been the better side over the 2.5 days so far, as Crane lobs that one on the leg side, but it doesn't carry to Blatherwick at short mid wicket, and there's no run. 196 for 8. Had the England senior tour party, of course, earlier this week to visit Australia for the Ashes series. England Lions are out there at a similar time. They play a warm-up against the England senior side, providing the opposition from England's second string rather than an Australian side. And then the Lions go on and take on a Cricket Australia 11 in Perth and Australia A in Brisbane, as that is firmly driven into the offside by Cook, and will pick up just the 1 run because it's quickly fielded by subfielder Arav Shetty. On the cover point boundary, is rather over enthusiastic, overthrows the keeper, but it's backed up and there are no buzzers. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any Glamorgan representation in the England Lions side after very strong first full seasons for 21-year-olds Ben Callaway and Asa Tribe. Aspinwall in, bowls and chopped away through the offside, and that's gone for 4 this time. Crane hitting that one firmly. Nothing to lose, I suppose, for Glamorgan at this late stage, as the total passes 200, 201 for 8. The lead is 92. With still 37 overs left to be bowled today, even if they do have to take 2 off for a change round if it doesn't coincide with tea. then Lancashire would be pretty confident of wrapping it up this evening, you would have thought, unless the poor light precludes them from doing so. Aspinwall is in to Mason Crane, who plays that one into the offside, but not with such force, and it's fielded by Hartley at cover, no run. Aspinwall marching back to his mark with some purpose now. 2 for 39 next to his name on the scoreboard. LBW decision against Ingram. As Crane flashes at that one, cuts it down to third man and gets the single. He moves into double figures on 10. 202 for 8. The lead is 93. And Aspinwall following that up by having Van der Hoogten caught by Ballot point off a ball that possibly deserved a wicket slightly less than some of his other offerings. Aspinwall is in to bowl. Cook angles it away, and there's a single down to third man.
Yes, well, the odd count only, but as you say, it was you could tell with the reaction of Van der Hoogten. How have I managed to do that?
Yeah, similar feeling probably from Ul Hassan this morning, who lasted 137 balls for 45, and then first time he plays a reverse sweep, he hits it low straight to point. Aspinwall in past the umpire, balls, and Crane drives firmly, but well stopped at cover by Hartley, and there is no run at the end of the over. 203 for 8. 94 is the lead. 5 overs potentially left till tea if the wickets column remains the same. If it's 9 wickets down, then we delay. And if it's 10 wickets down within 5 overs, then it's tea then. Easy.
Bowling change from the river end.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Jack Blatherwick.
Not seen too much of Blatherwick, but he's back in for a little burst before tea. So Balderson 4 overs for 16 in that latest spell. He's bowled 23 overs in the innings. He's picked up 3 for 60. 6. Blatherwick only bowled 10 overs. He's got a couple of wickets, gone for 42. He's going to have a little chance before the tea break, see if he can prize another one out. Cook on 34. Blatherwick in and balls to Cook. Drives out towards Wells on the point boundary. Takes him to 35. So the lead is pushing towards 3 figures. 95 in front. Batted nicely in the first innings for Glamorgan, did Mason Crane. 42. And an 82-run partnership with Tim Van der Hoogten. More of the same required for Crane's second time round to give him something at least to try and bowl at. Blatherwick to Crane, that's cracked away off the back foot.
Yeah, Crane seems to have decided he's just going to play a few shots, doesn't he? I mean, nothing wild so far, but anything that's been there to be hit. He's crunched a couple of boundaries away.
Yep, 10 already. Just 11 balls faced. Blatherwick's in again, past the umpire. Crane pushing away, but once again picking out Michael Jones. Who's at cover. No run. Jones making 62 for Lancashire yesterday, and it was probably Jones's knock in the afternoon yesterday that pulled the game away from Glamorgan. Crane was causing a few problems until Jones came out and went after him. Finds a gap this time, does Crane. Will be Wells trying to catch up with it.
Oh dear!
Goodness! Oh.
He's all right.
He's all right.
He had to leap over the advertising hoardings there. and thankfully he comes up with a grin on his face. Just gave it a little bit too much there. You can't charge towards those boundaries, you have to slide before the ropes if you're going to.
Oh, hey, oh, there we go.
Oh, it's a good job he's got long legs and he didn't fall awkwardly. That would have been a nasty way to end the season. Near a couple of spectators, but didn't end up in their laps.
Quite like Blatherwick's response to it. So why don't you stop it? Did you see him? Blatherwick in and balls to Crane, that's down the leg side. There was, you could just see on the shot previously, during the live action, Blatherwick's response at the top end of his follow through, arms outstretched. Poor Luke Wells almost crashing into the concrete. And Blatherwick's wondering why he didn't stop it. 208 for 8, lead is 99. Final ball of the over in to Crane. Driven on the bounce back to Blatherwick, feels one-handed off his own bowling. And it's the end of the over. Umpire's finding something highly amusing. 36 left today, 99 in front. Crane on 14 and Cook on 35.
Probably from the umpire's point of view, the possibility of a day off they're finding amusing. You would have thought. 208 for 8, just 99 runs ahead at Glamorgan.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Tom Hartley.
So 3 overs before the new ball is available, 4 overs until the scheduled tea interval, and spinner Tom Hartley is called upon to deliver a couple of those overs maybe. Firstly to Chris Cook on 35 not out, and Cook has done a very useful job at 7 this season, averaging over 40 and having to steer the tail. Sometimes I feel he's slightly wasted at 7. Hartley bowls, and that one's turned a bit past the edge of Cook's bat, because it is a different job, isn't it, trying to shepherd the efforts of the lower order, however good they may be. Cook forward, defends. Hurst gets excited about nothing in particular.
Well, I suppose they'll have to rejig something next season with no Sam Northeast.
Yeah.
Either someone moves up a bit or they find someone to come and replace him.
As that's cut away on the offside for a single by Cook. And my personal point of view is that they could move people up one. Depends if Dixon is in the side.
Yeah.
And if Al Hassan remains as opener, and he is in contract for next season apparently. Hartley in to bowl, turns one past the bat of Mason Crane this time. I would have thought that Callaway could bat at 5 legitimately. Second in the batting averages this season, and Cook at 6, and have your all-rounder at 7, whoever that may be. Two slips and a point, and Crane is beaten by that one, and Hartley's enjoying himself here.
Played nicely, isn't it? Good over this.
Just a single off it, and the ball's beaten the bat several times. Shorter and turned towards mid-wicket by Crane. It's a good sliding stop by Bohannon. Skipper setting a good example. They go through for a single. It's 210 for 8. The lead is 101. 3 overs scheduled until the interval.
Good stuff from Hartley. Testing stuff from the left arm spinner. the lead over 100. Couple of wickets still to take for Lancashire. Here's Blatherwick. Balls to Crane. Played up towards mid-on. No addition to the score.
If you have got any emails about the state of play for either of these counties looking forward to next season, I suggest you get them in now, because if we've got a bit of a run chase, or maybe that Lancashire try and get it finished fairly quickly.
210 for 8. Lead of 101. Blatherwick to Crane down the leg side. He's overstepped Blatherwick, so no ball called by Lungley. Three in front. Blatherwick back into Crane. Getting down leg side, taken by Hurst. Inevitable, isn't it? End of a season, you start looking ahead to next season already. You've barely got through this one, and working out what might happen next season. Who's batting where? Who might be signing? Who will be captain? I got those questions applicable to Lancashire too. As well, actually. Kind of clarity on who the head coach might be, who's the captain going to be.
Yeah, that's one thing Glamorgan do know is the coach.
Blatherwick to Crane off the back foot, pulled behind square, dive from Hartley, can't prevent the ball going for 4. And Crane moves on to 19. 107 runs in front now.
Yeah, from the Glamorgan point of view, it looks like being their first defeat since April, and they've not that often been sort of consistently on the back foot since then. I mean, they were forced to bat out time up at Leicester, but Leicester have gone on to win it, and it's been an easier job commentating on Glamorgan this season than last.
Blatherwick to Crane off the back foot, taps it away into the offside. So what was it, 10 up until this game, 10 games unbeaten, was it?
10 games unbeaten before this, yeah.
Some rise up the table for Glamorgan.
Won 5 and lost 5, and I guess it was the game at Old Trafford that sort of put them in the position where some reasonable draws in September would take them through.
Blatherwick in to Crane. The ball just loops it towards the leg side. And no bat on that, just looping off Crane's thigh guard and landing away towards square leg. Crane remains on 19. The score moves on to 217 for 8. Lead 108, so 1 ball left of this over, and then 2 until tea. Blatherwick to Cook. Tucks that one away off his hip. Araf Shetty. And there's a substitute fielder for Lancashire, and on the boundary towards the leg side. Cook gets 1, keeps the strike as well. He's on 37. 218 for 8. Leading by 109 on Glamorgan as we knock on the door of tea. Of course, as Nick was saying before, Lancashire do get 1 more wicket, then we'll go on a little bit further.
Indeed, an extra 8 overs, I think, available.
Half an hour, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's more the overs, because I got completely baffled when we had lunch interval at 1:40 earlier this season when a 10th wicket pair was smashing and bashing. as that first ball from Hartley is hit hard by Cook at extra cover, and they'll go through for a single, with Jones doing well really to get anything on it. .219 freight, lead 110. Crane on strike, back on his stumps defending. It's been a good session for Lancashire. There were 4 down at lunch. They've claimed another 4 in this afternoon session. As deep square is brought up to level with the umpire. Hartley bowls, Crane defends. Back down the pitch, no run. So the 2 slips in and Bell at silly point. Even more in your face than being at short leg. Hartley bowls. Crane pushes it gently away into the offside. Jones fields, no run. Hartley in to bowl. Crane hoiks it away on the leg side. Just spotted that one, was a touch short. Trusted the bounce and smashed it through mid-wicket for 4. He moves to 23. It's 223 for 8. The lead is 114. And what Glamorgan wouldn't give for another 80 odd runs and the lead of 200.
Might get it, yeah.
No shot played by Crane. It's the last ball of Hartley's over. Hartley head on hands gives the impression that a coat of lacquer has been taken off the off stump, but it's intact. 223 for 8. 1 over to go until tea unless a wicket falls.
Off spin again, I think, there from Bailey.
Matt McWilliam emails. I recall being at Colwyn Bay in 2019 against Lancashire, which I've tried to forget as it was a hammering. It was always a great atmosphere between the two teams, hoping to return there again soon.
Tom Bailey.
Bailey with an over spin before tea. Yeah, be nice for Glamorgan to stage a men's match in Colwyn Bay again. Haven't done since COVID.
Was the Lancashire game the last one there?
Yeah.
There's Bailey then. Some off spin before tea. Dropped away into the onside. Who got runs in that win for? I remember speaking. Was it Villas? Did he get some runs?
Oh gosh, he was a big innings, didn't he? 250 was it maybe?
And then there was a Peterson, sort of the Prince and Peterson, wasn't
the
there?
500 stand.
Run away down to third man by Cook. That was a couple of years before that, wasn't it?
Yeah. Lancashire have enjoyed their visits to Colwyn Bay. And when I saw they hadn't won in Cardiff since 1981, I thought, what? But they've only actually played 3 games in Cardiff before this one since 1981.
Yeah, enjoy the trip to Colwyn Bay.
Yes, I'm sure a lot of supporters would concur to try and get the planets aligned, the ducks in a row.
It's always full of Lanky fans there, isn't
Yeah.
it? Forward again goes Cook, working it out towards the leg side.
Yeah, it's a nice mixture. A few North Walians, a few up from South Wales, and hordes across the border.
2 balls left before tea. Cook whips it out towards Aspinwall on the square leg boundary, through for a single. So with an over of Bailey off spin before lunch, we've got an over of Bailey's off spin before tea. Crane on strike. Right, 1 ball to go before the tea break. Unless Bailey finds a wicket here. He doesn't. It's defended by Crane, and that is tea on day 3. Lancashire have plugged away all day. They've shown great patience with the ball to stick at it and prize out in the end. So far, 6 wickets on this 3rd day. Glamorgan still going into the evening session on the 3rd day. They lead Lancashire by 117 runs. in Cook and Crane. Maybe there's still a bit of hope here if they can keep this partnership going into the evening session. They've added 37 so far between them as the players head off for tea on the third day. Glamorgan 226 for 8, and they lead by 117 runs.
We are delighted to welcome onto the outfield in front of the National Cricket Centre various volunteers from cricket clubs, together with representatives of Cricket Wales. The various volunteers have all won recognition today at the annual award ceremony staged by Cricket Wales and sponsored by UES. Congratulations to everyone who's given their time, their energy and their passion to ensure that cricket continues to thrive in our communities across Wales, week in, week out. I've got some up-to-date scores from the other games taking place elsewhere at the Utilita Bowl, where Hampshire are 108 for 6, still requiring 73 runs to beat Surrey. At Northamptonshire are 67 for 2, requiring a further 434 to beat Leicestershire. And Henley plays underway there after rain had affected the morning session. Yorkshire 465 for 9, leading Durham by 119. At Chelmsford, Somerset in their second innings are 60 for 4, leading Essex by 55 runs. At Lords, Gloucestershire are following on against Middlesex. Gloucestershire dismissed earlier on this afternoon for 286. They're now 32 for 1. At Trent Bridge, Warwickshire were dismissed by champions Nottinghamshire for 133, and we're very close to a result for the winners of Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship, because Nottinghamshire are 14 without loss, requiring just 4 more runs for victory. And at Canterbury, Kent are also following on against Derbyshire. Kent dismissed for 271 earlier this afternoon in their second innings. Kent are 46 for 3, still trailing Derbyshire by 381 runs. A reminder that the Glamorgan Club shop owned by Missouri Sports is open until the close of play this evening. It's situated opposite Gate 2 and is always selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget, there's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks are available for purchase from the mobile unit beneath the Castlett Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium, and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. The Museum of Welsh Cricket will be closing at the end of the tea interval, and it's where you have an opportunity today, or if not tomorrow, to go and look at the host of new bilingual panels and displays recently installed as a result of a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. And also you can watch the memory match video, which for this game is the contest between Glamorgan and the 1993 Australians at Neath. Don't forget as well, the museum has second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks and a range of other souvenirs on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And amongst the items available, the research monograph recently published by David Battersby, looking at Glamorgan's tour of the West Indies and Bermuda in 1970.
A very warm welcome back. Couldn't get welcome there out cleanly. A very warm welcome back to Safari Gardens, to our BBC Online listeners, where the situation is as follows. 226 for 8 Glamorgan, which is a lead of 117. Crane is 23. Chris Cook, it's been a tough knock for him, 41 from 94 balls. So Lancashire trying to wrap things up as soon as possible, but it's very difficult, Scott Reed, for us to predict what might happen at the moment in terms of the game. Lancashire obviously should go on to win it, but when is the question?
Well, they've got a new ball now, so we'll see if that helps rattle through a couple. They've taken that straight away after the tea break. And George Balderson will have it from the Cathedral Road end.
No one really sticking around from a Glamorgan perspective. There was a 50 partnership between Ingram and Cook, but Ingram, once he was given out LBW, things capitulated slightly. So here we go then. Balderson coming in from the Cathedral Road end, that's squeezed and edged towards the third man area where it's fielded for a single.
Of course, the new ball could also produce some runs a little quicker for Glamorgan potentially, and that's the older, softer ball. I think I should be hoping, of course, obviously for a couple of wickets quickly here, get it all wrapped up. But maybe the new ball might actually be beneficial in the end for Glamorgan, trying to push this lead a little bit further on. We'll see.
Yeah, Balderson coming in, 3 wickets for 67, and that's struck on the pads and that's given out, and that should be that. That is the answer straight away. Balderson strikes in his first over after tea, 4th wicket, and the end is nigh for Glamorgan.
Yes, it is, and Balderson has a 4th wicket. There wasn't too much about the new ball with that. I just fall straight and missed it.
Looks as if it was angling down, but did enough, straightened enough, and probably hitting middle and leg.
Yes. I'm not sure if George Balderson's ever had a fifer. I don't know whether Nick could just have a quick... I've not got my computer with me. I'm trying to think out whether Balderson's picked up 5 wickets in first-class cricket or not. He's certainly got plenty of like 3s and 4s. He may well have done. Probably be proven quite badly wrong here. But
well, he's on song this afternoon for 67 in his 24th over. So it brings the last man to the field.
Ned Leonard.
Good to see him. He's fit and okay to come out and have a bat, because he went off, didn't he?
He did. We were told earlier that he would bat if needed, but wasn't in a fit state, obviously, to bowl.
No. Felt something go in the back, but thankfully nothing...
5 for 14.
Thank you.
Balderson's
1 fifer.
best figures. Of course, I was awaiting James Harris. Of course, he was the night watchman last night. Was out LBW. So the last stand then for Glamorgan, with a lead of 118. I'm afraid my television has self-destructed for the time being.
Oh dear.
Weak or no signal? Very weak.
Yes. So weak you can't see it.
It's the end of the season. The TVs are malfunctioning. Everything's going pear-shaped.
Time to wind down.
Balderson with 2 slips to go for trying to wrap things up, and they will chase down what should be that's creamed but not timed by Leonard, the new batter, formerly of Somerset, of course. Had a flurry of wickets against Somerset in the T20 competition at Taunton earlier in the season. all to no avail as Glamorgan failed to qualify for the last 8. Balderson full, and Leonard deals with it, and is played up to mid-off where Bailey fields. Still 30, just over 31 overs remaining, so if the last wicket falls sooner rather than later, well, they should knock these over quite quickly, one would have thought. Balderson, and again carbon copy, behind goes Leonard to Bailey at mid-off.
I'm just looking at some of the tea time scores a few minutes ago from around the grounds with, well, obviously the bottom of Division 1 is the one that's of some interest. Hampshire 6 down at tea, 113 for 6. Their target is 181 to win.
Apologies, missed that ball because I'm making a pig's ear of the screen to the right of me. End of the over. 227 for 9. Wicket taking over from Balderson. And it should be a matter of when and not if for Lancashire.
You now got onto the auto-tuning.
Don't know what the hell
Continuing
I've done
to
here.
bowl the River End, Tom Bailey.
He's trying to find diagnosis murder on his TV here. And watch a bit of afternoon telly.
Yeah, daytime TV. Oh, there we are. I'll stick to what's in front of me.
Tom Bailey's in front of you, the new ball from the River End. Cook on 42. So yeah, Hampshire potentially in a bit of a pickle. They need 70 to win with 4 wickets in hand. If they win that game, then that's fine for Hampshire. They'll be safe. If they lose, and there's certainly some jitters, it would appear, in Southampton, and it opens the door. As Bailey's in, tapped away by Cook. Down to backward point for a single. It opens the door for a potentially great escape for Durham.
Yeah, there's a bit of a scrap going on there.
There is, yeah. They're off a bad light at Headingley, so not much Durham can do at the minute. Yorkshire 9 down, 465 for 9 in their first innings. That's a feel of a draw. Bailey bowls, forward goes Leonard in defence, and there's no run, which should be fine for Yorkshire. Oh, they've lost a 7th now, Hampshire. 117 for 7. Shahar's got 5 for 31. Dawson, the latest wicket. So 3 wickets remaining, still got to get 64 of Hampshire. There's Bailey to Leonard, right in behind it. Defends to mid-off, and there's no run. So there's end of season survival nerves aplenty for the Hampshire boys at the Utility Bowl. Dearie me. 228 for 9, leading here Glamorgan by 119 runs. There's Bailey at the top of his mark. He's in and bowling again. Leonard, it's a no ball. Leonard drives towards mid-on. Few bowlers have overstepped from that River End in this game. Bailey the latest. I'm sure he signalled a no ball. Maybe he didn't. Maybe I imagined it. It's not going to pull them. Maybe I hallucinated a no ball from the umpire. I thought he held out his arm there to signal the no ball. But maybe I dreamt it. Bailey bowls. Leonard defends. No run. It's up on the screen now. Yeah, no ball.
Sometimes there's this over-exaggerated throwing the old-fashioned stone.
Well, I mean, the scorers are about 4 miles away, aren't they? So they need to be have a clear signal to work out what's going on. They're a long way away in the scorer's box, out towards Newport or something like that. 230 for 9. As Bailey's in and bowls, and deflected down to fine leg by Leonard for a single. Hartley's down below us to field. And Ned Leonard gets his first run with that. 231 for 9, leading by 122.
Well, Cook isn't going to die wanting here, I don't think. It's just a...
He's crunched that one away through the offside. It burst through the fingers of Boot Wells.
That was struck very hard.
It was, wasn't it? Gets him a single. So that will push him on to 44. Lead of 1-2-3 now. 232 for 9.
Yeah, still well short. I mean, even, 170, 180 would have been something with some murky, overcast conditions, just to put a few gremlins and something to bowl at. But we're well away from that at the moment. So it is Balderson, who's been superb for Lancashire. Full and sweetly driven to mid-off, and there's no run. Only 2 slips in for Cook. There is a third man in place, as well as a long leg, deep square as well. Balderson pulled and cracked away through mid-wicket for 4. That was classic Chris Cook, and that's gone all the way, and that is his 50. Well, he got all of that, did Chris Cook. That was a crunching pull, and I hadn't realised that it cleared, and it was a full compliment for Chris Cook, who raises his bat aloft. It's a 50, and that was some shot.
Yeah, pretty emphatic way to get there, wasn't it, from Cook?
Balderson follows that with a good ball, jags at Cook, forces him to release one hand from the bat.
I mean, these two could still bat for a bit yet, and the score and the lead and the target will increase. But imagine it's chasing kind of like a 220, a 230 on the last day.
And that would have been possible.
Yeah.
Balderson coming in, right arm over, and that's clipped away, and that doesn't bisect the fielders deep on the onside boundary, but they do collect a second. He's just going to go now, isn't he, Cook?
Why not? Yeah.
And he is timing it sweetly. He's seeing the ball. So 131 the lead. Cook is 52. He's on strike. Here comes Balderson. Oh, and again similar. That just lifted on Cook, and he drops his bat. That obviously hit him on the glove, and he's just sort of wincing in a bit of pain there. That's the second one we've seen. A bit of uneven bounce from Balderson in the shape in the over. Yeah, that really climbed.
It did. I wouldn't want to be batting last and chasing.
Well, there you go. If
chasing 200.
Another 60 odd runs, but
well, still going to get 130 to win at this point, with potentially more to come.
Here is Balderson. Cook. Oh, he flashes outside off stump and misses. That is the end of the over, so Leonard will be on strike, and the pressure will be on Ned Leonard to get off the strike to ensure that Cook takes the reins. 52 from 103 balls.
Yeah, good stuff.
So it will be Bailey to have a go at the last man, Ned Leonard, from the River Taff end.
2 slips in play, says Bailey. And pushing forward, the ball goes past through to Hurst. No run. Yeah, it's unpredictable, the pitch at the minute, isn't it? Seen some turn yesterday for Mason Crane. A bit of predictable bounce through the course of today. That's off the back foot, pushed into the offside for no run. Hampshire are 8 down. And if Hampshire lose that game, then a draw is enough for Yorkshire, for Durham, to avoid relegation. And they're off for bad light, and neither side will have any interest at all in trying to force anything, because a draw keeps them both up if Hampshire were to lose that match. Bailey balls, playing the miss by Leonard through to Hurst. So they still need 60 to win to Hampshire, but now only 2 wickets in hand. So effectively here, with what's happening at Yorkshire, Hampshire, if they were to lose this game, wouldn't officially be relegated today, because that Yorkshire-Durham game is still in place, but effectively it would relegate Hampshire, unless they can score 60 more runs. Bailey to Leonard, that's squeezed down towards third man for a single, doubles his score. 241 for 9, brings Cook back on strike, and Chahar has got the latest wicket to fall. He's now picked up 6 for 32. Obviously doesn't mean anything really for Surrey, because Nottinghamshire are the county championship winners, but for Hampshire it certainly does. Bailey bowls, Cook defends. 1 ball left of the over for Tom Bailey. What have we got left in the day? Well, there's 28 overs left. The lead is, well, the runs to get a minute is 133 to win. You'd lose a couple of overs for the change of innings, but you can of course go for the additional half an hour if
dependent on the light.
Absolutely, yeah. Bailey to complete the over. Oh, goodness me, that's out towards mid-on, and Cook departs. I thought he got a hold of that in the end, more off the toe end of the bat, in truth. Trying to flash it out towards the leg side. He's been caught by Blatherwick running away to his right at mid-on. Cook departs, going for a flamboyant-looking shot out towards mid-wicket. Doesn't get a hold of it. Comfortable catch for Jack Blatherwick. Glamorgan are all out for 241. That's a lead of 132. So I reckon maybe 26 overs. I think it will be 26 overs to score 133 to win the game. And Nick's going to come back in to...
Yeah, just to do a radio update in a couple of moments. I'm sure you have a similar commitment next door. And after that we'll resume commentary in just under 10 minutes time, as Lancashire need 133 to win. Morgan all out for 241.
For those of you who like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the rest of the details of the Glamorgan second innings in just a moment. So Glamorgan all out for 241. Ned Leonard was unbeaten on 2. In that total, there was 17 extras comprising 5 leg byes and 12 no balls. Here are the Lancashire bowling figures. Tom Bailey, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 39. George Balderson, 25 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 75. Jack Blatherwick, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 54. Tom Aspinwall, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 41. And Tom Hartley, 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 27. There are 26 overs remaining this evening.
Glamorgan are going to have to bowl their socks off to prevent defeat because Lancashire need just 133 for victory here. Glamorgan dismissed a couple of moments ago for 241. Chris Cook top scored. He was last out for 52. Zainul Hassan made a gritty 45. Main Lancashire bowler was George Balderson with 5 for 74. A question now of whether Lancashire can complete victory this evening or tomorrow morning, but Glamorgan will need a lot of wickets very quickly. Lancashire need 133 to win. We resume in 5 minutes' time.
Very warm welcome back to Sophia Gardens, which is slightly overcast at the moment, and the situation at present is that Lancashire need 133 for victory on the third day, which is just a touch over 5 and over, with 26 overs remaining of the day. So if you fancied a flutter, you probably would say that Lancashire would get over the finishing line this evening, as Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells trudge to the middle. Only Chris Cook and Zain ul Hassan offering any resistance really for Glamorgan. Cook and Ingram made a partnership of 50 once Ingram fell, and the writing was on the wall. So Lancashire will be trying to wrap up and taste victory for only the third time this season. Jennings and Wells, who made 78, Jennings 49 in the first innings. And it will be Luke Wells to take guard, and it's Tim van der Hoogten in Lancashire's second innings to get underway, and that's defended into the offside, and there's no run. Just a question of when these runs are likely to be knocked off. And it has to be said, Glamorgan have always been playing catch-up from day one, as Tim van der Hoogten, who took Pfeiffer in the first innings, bowls. That's played gently, and no more than a push. It's speeding away to the boundary for 4. Well, that sped away from a bat of Wells.
That's timing for you, isn't it? Didn't look to be hitting it hard, but he did.
Wells is a man in form, having top scored in the first innings with 78. And he's off the mark, as Lancashire. The target is a 1-3-3. Here comes Tim van der Hoogten. And that's played with soft hands down to backward point, where it's fielded by Mason Crane.
Yeah, I mean, Glamorgan lasted 85 overs in the second innings, which is not too disastrous. It's not great, but Lancashire generally bowled well. Balderson was pretty accurate, didn't give much away. Bailey was even more accurate, going as only 2 and over. Aspinwall, Blatherwick and Hartley all coming to the party, so it was a good team effort.
Tim van der Hoogten in bowls, and that's played round the corner, where backward square comes in, and it is Billy Root who failed to get going once more, unfortunately. Sort of indicative of his season. It's been tough. Hasn't played much championship cricket at all.
Yeah, hasn't got going in the championship, and 1 half century in the One Day Cup. But maybe here next season. It's been offered a contract.
5 for none. Keaton Jennings is on strike. Here comes Tim van der Hoogten, and that's left outside off stump, taken by Chris Cook, who top scored for Glamorgan in the second innings with 52. Unfortunately, nobody really stuck with him. Colin Ingram was out for 37. Had he gone on, then maybe Glamorgan could have forced a chase of 200 and above, but alas, it wasn't to be. Van der Hoogten down the track is Jennings, as we saw in the first innings. He's always on the move, and that is the end of the first over of Lancashire's second innings. They are 5 for none. They trail by 127.
Yeah, so the required run rate to win tonight is 5 and over, 5.11.
It's the murkiest that it's been, isn't it, throughout the course of the game?
The substitute is Andy Gorvin.
Gorvin is
on.
on.
The bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, James Harris.
Yeah, Ned Leonard with that back problem. Not... Well, there's no point in aggravating anything at this stage of the season, really. With Glamorgan already promoted, looking forward to life in Division 1. Feature on Wales Today with thoughts of the Chief Executive, the BBC news programme between 6:30 and 7. As Harris is in from the Cathedral Road end, bowls to Wells, who drives majestically, and Harris does well to get a hand to it in his follow-through.
Absolutely creamed that.
That was off the middle of the bat. James Harris with 22 wickets this season, and this is his 10th match. Having not been available for the first 4, he's played ever since. Injury early on, as Harris is in to bowl, and Wells forces it firmly into the offside. Every shot that Luke Wells hits seems to be a firm one, doesn't it? As you described, that very firm defensive push in the first over went for 4.
He's a man on form, is Luke Wells. And James Harris will be coming back next year.
As Harris in to bowl to Wells, who drives sumptuously through the offside for 4 runs.
Lovely shot.
Well, no doubt I think that Lancashire are looking to get this victory chalked off tonight and give themselves a day off at the end of the season, with a couple of early boundaries from Wells setting the tone. Glamorgan really found it difficult to score at any rate today, with survival, of course, seeming fairly important, as well as accumulating the runs. Harris in to bowl, and Wells smashes this one through the leg side for 4 more. He's a man in a hurry. He's got a curry waiting for him at home in Lancashire.
I think so.
He's got all 13, 3 boundaries already in the space of the first 10 balls.
Yeah, Glamorgan have never really been at the races, have they, in this fixture? Perhaps partially understandable, given that promotion was secured last week. So nothing on it in that regard.
No, I mean, there's been a fair degree of application today, but they just got caught between 2 stools, didn't they, really? Whether to try and smash their way into the lead or defend their way through till tomorrow. Wells plays this one into the offside, but it's fielded by Ul Hassan, and there is no run. And Lancashire have been on top, really, since their bowlers claimed 6 wickets on the first morning of the game. Glamorgan 103 for 6 before lunch, having been inserted. And
well, ever since the first ball, really.
Yeah, first ball of the match.
Yeah.
With Tom Bailey claiming a wicket there, and the 5 for in the first innings. As Harris bowls up in the block hole, Wells on the move once more, drives it back past him, but fielded by Northeast at mid-on. 8 off the over. Lancashire 13 for naught after 2. They have 24 overs tonight to score a further 119 runs, plus of course all of tomorrow, or whatever is available with the weather tomorrow, and it looks likely that a reasonable amount of play would be available to them if they needed it. But the question, I think, my view is that they will get there tonight unless bad light intervenes, and the umpires might have a degree of common sense on that.
Tim van Hoogten then, the 3rd over, played to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Zainul Hassan. Who would have been disappointed, Zainul Hassan, a little earlier. He was got to it was a I wouldn't say turgid knock, it was a tough knock for Zainul Hassan.
He was just starting to flower though, wasn't he? Just starting to increase his scoring rate slightly. 6 boundaries, batted 2 hours and 50 minutes for his 45.
Van der Hoogten then bowls, and that's dead batted by Jennings, and there's no run.
And in terms of the umpire's discretion, I mean, I think if Lancashire were scoring fairly freely as they have done at the start of the innings, it would be rather silly to take them off.
Don't think there's any rain forecast this evening.
No,
is there?
it's just this bad light
Bad
that's
light,
sort
yeah.
of close to borderline already, I would have thought.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's turned square on the onside for a single, fielded by Billy Root. What's happening at Hampshire then, Nick?
All right. Now you're asking. I was just
That's,
downloading a picture
oh,
of
no.
George Balderson for
I will,
online purposes.
I will try and...
Hampshire 9 down, 39 to win off the
that's-
last wicket of James Fuller, who's a decent all-rounder, and Brad Wheel.
Coming around the wicket is Tim van der Hoogten, and that's played to mid-wicket by Wells, who's on 13. So that's going to come down to the wire there.
Rahul Chahar's taken 7 for 40, and basically if Hampshire lose, that means a draw is enough for Durham and Yorkshire, so they're not going to be pushing for a positive result at Headingley tomorrow.
No, indeed. That's played in the air, looped over Zainul Hassan at mid-wicket, but it was safe.
That's something of a swipe by Wells, isn't it? Go hard or go home for Luke Wells.
Yeah, as Nick mentioned, Hampshire requiring 39 with 1 wicket spare. Van der Hoogten then, last ball of the over, coming in and bowling to Jennings, who's a couple of strides down the wicket, and there's no run. 15 for none. They trail Lancashire, do by 117.
Well, that's the scale on which Surrey operate, isn't it? That they can draft in these overseas players. Rahul Chahar, the Indian spin bowler, joining them for one match and winning it for them with 7 for 40 at the moment. So,
yes, they have got an embarrassment of riches.
but to be fair, they need him with so many players on international
That is
duties.
true,
England internationals. Harris bowled a short ball that's pulled by Wells, and he'll get just the single out towards the square leg boundary where Asa Tribe is for once out in the deep rather than lurking somewhere at cover or short leg. And well, Glamorgan battled reasonably hard today, but this has a slight air of inevitability about it now for Lancashire, especially if Wells lasts any length of time. Harris in to bowl to Jennings down the wicket, and he joins in the fun by clipping it through mid-wicket for 4 more. And Hampshire on the charge are 20 without loss off 20 balls.
Just so strong all around the wicket, these two.
Yes, an enjoyable match for both of them.
Yeah.
Jennings with a rapid 49 in the first innings. Wells uncharacteristically patient for his 78, although that only came off 115. Oh no, it's the half century was off 115 balls, but yeah, Wells did show a fair degree of patience. Not in this innings as Harris bowls and Jennings plays it back to him. And there's no run, and Glamorgan already down to just the 2 slips in terms of attacking fielders. There are 3 saving the single on the offside, but just 1 on the leg northeast at mid-on. Tribe goes back to the boundary. Third man, fine leg back. Harris is in bowls. Jennings plays it to point, and there is no run. 20 without loss. Don't forget you can pick Kenneth's activities up over the weekend on the telly box. S. Pedwarac, S4C for Cardiff against the Lions, who've come all the way for Johannesburg and nicked all the eggs from Scott's Hotel. Not nicked, but eaten them quickly. Harris bowls and worked away on the offside down to third man by Jennings with a late cut. Takes the single, 21 without loss. So hard work for these Glamorgan bowlers, and not able to hit the sort of troublesome length that Lancashire's seam has found to find the ball skidding through low. As Harris is in to bowl, and Wells works it to backward point. There is no run. 21 for naught after 4 overs. They need a further 112 with 22 overs available this evening. And trend of LBWs through the match. There were in the end 5 in Glamorgan's second innings and 4 in each of the 2 first innings. So the umpires have not been slow on the draw.
Jennings on strike. Van der Hoogten. No real chances so far for Glamorgan. Just the 1 slip. Kieran Carlson is, well, as Van der Hoogten comes in, and comes off the inside-ish edge to mid-wicket. Carlson, his first slip, but he's probably almost where... Oh no, there Ingram is. I couldn't see Ingram lurking. So we have 2 slips, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, Carlson's sort of 4th slip, fine gully.
An orthodox position as Chris Cook standing up to Tim van der Hoogten, and that's played to the offside. Fielded by Tribe.
Don't see that very often.
No.
Keeper standing up to Van der Hoogten. In the first division, Nottinghamshire, the champions, signed off in style. They beat Warwickshire by 10 wickets after dismissing the visitors for just 133. Reaching 20 without loss. 3 wickets apiece for Abbas, Hutton and Pennington for the champions today.
Van der Hoogten starting his run-up, right arm over, bowls and played firmly to Tribe once more on the offside.
This game, although it's in Division 2, possibly a reminder to Glamorgan of the standards that will be needed in Division 1. Lancashire have put in a very solid performance over these 3 days.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's clipped round the corner. Deep backward square has a chase, but it's Harris from fine leg that comes in.
Stephen Moss on X saying that maybe at least 3 more top players needed for Glamorgan. Well,
1 has come through the door, but that's in place of
yes.
North East.
So,
A
in terms
bowler.
of recruitment, yeah, you'd have thought maybe 2 seamers if they can get them, but one of those can be an overseas. And where are the others coming from? Who's on the market? That's an improvement on what they've got.
Burning question. Tim van der Hoogten coming around. That's driven. And that's mid-on, scampering back, but it's gone all the way for 4 off the bat of Wells, who's moved on to 19 and trying to make light of this target.
And doing so very nicely. 6'4", big swing of the bat, sent the ball back the way it had come in. And Andy Gorvin's brave effort just failed to haul it up in front of the ropes.
Last ball of the over. Coming around is Tim van der Hoogten. Again, driven firmly.
And caught.
And caught. At the second or possibly third attempt by the captain, Sam Northeast. So Wells departs. He struck it firmly, but it was airborne. And it's taken at the third or fourth attempt by a juggling Sam Northeast, but they all count. And Glamorgan strike, 26 for 1.
Yeah, Wells was obviously showing positivity in a bid to finish this match off tonight. And maybe if 1 or 2 more wickets fall reasonably quickly, then Lancashire might resign themselves to having to come back in the morning, because the light is pretty ropey at the moment. I'm not sure if that's being discussed by the umpires, but you wouldn't be surprised if they took a reading at some point. And they're having a long chat, looking round. There's no sun coming, boys.
Incoming batter for Lancashire, the visiting captain, Josh Bohannon.
Josh Bohannon, who was went cheaply in the first innings for 9.
There's a discussion between umpire Lungley and several of the Glamorgan players. Now, whether that is, we might get to a stage where you're asked to bowl spin or get off. Now, will Glamorgan be willing to bowl spin and to try and hurry a game, finish to this game this evening? Possibly not. But Harris is to be allowed to start his third over anyway.
Yeah, it is gloomy out there now, isn't it? And it's not going to improve.
No, it's a very thick blanket of cloud over the capital at the moment. 26 for 1. Harris to start the new over to Jennings. And he works it into the offside route. Fields cover, and there's no run. Hampshire have squeezed a few more runs. They're 148 for 9, needing 33 more off their last wicket to beat Surrey and stay up.
Tension at the Tilliter Bowl.
Harris into Jennings, comes down the wicket and swats it through mid-wicket, stroke mid-on for 4 runs. Not much that North East can do about that one, as Jennings now takes up the cudgels after the departure of his opening partner Wells. North East retrieves it from the members area down to our left. And Harris has been leaky, not for 18. He's only in his third over. They've gone after him. 30 for 1 Lancashire. 103 more runs needed to win. As Harris bowls to Jennings, who drives nicely, but doesn't get any runs for that one because it's intercepted by Harris. They're off now for bad light at Southampton, with Hampshire 33 short of victory and their last pair together. Dragging out the drama till tomorrow morning. Bad light may be an issue here if the umpires decide to intervene. Harris into Jennings and goes past the edge. Did Jennings withdraw the bat? Maybe. We're at a slight angle looking at it in real time. Watching from over. Long on for the left-handed Jennings. 30 for 1. Some rather one-sided matches in Division 2. Kent 101 for 3. Following on, still 326 behind Derbyshire. Harris bowls and driven into the offside. All Hassan fields and has a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Does not make contact. Single is taken. 31 for 1. Jennings on to 12. Bohannon takes guard. Gloucestershire 39 for 1 in their second innings at Lords. They're off for bad lights. They're 309 short of making Middlesex bat again. At Northampton, Leicestershire look likely to be easy winners there. As that's driven back to Harris by Bohannon. 31 for 1 at the end of the over. Northants are 109 for 5, needing a further 392 to beat the Division 2 champions, Leicestershire. So in Division 1, Notts beat Warwickshire by 10 wickets. Sussex beat Worcestershire by 3 wickets. Yorkshire against Durham is heading for probably a draw, with Yorkshire well ahead. Well, they might fancy putting some pressure on Durham on the final day, and they're off for bad light at Southampton, with Hampshire 33 short of victory but only 1 wicket standing. At Chelmsford, Somerset are 89 for 5 in their second innings. That's only a lead of 84 over Essex.
Persevering with Tim van der Hoogten from the River End, and that's swatted away over mid-on for a maximum.
Well, Wells hit the early blows. Jennings is now copying him.
Yeah, taking the mantle. He's taking it on and wants to get this done and dusted. Whether he'll be able to is another matter.
Yeah, you don't see Tim van der Hoogten hit over his head for 6, or hit anywhere for 6.
37 for 1. 95 they trail now, Lancashire. Cut that time out to deep cover.
And the Ryder Cup, the first foursomes, Europe have won 3 of them?
Yeah, one's still playing.
One still playing.
It's a great start for Europe then. Were those 4 sums or 4 balls?
Foursomes.
4 sums, yeah. They used to start with the 4 balls years ago. That was played in to the offside dot ball. So it's just a question if they can stay out there at this rate. 38 for 1. Josh Bohannon, who's yet to get off the mark. He'll face Tim van der Hoogten in his 4th over, coming in. Bowls, cut, and nicely played behind point for 4.
The President has just rocked up in the last half hour, apparently, with the USA already behind. I wonder if he'll declare it fake news.
He might want to go himself.
It's his country and he can do what he wants.
And the Houghton. Right arm over. Hannon on strike, and that's played to the onside. And it's a dot ball. So expensive over this, 11 coming off it so far, 1 ball to go. 42 for 1. 19 overs remaining of the day, but there is a doubt as to whether we will get 19 overs. 2 slips in for Tim van der Houghton. That's a flash by Bohannon, but not timed towards wideish mid-off. That is the end of the over. 11 coming off it, very expensive from Tim van der Houghton. 42 for 1, and they trail now Lancashire by 90.
Can't believe they're going off a bad light in Southampton. Spin from both ends. You need 1 wicket or 30 runs. Take them off a bad light. Crazy. There's a game the other year where someone needed like 3 runs to win or something, and they came back the following day.
No, did they?
Yeah, it was something like that. It was a few years ago, like now. It's Harris to Jennings. Jennings will slap it away towards the leg side. He'll get 4 through mid-wicket. Sat up nicely for him, and moves on to 23. 46 for 1.
Yeah, Harris has leaked a few runs, 23 runs in all in his 4th over.
There's Harris in balls again. Jennings pulls it. I've lost it. It's gone for 6 towards deep backward square leg. There's 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Both were looking high up into the sky to give us a clue. That's 6 for Jennings, and Lancashire on the charge here. He moves on to 29, so 52 for 1. Need 81 more runs to win. To Lancashire.
Harris under pressure. 10 of the over already. 2 balls.
Yep, 4 through mid-wicket, 6 hooked out towards backward square leg. And
Another 4.
Yep.
Good.
Drilled away through the offside, so a hat-trick of boundaries, 2 4s and a 6. And Jennings moves on to 33.
14 off the over already. Well, he wants to get going, does Jennings?
Aye.
He doesn't want to come back tomorrow.
No. Try and get the job done tonight, which looking increasingly likely. There's 18 overs left, but obviously we can play on if the light's all right. I'm sure it'll be fine to keep going. Here's Harris to Jennings. 4 again, slapped away to the left of northeast at mid-on. Dismissive from Lancashire's opening batter, Keaton Jennings. Former captain and current captain are out in the middle. Jennings moves on to 37, 60 for 1. 73 more required, and it's all gone rather quiet. Apart from 1 or 2 on the Lancashire balcony. So what fights at 4, 6, 4 and 4.
Well, he's got a charge here, isn't he?
Harris into Jennings, fallen straight and driven, and they sneak through for a single. And Jennings moves on to 38. 61 for 1.
This could be the last over of James Harris's short spell.
Over 38. Bohannon's on strike. Harris in. Bohannon drives. It'll be worth a single. Just gets underneath it. Don't have any extra cover, and it means that Sam Northeast, in the final throes of his Glamorgan career, comes round from mid-off to field. End of a good over for Lancashire, for Keaton Jennings especially. Let's push them on to 62 for 1, and 71 runs required.
Yeah, not so for James Harris, leaking 20 runs in that over. So Lancashire going full throttle, courtesy of Keaton Jennings, trying to wrap things up this evening. 18 overs remain. And it will be Van der Hoogten once more from the river end. Tucked away on the offside for a single. Bohannon moves to 6. Way in front of the run rate required now in the 17.5 overs remaining. Keaton Jennings on 38 from 26 balls. Scored 49 in the first innings. Just the one slip in Colin Ingram now for Jennings, and that's driven uppishly towards wideish mid-off. Just a couple there for Jennings. He's just flashing at everything now.
He is, isn't he?
Just in case that they might have to leave this evening. .65 for 1. Just 67 they trail by now. The visitors, as Van der Hoogten comes in, bowls, and just straying down leg, not taken cleanly by Chris Cook. They've not looked at the light since they had a little look when Wells was out.
Yeah, I can't imagine there'd be much enthusiasm to
come back tomorrow morning.
Sure,
no, well,
sure it'll be finished tonight.
Van der Hoogten in, and that's dead batted back. Yeah, even if they're using miners' lights, they'll want to conclude this evening. I think both teams, that is. Glamorgan, D-Mob happy as well. Jennings is on strike. He's in the 40s already, off 29 deliveries. Van der Hoogten swatted it away once more, and has that gone all the way? Yes, it has. The second 6 off the bat of Keaton Jennings. He struck one earlier, maybe the third. Second in that vicinity, certainly. And we saw one a little earlier.
Yeah, ducking for cover. There was a little collection of supporters behind the bowler's arm at the river end. All, ducking out the way. Hit firmly down the ground. 6 for Jennings. He's a shot away from 50.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and muffled appeal from behind the sticks by Chris Cook. Nothing from the bowler. That was the end of another expensive over. The target is 133. Lancashire 71 for 1, and they are making light work of this target.
There's a change of bowling at the Cathedral Road end. Coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Mason Crane.
Yeah, it felt like that was probably going to be the end of the Harris spell, wasn't it? So gone for some leg spin from Mason Crane from the Cathedral Road end. Bohan's on strike. Lancashire needing 62 more. Should have enough time in the day, overs left, and the addition if required to keep going a little bit longer. Bowled well yesterday, Crane. I thought his spell after lunch was excellent. In the end, Jones got on top of him and took the attack back to Crane, but there was a nice period there, a good 40 minutes, maybe an hour or so after lunch. He got into a very nice rhythm and bowled beautifully for Glamorgan. He could have a twirl here with Bohan on strike. Not many catches close in for perhaps obvious reasons. Just a slip. Plenty of boundary riders. Crane to Bohannon. Drives that through the offside. Comfortably turns back for 2. Takes his score on to 8. 73 for 1. Bohannon, little twirl of the bat, and settles as Crane is in and bowls. Only take a single through the offside. Takes Lancashire to 74 for 1. A chance for Crane to bowl at Jennings for the first time in the innings. Left-hander taking guard from umpire Peter Hartley. Crane in conversation with his captain here as to where he wants his fielders. There's a couple retreated out in the deep on the leg side. There's a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. Deep point as well. Short fine leg, short third. Cover mid-on and mid-wicket. And Jennings just turns the way off his pads. Down towards fine leg for a single. Moves on to 47, looking to try and end a very good personal season for him. With another half century, past 1,000 runs for the season. In the first innings, Keaton Jennings got 1,000 runs for Lancashire last season as well. Never really dipped too far below those numbers. As Bohannon drives down the ground, Harris comes round from long off the field. And moves on to 10. 76 for 1. So 57 more required. Crane to Jennings. It'll skip down the pitch and chips it out to mid-wicket. And it won't be a 50 to sign off for the season for Keaton Jennings, but it's still a magnificent year for him personally. Caught at mid-wicket. And Crane finds a way to pick up a second Lancashire wicket. 76 for 2. Still needing 57 more runs to win.
Taken by Tribe at
Keaton
mid-wicket.
Jennings was caught by Asa Tribe off the bowling of Mason Crane for 47.
Quick fire 47 off 33. He's done the damage.
Yep, accelerated a bit there, didn't he, Jennings? Got a bit of a riddle on, played a few big shots, the over off Harris in particular. But won't be there to see it through for Lancashire. It'll be George Bell, who comes out to join Josh Bohannon. The USA have won that final group in the foursomes.
So 3-1 going into the afternoon session. Still a handy lead for Europe.
For Lancashire is George Bell.
We'll await the pairings. They usually have they announced them already?
I haven't seen them.
They usually announce them whilst they're still on the course. don't
Right, okay. Must have missed it.
they? George Bell trudging on. One of the players who got into the 40s.
Yeah, he was a victim to Mason Graham, wasn't he? Straight after lunch. I think second ball after lunch
That's it,
yesterday. Edged one to Ingram at slip. He's kind of got Crane into that nice spell after lunch, that early wicket. But he batted nicely to Bell. Not too many opportunities this season. Started the season in the side, then lost his place in the championship team. Got plenty of runs in the second 11. A couple of big scores, double centuries in the second 11. He's back in again this week as he was last. As Crane's in and bowls, and Bell gets a single. Eased out through the offside, keeps a strike as well. End of the over. So about an hour of cricket left in theory. 16 overs left. I guess you need 56 more runs at this stage to win.
More spin in the shape of Kieran Carlson.
There's a change of bowling as well at the river end. Coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Kieran Carlson.
So I presume the orders come from
Could be, couldn't it? Yeah.
the umpires that you need to bowl your spinners if we're going to stay on.
Are they still off at Hampshire? They are.
So that's going to...
I don't know if that benefits Hampshire or not. They need 33 more runs to avoid relegation, Hampshire, with 1 wicket remaining. But off a bad light.
Kieran Carlson then, from the river end. So we'll probably see both spinners till the end now, I'd have thought.
Yeah, so I can't see the light getting any better.
No. Carlson in to Bell. Bump ball and taken by Carlson. 1 slip in the shape of Colin Ingram. Carlson. Bell strokes it towards wideish mid-off, but there's no run. Just over 15 overs remaining on the 3rd day. Carlson coming in bowls, and that's cut, partially stopped by backward point, but not enough to prevent 2. It's a direct hit. And then asking the question, but back in time was Bell.
Yeah, never 100% certain when it's a direct hit as to.
That was Mason Crane. Good bit of work by Crane.
Was.
So they thought about it, then came back for the seconded Bell, and yes, he's back home with enough to spare. Carlson, and that's prodded into the offside where it's fielded. Last ball of Kieran Carlson's over. Bowls, and that's a dot ball. Good over from Kieran Carlson, just 2 coming off it. Target is 133. Lancashire 79 for 2.
Yes, and spin will be the order of the day. Means we'll probably get comfortably 15 overs in before, within the next kind of potentially maybe 40, 45 minutes, something like that. Whether Lancashire have got the runs in that time remains to be seen. There's Crane then from the Cathedral Road end. Slip in place. And balls. Oh, it's short and pulled out towards the leg side. And down toward Root on the long-on boundary. Deep mid-wicket fielder, hands either side outstretched. I can't see it. Where did he go? Went down towards Root at long on. So a single for Bohannon. He moves on to 11. Brings Bell back on strike. There's Crane to Bell. Paddle sweep. Tickling the ball away down towards fine leg for a single. Moves to 4. 81 for 2. Bohannon waits for Crane. A little flatter and quicker, he gets into it. Bohannon leaning forward and turns the ball away to square leg. Moves on to 12, 82 for 2. Bell's on 4. Crane hopping in balls. Bell going back and across. Taps the ball away to the offside and there's no run.
Welcome listeners from Sports Extra to Sophia Gardens, where Lancashire at 82 for 2. The target is 133, so making headway.
It's Crane balls driven away by Bell, and another to his total. It means that Lancashire need 50 runs to win. They've lost 2 wickets in the pursuit of a target of 133.
Yeah, making light work as the pace and Crane continues from the Cathedral Road end, right arm over. Bohannon, the captain, sweeps towards the deep square boundary, where it's hauled back in for a single. So Lancashire on course, having dismissed Glamorgan a little earlier. Only Chris Cook putting some fight with half a century. Colin Ingram was out 37. They managed a 50 partnership, but as soon as Ingram was out, the end was nigh, so to speak. So they trail by 48 to Lancashire, and it will be Carlson because of the light here at Cardiff. Requires the spinners to be on duty. It is Kieran Carson, right arm over to Bohannon, who pulls aggressively through mid-wicket, deep mid-wickets, and that is Tim van der Hoogten out there.
Yeah, I realise that both sides want to get this game over. I mean, Glamorgan is still bowling serious bowlers. It's not the joke bowlers, but mid-wicket fielder just didn't see that as it was smashed past him.
Yeah, not surprising. Carlson full, and that struck firmly down to, it's not quite long on, but almost there. It's not mid on either. 86 for 2.
Half and half.
They fancy that this evening. Want to get to the curry house. Smacking it, dispatched that over Kieran Carlson, and Trive couldn't get anywhere near it for 490 for 2.
Strange shot, that looked like a straight pull, if you like. It's a cross-back shot from Bohannon, but yeah. Sent the ball back over very straight. Long on, and they found the ball. That's all right. It didn't go beneath the hover cover this time. For benefit of Sports Extra listeners who've just joined us, Glamorgan all out for 241 in their second innings.
Carlson coming in to Bohannon, who nonchalantly strikes that towards long on for a single.
Leaving Lancashire 133 to win in 26 overs if they wanted to do it tonight, and it looks as though they will.
Carlson in full that time, and that's played out to the offside cover, and there is no run.
George Balderson leading the Lancashire attack, 4 for 75 with his accurate medium fast to get to 40 wickets for the season, but it was a good team performance from the Red Rose bowlers.
Carlson, last ball of the over, put some flight on it. It's in the air. Is it going to evade Ace of Tribe? Yes, it is. And they come back for a second.
Yeah, that one got a bit of height. It was a... I'm no golf expert. Wedge onto the green.
Plenty of golf experts out in New York State.
I'm sure there will be millions of golf experts around Europe and the US over the days to come, but I don't count myself among them. 93 for 2. Bohannon has 19. Bell has 8. In Glamorgan's second innings, Chris Cook was last out for 52, the top score. Zainul Hassan, the opener, made 45 in 2 hours and 50 minutes. But Glamorgan losing 4 wickets for 34 in the spell either side of lunch, and that really condemned them to defeat. There are a few minor contributions down the order, but nothing substantial enough to allow them a target which might have caused Lancashire some difficulties. And I think this is common sense now applying. Glamorgan are bowling properly, but they're bowling spinners to keep the players on the park. As Crane is into Bohannon on 19 not out, 40 needed to win, and there's a appeal for LBW. That must be close, not outs. Well, we've seen 13 LBWs out of the first 30 wickets to fall, but nothing yet in this innings.
Well, Crane was so confident. It was not really an appeal, he was just celebrating.
Looks to be back on his stumps there, Bohannon. He's the only top order man to miss out in the first innings, so the acting captain will be keen to see his side home as Crane is in to bowl. Worked away to backward point, no run. So there's a slip, backward point, mid wicket and cover, the only fielders saving the singles, because Lancashire are obviously trying to go big and get this game over in the next 12 overs. Crane bowls, Bohannon is watchfully forward. Maybe he wants to combine winning tonight with a little red inker. As in comes Crane. Ball swept away. That could be 4 runs for Bohannon. Fine leg is giving it a good chase and a despairing dive by subfielder Andy Gorvin on the fine leg boundary. Ending up in a pile of leaves, but the ball has eluded him and popped over the advertising hoardings for 4 more. 97 for 2. Just 36 needed for Lancashire to wrap up victory. Make it a 3-day game. Take the weather out of the equation, even if we do get a bit of rain tomorrow in South Wales. Crane bowls, and back on his stumps goes Bohannon. Turns it down to backward square for the single. 98 for 2. There's a feature on Glamorgan's season and promotion requirements, really. Well, the requirements of life in Division 1 by my colleague Dav Pritchard on the BBC Sport website in the Glamorgan section. As that one spat a bit from Crane, and it was well defended by George Bell. Lancashire 98 for 2 at the end of the over. Reminder, elsewhere in the county championship in Division 1 that it's the close of play at Southampton, where Hampshire need a further 33 to win. Surrey just 1 wicket to win after 7 wickets for the Indian spinner Chahar, dropping in for this last game of the season and maybe sending Surrey down. Sending Hampshire down, rather. Yorkshire 465 for 9, 119 ahead of Durham. That's probably heading for a draw, you would have thought.
Carlson then from the river end, and that's prodded into the offside. There's no run. Spinners used because of the failing light here at Cardiff. Kieran Carlson, the white ball captain, bowls and is chopped for a single on the offside. He may be there's the 100 up, incidentally. I think there was one person applauding. He may be the red ball captain next season. He's the
There's still 99 on the board.
prime candidate, Carlson, and that's worked on the leg side.
Still one person applauding, even if that's the 100, which I think it is. Thank you to Connor Fitzgerald for your email. Don't think there's any news on Jimmy Anderson for next season. In answer to your question.
Kieran Carlson put some flight on the ball. There's shouts of catch, and it's evaded. Asa Tribe at long on, and it flies for 4.
Connor saying he's thinking that Lancashire would need to sign a domestic middle order batter and possibly an overseas seamer if Chris Green isn't around. Green, big contribution in Lancashire's previous match against Glamorgan.
Yes, 9 wickets in all as Carlson bowls, and it's dead batted back to Carlson himself. 6 in the first innings, 3 in the second.
So thank you to Connor for your good wishes. Winter well, as they say.
Kieran Carlson to conclude the over, and prodded into the onside end of Kieran Carlson's over. Lancashire going full throttle, 104 for 2, and they now just they are trailing by a mere 28.
Yeah, so thank you to everyone who has contributed via email and social media over the course of this season for both our counties, as Lancashire about to finish what was a troubled season at times on a high, and Crane bowling to Bell on 9, and well, he looks to play out on the leg side, and it's run out to backward point. Crane is not hugely amused, and they've gone through for a single. So Lancashire set to take 22 points from this game to Glamorgan's 4. No over 8 deduction for Glamorgan because they're +4 at the moment. As Crane bowls, and that's swung away on the leg side by Bohannon for 4 runs through mid-wicket, and again we saw the close-ish fielder at mid-wicket. He's only saving a single, Sam Northeast. He's not in a catching position, but again he didn't have a clue where that was going and basically just took cover.
No, neither did we.
Just see who runs towards which point on the board, the ground. 109 for 2. Crane bowls, and Bohannon pushing forward again off the outer part of the bat. So Lancashire will have a pretty strong chance of moving up and finishing in the top half of the table. Obviously some matches will conclude tomorrow. Another big swing from Bohannon, and he's bowled. He's gone for 33, looking to smash it into the grandstand, and some cheap wickets for Mason Crane. Now 2 for 21. Bohannon 33 off 29 balls.
Yeah, trying to throw the kitchen sink at that one and emulate his previous shot, but it went through the gate. So a second wicket to fall for Mason Crane.
Will look the same on the stats at the end of the season.
They do indeed.
This is slightly farcical, to be honest, but you can't blame the umpires for staying out there with only 24 runs needed to win by Lancashire. 109 for 3. They are having a little chat just in case there are safety concerns for the fielders, and to be honest, at any other match or possibly any other stage of the season they'd be off by now. Earlier in the day we saw the Sophia Gardens crowd give a standing ovation to Sam Northeast, the departing Glamorgan captain, who's on his way back to Kent for next season for largely domestic reasons.
The incoming batter for Lancashire, Matty Hurst.
And it was nice to see the home crowds acknowledge Northeast's contributions over the last 4 years, both with the bat and as a captain who's seen them up to promotion.
He fell LBW. One of numerous batters who've gone for leg before. So Hurst strives to the wicket. Matty Hurst, who made 47 in the first innings. 3 made 47s, 3 others total over 50, which put them in prime position after Glamorgan failed to post a commanding score in the first innings.
Yeah, Lancashire, as this game has gone, have won it in the first session, and Glamorgan were 103 for 6.
Yeah.
Crane bowls, the new batter. Hurst drives into the offside. Van der Hoogten jogs round and takes the single, 110 for 3. Crane to finish his 4th over, 2 for 22 into bowl, and Bell drives to cover when it's fielded by Carlson, who gets the ball back again because he's going to be bowling it from the River Taff end. Glamorgan acquiescing to bowl spin in these closing stages of the day. It won't make any difference to the closing result, and anyway they're a seamer down with Ned Leonard off the field because of a back problem. Just 23 runs needed to win.
Slowly but surely getting to their target. 110 for 3, 23 to win. Kieran Carlson just orchestrating things. Mid off, mid on. One slip. Carlson coming in. That stayed slightly low, but played on the onside by Hurst to backward square for a single. 22 needed for victory on Nelson, 111 for 3. Carlson coming in, Fuller that time, and that is played. They'll have to come quickly shy from Zainul Hassan, but it was wayward, and they were back anyway as Nick departs.
Yeah. Just a final farewell from me for this season, as Scott will be able to see it out with Kenneth.
Indeed, Carlson coming right arm over to Hurst, played back to Carlson.
Largely enjoyable championship campaign for Glamorgan over those 10 unbeaten matches in the middle of the season until this.
Carlson to Hurst. That's another dot ball.
Thank you very much indeed to everyone who's contributed, contacted us via email and social media. It's nice to have the interaction.
Bowling is Carlson, and that's helped on the way on the leg side off the hips of Hurst for a single. 20 required.
Pleasure and a privilege to report Glamorgan's progress this season and to work with all our fellow commentators from the opposition stations.
Last ball of the over, Carlson, that's chopped in to the offside, and it is a single. 19 needed.
And in conclusion, thank you very much indeed to Kenneth, who's been my most regular companion, to Edward Bevan, to David Pritchard, and to Dylan Griffiths as well. There's a piece from David on the BBC Sport website on Glamorgan's prospects for next season, so have a read of that, and Scott and Kenneth will see you through the conclusion here.
Well, the pleasure was all ours, Nick. Thanks very much. Nick is off to hibernate now over the winter period. One of his numerous holidays coming up as Mason Crane continues to bowl from the Cathedral Road end. There's a life he leads.
He's reduced me to tears with that. That was beautiful, beautiful.
Signing off until next season. But you can find him in a rugby commentary box in the meantime.
If selected.
Mason Crane, right arm over. 19 needed. As we await with bated breath here at a gloomy Sophia Gardens. Are they still off in...
I think they're all off.
That's gone, is it? That's it. Mason Crane, so they'll have to come back at the utility. That's worked around the corner, backward square comes in, and that is a single taken.
Yeah, they're not bothering at all in Division 1. Bad Light, Essex, Somerset, close of play Hampshire, Notts have won, Sussex have won, close of play at Yorkshire.
Crane flatter that time, but an easy single on offer for Matty Hurst, who prods it into the offside towards Tim van der Hoogten.
Close of play at Lords, Middlesex, Gloucestershire, close of play, actually Bad Light, Northampton, Leicestershire, and they are playing in Canterbury.
Mason Crane then, who's taken 2 wickets, and that's worked on the onside through square by Hurst for a single. Ticking along, 16 needed. So, a couple of overs, and that'll be that. Last ball of Mason Crane's over. In he comes, full, and struck firmly. They will look to 2, and they thought about it, but thought otherwise. So that the end of the over. Just 15 now required for victory. And Lancashire, who've had Glamorgan under pressure from the very first ball when Zain ul Hassan was bowled. They haven't looked back. It's been full throttle really, and they've been good for victory.
The first ball of the match, dismissal of Zain ul Hassan, and as you say, it's kind of been Lancashire's game, but it's certainly Glamorgan's season with their promotion to Division 1. Will be Asa Tribe from the River End.
A bit more spin, but a bit of variation rather than Kieran Carlson.
He's only bowled 8 overs this season. In for his 9th. Playing the miss from Hurst.
Well, that would have been an introduction.
It would. Almost nibbled it behind to the keeper. Lancashire need 15 runs to secure a victory in this final fixture. Tribe to Hurst and drilled away through the offside along the ground just for a single to take Lancashire to 119 for 3.
Of course, the England Lions squad is announced next week, I believe, so
Tribe's bowling to Bell. That's cut to backward point for a single.
Tribe may very well be looking out for his name, as well as a certain Ben Kellaway, who's absent, of course, for this game, as well as last week at Derby because of a calf injury.
Tribe to Hurst this time. Hurst hammers it back over the bowler's head, all the way towards the boundary as it cleared the rope. No, it's one bounce and 4 for Hurst. That takes it into single figures, I think, doesn't it? Yeah, 9 needed to win now for Lancashire. It will be their 3rd victory of the season. First defeat since April for Glamorgan. There's Hurst off the back foot, runs this away down towards third man. There's a chase on down towards the boundary below us, but it's gone for 4. Mason Crane trying to catch up with the ball, runs away from Crane. Hurst moves to 14, and Lancashire 5 away from victory. It's not quite the sense of jeopardy that has been built up through most of the day in Southampton here in Cardiff, but it will be a victory for Lancashire as that's flicked away off the hip by a Hurst, fielded up backward square leg, end of the over. They need 5 to win. The Lankies.
Oh, the anticipation.
128 for 3 is the score.
And it will be.
There's a change of play.
Sam
Northeast. Coming on to bowl, Sam Northeast.
But we will. You can take the reins for this one, Scott, given that Lancashire do a victory, and they will wrap it up.
Well, he got a fantastic reception, didn't he, when he was heading off for his final innings. Thunderous response as he came back towards the dressing room. There's a little claim for a nick behind, but plenty of excitement from the Glamorgan players. Just throws it outside off stump. Bell plays and misses. Here's Northeast, lobs one up, and it's a single for Bell. Well, he's signing off as Glamorgan captain in the best possible way, leading his side to a fabulous promotion to Division 1. And he's going to lob up down a few pies to finish it off, I think. In and balls to Hurst off the back foot, cuts that away through the offside. And Lancashire need 3 more to win. Yes, he got a fantastic reception as he made his way back.
Very popular figure in these parts. And what a signing he's been for the county.
Can he find a wicket? In and balls to Bell. Bell going back, playing it very watchfully and very carefully to mid-off. And there's no addition towards a Lancashire win. They're still needing 3 more. I think he's got a couple left in the over. In and balls. Bell pushing away and kind of thinking about one, and throw comes in towards the keeper's end. 130 for 3.
He's saying, don't have a shy, it'll affect my figures.
Final ball. Oh, dearie me, that's horrible.
That's it.
That could be 4. It is. It's 4 to win it. Bell hits the winning runs. Congratulations to Sam Northeast and to Glamorgan. A fabulous time at Glamorgan for Northeast. And to lead the side back to Division 1 as captain in his final season with the club is a magnificent effort. Lancashire sign off the season with a win.
Yeah, not the ending that Glamorgan would have been hoping for nonetheless. It's been a very, very good season, a consistent season with 5 wins. Promotion was in the bag last week at Derby. In terms of this match, they've been under the cosh throughout. From the very first ball when Zain Ul Hassan was bowled, and Lancashire really have had their foot on the accelerator throughout. Glamorgan failing to win a single session, and Lancashire deserving of just their 3rd victory of the season, having beaten previously Derbyshire and Gloucestershire. So Glamorgan sign off what has been a very, very successful season. They will play in Division 1 next season for the first time in 20 years. There'll be a lot of work to conclude over the winter months in terms of recruitment and to build on a few very profitable seasons. Sam Northeast will lead the team off the pitch for the very last time. He'll be moving back to Kent. He receives the applause once more and the congratulations of his teammates, just taking it in for one final time before moving back to his county of origin, Kent. A tap at the back from Kieran Carlson, who might very well be taking the reins in red ball cricket next season. But what a fine acquisition Sam Northeast has been for the club. What an impact, what an influence he's been for the county. Both teams will come together to shake hands. Lancashire signing off in 3 days then, and winning this Rothesay Second Division County Championship match by 7 wickets. My thanks in equal measure goes to Nick Webb, to Ed, and to my colleagues all around the BBC regions across the UK. A very enjoyable season, a privilege as always to provide the action here on BBC Sport Online. So that is it. I do hope you've enjoyed the coverage throughout. Until next season. Thank you. Goodbye. Dabo tan y tro nesa.